On the Kanglan continent, everyone gets exactly one shot at awakening when they turn 18. What awakens is a mysterious lord space. Succeed, and you rewrite your fate. You become a lord in your own right. Fail, and you're a slave for life, ordered around at another's whim. One chance. There's no second. This is the age of universal lordship. The awakening plaza was packed shoulder to shoulder. I stood in the crowd, staring at the altar ahead, wreathed in mysterious radiance, my heart pounding like a drum. My name is Zhou Yan, and I'm a transmigrator. In my past life, a plane crash should have killed me on the spot. Instead, I opened my eyes and found myself here, on the Kanglan continent. This place is a lot like Earth, skyscrapers, streams of traffic, but with one extra thing, the Lord space. Spiritual energy fills the air, and opportunities are endless. Develop your territory, and you can obtain all sorts of mysterious things, maybe even cultivate into an immortal and live forever. But it's just as deadly. The space keeps spawning monsters based on its quality, and they hurl themselves at your territory. Fail to hold the line, and everything turns to dust. Countless lords have watched their territories get destroyed. Unable to bear the blow, plenty of them ended their own lives. A flash of white light, someone's awakened. The crowd below burst into envious gasps. On the altar, white light hovered above a young student's head. It was only the lowest tier, an ordinary white lord space. Yet it was enough to turn countless eyes green with envy. Lord spaces come in 5 qualities: white, yellow, purple, orange, gold. The higher the quality, the harder to awaken, the stronger the monsters, and the tougher the development. The vast majority of people only ever rate white their entire lives. Senior Class 38, Zhou Yan. Here, I'd waited 18 whole years for this day. Step by step, I climbed the altar, my footing steady. Stand still, close your eyes, and search with your heart, said the teacher presiding over the ceremony. He raised a milky white scepter, and holy radiance exploded outward. This was awakening magic that only those above 5-star strength could wield. Warm light poured into my body. In an instant, I found myself in a great void. Before me, countless points of light hovered, in every color, white the most numerous. They rotated slowly, like an entire sea of stars, breathtaking enough to make you lose yourself. I immediately reached out with my soul, to perceive, to seize. A ray of white light quickly rose above my head. White. My heart sank, then I let it go. An awakening was still better than nothing. Even if it was the most ordinary starting point, as long as I was willing to walk it, the road was always beneath my feet. But right then, a 7-colored streak of light, without any warning, lit up beneath my feet. My pupils shrank. A second Lord space? And a rainbow one. I'd never heard of anyone awakening too, and I'd definitely never heard of anyone getting a rainbow one. My cheap power had finally arrived. Wild joy surged up, but I clamped down on it hard. I couldn't let it show. A Lord space's glow is controlled by the mind, so I immediately directed that white light to cover the 7-colored streak completely, wrapping it up tight. It's white, but with enough effort, you can still become a powerhouse, the teacher said. Thank you, teacher. I bowed calmly and stepped down from the altar. Envious looks came at me from all directions. This was the glory of a lord's heart. Once the awakening ended, I went straight home. This old house is the only thing my parents left me. My parents in this life were lords too. Unfortunately, both of them died inside their own lord spaces. With the doors and windows shut tight, I could finally take a good look at what I'd gained. White light overhead, but 7-colored auspicious clouds beneath my feet. I connected with the white space, and a panel appeared before me. Territory name, unnamed. Lord, Zhou Yan. Quality, ordinary. Territory talent, special item appearance rate, plus 1%. Level 0. Area, 10 by 10. Buildings, thatched hut, level 1. Villagers, 0. Special item appearance rate, plus 1%. I paused slightly. You have to understand, special items are extremely rare, their effects astonishing, priceless, and hard to come by. Many of them can't even be bought with spirit coins. Spirit coins are this world's universal currency, and the only way to earn them is by hunting territory monsters. This talent was already pretty good. I opened up my own attributes. Strength, 0.5 Constitution, 0.5 Agility, 0.7 Spirit, 2.5. Realm, uncultivated talent, none skills, none. The standard for an adult is 1 point in each category. Except for my doubled spirit, everything else was failing. The ordinary space is nothing special. So what would that rainbow one look like? I tried connecting with the 7-colored space in my mind. Couldn't open it. It was a support-type Lord space. I had to enter my territory first before I could activate it. I didn't rush in. First, I stocked up on plenty of water and dry rations, so I wouldn't starve to death in there. The method of entering was simple. One thought, and I'd be teleported inside. But where each person's territory descended, nobody could say. Luckily, every new lord gets a 1-month novice period. For those 30 days, the territory hangs in a mysterious space, facing monster attacks every day. This is called the Lord's Trial. How strong the monsters are depends on the space's quality. Survive the assaults, and you get an overall evaluation. The higher the rating, the richer the rewards. If the Lord Crystal is shattered, the territory doesn't disappear, but the trial ends early and the rewards are wiped clean. The novice period is the most crucial. This is when monster drop rates are highest, the one window for a poor kid to turn his fate around against all odds. Of course, that depends on luck. Rich kids don't need this. Some of them deliberately let monsters shatter their crystal on the first day, ending the trial early, letting their territory descend onto the continent, and then building it up by hand with family manpower and resources. The chasm between rich and poor cracks open right at the starting line. I'd already memorized cold everything I needed to bring back in school. Once I had it all prepared, one thought, and whoosh, light and shadow churned before my eyes, and the world changed in an instant. A flat stretch of ground, about 100 meters across. In the center, a thatched hut, and outside it, a crystal shimmering with iridescent light hovered silently. Building, Lord Crystal Level, 10100s, Defense, 100. Core hub of the Lord Space. So this is the Lord Space. The air is so clean. I looked around, then walked into the thatched hut. It was empty inside, with nothing but a stone bed. Thatched hut level, 10100s, Defense, 10. Welcome to the Lord Space. Newcomer rewards, 1 barracks, 1 altar, 1 novice equipment set, 100 soul coins. Novice trial initiated. Monsters attack daily. Defeat them for rewards. Protect your Lord Crystal. Once it shatters, the trial ends and rewards are voided. 3 clusters of light appeared before me. Barracks, altar, equipment. The barracks summons an army to fight. The altar is even more incredible. Spend spirit coins as offerings, and you can exchange them for equipment, items, treasures, heroes, spirit beasts. I used up both buildings in one go. Build barracks. Build altar. I walked outside, and the 2 buildings had already risen up out of thin air. Barracks level, 1 summon soldiers. Basic summon 10 soul coins, /intermediate 50 /advanced 100. Altar level, 1 offering. Offer soul coins or spirit coins, and receive unexpected rewards based on the amount. Soul coins and spirit coins are different. Spirit coins can buy anything. Soul coins only drop from killing monsters, can't be traded, but can upgrade buildings, raise levels, and be offered up for treasures. The textbooks are clear. Altar offerings are the biggest trap. Don't blow your coins on them. Just then, ding. Activate support type Lord Space. My heart jumped. The rainbow space, it had shown itself. Activate. I didn't hesitate for a second. Ding. Support type space activated successfully. Evolving Lord Space. In an instant, the entire territory took on 7 colors, and the buildings before me twisted and reshaped in unison. Ding. Lord Crystal King's Crystal. Ding. Thatched Hut Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Ding. Barracks Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Ding. Altar Mystery Shop. I was completely dumbfounded. This support space had evolved my entire territory. And what was even more brutal, it had changed me, too. Quality, Rainbow. Territory talent, special item plus 10%. Area, 500 square meters. Buildings, King's Crystal, Spirit Vein Bamboo House, Bronze Sparrow Terrace, Mystery Shop, all level 1. I opened up my own stats. Charisma, 1 luck, 1 strength, 1.5 constitution, 1.5 agility, 3 spirit, 6. I froze in place. A normal person's max starting attribute is 1 point. But mine had multiplied several times over across the board. This support space, it was insane. I immediately checked each of the evolved buildings one by one. King's Crystal level, 1 defense, 200 out of 200 shield, 1000. Special, thunder attack. Core hub, combines offense and defense. Actively strikes any malicious creature within 10 meters. I sucked in a cold breath. The defense had doubled, plus a 1000-point shield on top. A full 10 times the original crystal. That crystal was 100 times more majestic than before, wrapped in purple lightning and cloaked in a transparent shield, radiating killing intent. The crystal is the very lifeline of a territory. Other buildings can be rebuilt if destroyed, but once the crystal shatters, a lord's career is over. On this continent, so many lords have had their territories destroyed. The people are ruined, ending up in psychiatric wards, or worse, ending it all. I looked at the other buildings. Spirit Vein Bamboo House level, 1 defense, 100 out of 100 special, gather spiritual energy. Absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating cultivation. Bronze Sparrow Terrace level, 1 summon special, female heroes. Home to female heroes from other worlds, each with extraordinary skills. Basic summon 100 soul coins, / intermediate 500 / advanced 1000 / super 10,000. The more you spend, the higher the chance of getting a hero. Mystery shop level, 1 defense, 100 out of 100 purchase special, refresh. Refreshes a batch of items every 24 hours. Purchasable with soul coins or spirit coins. I was stunned all over again. The crude, thatched hut had transformed into a small bamboo house wreathed in mist, like the dwelling of a hermit sage. But what excited me most was the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Summon heroes directly. Heroes and common soldiers are worlds apart. 10 common soldiers can't beat a single hero. And an ordinary barracks has a near-zero chance of producing a hero, let alone a white-quality one. That's the reality. Your starting point determines what kind of people you can summon. Too bad I've only got 100 soul coins. If I can't summon a hero on the first try, what am I going to hold off the next monster wave with? I didn't act on impulse. Resources have to be spent where they count. I turned to the mystery shop. I pushed the door open and went in. Not a soul inside, but 5 items were displayed on the counter, each under a protective shield, all their info laid bare. The first was a weapon, strength +2, black iron grade, the lowest tier. The second was a card, 10% card price, 0. Guaranteed first refresh for a new shop. Hold this card while shopping at the mystery shop and pay only 10% of the price. Usable at this shop only. A freebie discount card. I grabbed it without hesitation. The card fell into my hand. The third item was a building, priced far beyond what I could afford, had to pass. The fourth was timber, a resource type, essential for upgrading buildings. If a territory is rich in resources, you can even dig them up and sell them to merchants for spirit coins. When I saw the fifth item, my eyes lit up. Hero summon card quality, unknown price, 1,000 soul coins. Place in a barracks-type building to obtain a hero, 100% guaranteed. 100%. I had the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, but I didn't dare gamble my last 100 soul coins on those slim odds. But now, I immediately whipped out the 10% card. Deduct 1 10% card and 100 soul coins. Hero summon card purchased. I rushed into the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. A simple, antique little building of a single story, with a cluster of glowing lights standing against the wall. Nothing else, all quaint and old-fashioned. I pressed the summon card against the halo, my heart hammering like a war drum. Begin summoning? Do it. Whoosh. A beam of light rose from the magic array and landed behind me. I turned around, and a wisp of subtle fragrance hit my nose first. A woman stood quietly before me. Her figure was slender, her skin whiter than snow, and her eyes, like autumn ripples, seemed as though they could speak. A white jade hairpin crowned her head. She wore a pleated silk skirt, and her waist was slim enough to grasp in a single hand. Beautiful was too crude, pretty too shallow. Even stunning enough to topple cities and nations barely did her justice. Congratulations on obtaining a hero, Jiao-chan. I jolted. Jiao-chan. That was a figure from Earth, the #1 beauty of the 3 kingdoms. And here she was, standing before me in the flesh. She truly was a sight rarely seen in heaven or on Earth. In all the history of the Kanglan continent, no name from Earth had ever appeared. Yet I'd summoned her. Wild joy flooded my heart. With Jiao-chan here, could De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, or Kai Wenji, be far behind? But the next moment, my brow furrowed. Jiao-chan was just a delicate woman without the strength to truss a chicken. She wasn't some war goddess from a video game. The moment a monster showed up, wouldn't she just faint on the spot in terror? I pulled up her attributes. Hero, Jiao-chan gender, female age, 19. Belongs to Lord, Zhou quality, RRR. Loyalty, 100 level, 0. Charisma, 50 luck, 10 strength, 6 constitution, 7 agility, 8 spirit, 15. Talent, Lotus holy body, recovery plus 100%, attack plus 100%. Skills, Lotus swordplay, holy lotus art. Special 1, number 1 beauty of the 3 kingdoms, speed plus 100%. Special 2, one of the 4 great beauties, all attributes plus 10% more for each additional beauty of the same kind. All 4 fighting together grants all attributes plus 100%. Special 3, city toppling beauty, greatly boosts territory loyalty. Evolved by mysterious energy, base attributes increased tenfold. I opened my mouth, but not a single word came out. These stats, one of her could beat down 10 of me. And here I'd been treating her like a delicate flower. Turns out the pitiful one was me. Without comparison, there's no pain. And this was just her base value. Add that string of special bonuses, and she was completely off the charts. A starting hero, this monstrously strong. But what warmed my heart even more was that full loyalty bar. The heroes and soldiers other people summon start with only 90 loyalty. Treat them even a little poorly, and there's a risk of rebellion. After all, they're living people, flesh and blood, with hearts of their own. But my territory started at full loyalty. Naturally, I'd never mistreat my own people either. RRR great. I'd only ever heard of it in legends. And it turns out it's real. Hero quality goes from low to high. F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, R, RR, RRR, 12 tiers. The stone weighing on my heart finally hit the ground. And I understood one thing even more clearly. This territory could never be revealed to outsiders. Once word got out, covetous powers would come swarming like hungry wolves. For now, I only had to do 2 things. Grow quietly. Don't overreach. Build high walls. Stockpile grain. Jiao-chan, the territory's about to face a monster attack. Are you afraid? I trusted her stats, but I had no idea whether she had any real combat experience. She smiled faintly, but her gaze suddenly turned cold. This lady has studied magic. Let the monsters come. I'll make sure none return. One sentence, dripping with dominance. For a moment, I was speechless. Ahem, don't get the wrong idea. I'm a perfectly proper lord. I took Jiao-chan on a tour of the territory. Right now, this place didn't even have a single fence. To build one, I'd need timber. I'd need to cut trees. I'd need to quarry stone. I took out the novice equipment set and handed it to her. You'll have to make do with this for now. Once I get something better, I'll swap it out. Thank you, my lord. She started to bow again. I caught her hand. Don't do that anymore. It's too formal. I don't like it. Okay, my lord. Her cheeks flushed. And stop calling me my lord. Just call me Zhou. That doesn't seem right. It's fine. I like it when you call me that. Then, all right. I asked her about a lot of things, like whether she still remembered her past in the 3 kingdoms. The answer, a total blank. That was for the best. The past didn't matter. What mattered was that she had a new future. I asked about her magic. She said it was innate, like an instinct carved into her mind. The way a baby knows how to nurse from birth. The novice territory was completely empty, not even a table or chair. So the 2 of us just sat inside the spirit vein bamboo house, letting the abundant spiritual energy soak into us. It was like soaking in a hot spring, soothing from head to toe. I wanted to cultivate too, but cultivation techniques are incredibly precious on the Kanglan continent. All I could do was slowly seek them out through my territory. I took out the dry rations, and the 2 of us shared them. What I'd brought in was limited. For a month-long novice period, the food problem needed solving fast. Over 8 hours, we walked the entire perimeter of the territory. The territory spanned 500 meters, with another 50 meters of visibility beyond that. Past that was a hazy mist. You couldn't see anything, just the unknown. To get resources, I'd have to step into that mist. But what was hidden inside it, no one knew. With a newcomer's strength, running into a monster most likely meant death. This world is quite fair. A lord's children can't enter a lord's space until they turn 18. All the young people stand at the same starting line, beginning at level 0, their attributes nearly identical. What really opens up the gap is money. Rich kids start cultivating early and buy full equipment before entering, leaving everyone else in the dust from the get-go. With a beauty by my side, time flew. 8 hours later, Jiao Chan's expression suddenly turned grave, and she lifted that city-toppling face. "Zhou Yan, I sense. The monsters are coming." I was startled. Through walls, across this kind of distance, she could still detect them? Then if I ever wanted to try anything with her in the future, wouldn't it all fall right under her radar? "Choner, we fight side by side and defend this home together." I thickened my skin, grasped her hand, and gazed at her with deep affection. A beauty like this, if I didn't seize the moment, I'd be disgracing the good name of transmigrators everywhere. She resisted a little but didn't yank away hard. With her current strength, if she'd really wanted to break free, there's no way I'd have come out ahead. She lowered her head, blushing to the tips of her ears, and softly answered, I smiled and walked out of the bamboo house hand in hand with her. As long as my heart was sincere, sooner or later she'd be mine. The moment we stepped out, I saw dark shapes charging in from the distance. 10 of them, giant wolves, black all over, eyes bloodthirsty, each one 2 meters long, fierce and menacing. I frowned. Something was off. 12 years of compulsory education had taught me. Even if a new lord starts with a gold-quality space, the first day's monsters would never exceed 3. But me, I got 10 right out of the gate. The rainbow space, it really is because of that. This was not good news. Today was only day 1. From here on, the monsters would only get stronger. Fail to hold, and everything resets to 0. No, I will never let you destroy my territory, destroy my future. I glanced at Diaochan beside me, and my heart settled a little. Right now, all I could do was rely on her. "Choner, these 10, can you handle them?" She glanced back with a smile, one so alluring it put 100 flowers to shame. "Relax, I'll defend this territory." Then she turned, and her face changed in an instant, cold as frost. She raised her long sword. Her body became a bolt of lightning, and she charged straight at the wolf pack. That figure moved fast as flowing light, as if she were dancing. With no fence, the black wolves charged straight in, lunging for the Lord Crystal in the center. But the moment they saw Diaochan, they instantly switched targets, jaws gaping wide as they pounced. "Choner," my heart clenched. The black wolves drew closer and closer. In the instant of impact, Diaochan suddenly accelerated, turning into a phantom, slipping through the gap between 2 wolves. Her blade flashed, and 2 illusory lotus blossoms bloomed in the air. Thud, thud, 2 black wolves crashed to the ground, blood pooling around them. I watched, dumbstruck. Instant kills. You could tell from her stats. Diaochan was a hero who'd mastered both ranged and close combat. What she was wielding now was her lotus swordplay. The sight of her, dashing and valiant, sent waves crashing through my heart. So beautiful. Her sword flowers spun, and with each swing, a white lotus bloomed in the air, utterly extraordinary. She shifted position again, her movements elegant. It looked nothing like slaying enemies. It looked like dancing. Swordlight flew, 2 more muffled thuds sounded, and 2 more wolf corpses joined the ground. Total domination. They had no chance to fight back. In a few exchanges, all 10 black wolves lay dead. And she was still graceful and radiant, breathtakingly beautiful. That aura of killing intent only added a unique heroic edge to her. "These monsters drop stuff," she called out to me. I hurried over. 10 wooden boxes lay on the ground. Wooden treasure chest may yield various items. Chest quality goes from low to high. Wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, lucky rainbow. The higher the quality, the better the contents. A notification sounded in the territory. Novice Trial Day 1 complete. Eliminated 10 Black Wolves. Battle Evaluation, SSS. Reward, 20 Soul Coins, 20 Spirit Coins, Building Fence. Bonus, 20 Soul Coins, 20 Spirit Coins, Building Arrow Towered. My heart leapt with joy. Diaochan's crushing performance had maxed out the evaluation, delivering 2 buildings in 1 shot and greatly boosting the territory's safety. 10 chests, 40 Soul Coins, 40 Spirit Coins, 2 buildings, a great start. No wonder it's the novice trial. Look at this drop rate. Every monster dropped a chest, and even though they were the lowest wooden grade, that was generous enough. This is a perk exclusive to newcomers. Once the trial ends, a drop rate like this is impossible to see again. Connor, your luck's high. You open them. The higher the luck, the better the contents. I only had 1 point. How could I compare to her 10? How do I open them? She didn't refuse. Just hold it and silently say open. Chests dropped by monsters don't need keys. But some chests found out in the wild require a same-grade key to open, and the things inside those tend to be precious. She took a chest and silently thought. Open. Click. Obtain soul coins plus 2. My luck seems pretty average too, she said. Wooden chests are the lowest grade. It'd be a miracle to open something good. If it were me, I'd probably only get 1 soul coin. Early on, even a single soul coin is a life or death resource. And for the vast majority of people, all they can open is spirit coins. She kept opening. Spirit coins plus 2. Soul coins plus 2. Soul coins plus 2. This. She stared at the string of 2s, starting to doubt herself. A wooden chest tops out at 2 soul coins, and you're getting 2 soul coins every single time, and you still think your luck isn't good enough? If it were me, most of them would be spirit coins. Spirit coins matter too, but they're a tier below soul coins, because spirit coins can be traded. Resources and buildings you don't need can all be exchanged with other lords for spirit coins. It's just that this function doesn't unlock until the trial ends. Only then did she understand, and she kept opening. Out of 10 chests, only 4 yielded spirit coins. That luck really was astonishing. If it were me, getting 2 soul coins 5 times would have me thanking my lucky stars. Final haul, 11 soul coins, 8 spirit coins. To grow strong fast, I had to make my heroes stronger, which meant hoarding soul coins. But that stuff was too hard to come by. The fastest route was killing monsters for chest drops. And a chest can only be opened by whoever made the kill. No one else can touch them, and they can't be traded. Leave one uncollected for more than a day, and it vanishes. Before long, the 10 wolf corpses were completely refreshed away by the territory. I had no gathering skill, so I couldn't harvest any materials at all. I could only sigh at the waste. Next, I built the fence and the arrow tower, eager to see what the rainbow space would turn them into. Ding. Fence thorn vine fence. Ding. Arrow tower blazing flame tower. In an instant, a ring of fencing burst up around the territory's perimeter, dense with vines and bristling with thorns, its roots plunging deep into the earth. It was actually a living plant that had grown into place. Thorn vine fence level, 1 defense, 1000 out of 1000 special. Repair. Upgrade cost 100 spirit coins. Extremely resilient, self-repairing. Unless uprooted entirely, it can regenerate as long as even a scrap of root remains. Holy crap, that's powerful. A fence with infinite self-healing that didn't even consume resources. Insane. Though these evolved buildings had no quality label, not one of them was worse than SSS grade. I looked at the other building. Not far from the fence, a tower burning with flames stood tall, an elemental tower, extremely rare, and its power was surely terrifying. Blazing flame tower level, 1 defense, 500 special, fire attack range, 20 meters. Spews blazing flames to scorch incoming enemies, a true nightmare. Strong. Getting an elemental tower right out of the gate was hugely significant. It was an area of effect type. Stick it there, and it became a war machine guarding the territory, better than an ordinary arrow tower by who knows how many tiers. The only problem was I didn't have enough soul coins or spirit coins right now. There was no way to upgrade it. So I set my sights on the area outside the territory. Doing this during the novice period was normally a huge taboo. But Jiaochan's stats were monstrous, and I was well above average myself, so I had the guts for it. Connor, with just the 2 of us defending a territory this big, the resource gap is too large. I want to go out and look around. Of course. She was eager to see the territory grow too. She picked up her long sword and walked with me to the gate where the fence closed off. 50 meters beyond the gate was grassland, and past that was the mist. I'd have to explore it myself. Exploring the mist was supposed to be something you did after the trial ended and you were strong enough. But I didn't want to waste this month's insane drop rate. I was grateful my landing spot wasn't a desert, where a newcomer descends is entirely random, and hardly anyone dared to venture out during the trial period. It was basically suicide. Who knew what was hidden in the mist? On top of that, during the trial, if you got killed by a monster outside your territory, you actually died. This was no joke. So besides me, No one dared gamble their life on it. Relying on Diao-chan beside me and on my own elevated stats, I stepped into the mist. To get stronger, you can't stand still. Only by taking the initiative could I squeeze out every bit of this month's dividend. Diao-chan's senses were sharp. I asked how she detected the monsters, but she couldn't explain it clearly. She just felt something hostile approaching. I guessed it was tied to her top-tier RRR talent. In my home of Xia City, I'd never heard of anyone getting a hero of that quality. But she said that once she left the territory, her senses weakened considerably. At most, she could detect movement within a few meters. Your senses weakened? It's probably related to the territory. A territory amplifies a hero's senses and strength. I quietly noted it down. This was information the textbooks never mentioned. The two of us moved forward warily. After several hundred meters, a forest appeared before us. My territory was surrounded on all sides by forest. There was good and bad in that. The bad, forest on every side, meant monsters could come from any direction. But with the thorn-vine fence, safety was greatly increased. The only issue was that the level 1 fence wasn't tall, and I had no resources to upgrade it. Fortunately, monsters during the trial period appear gradually, not all at once. That too could be counted as protection for newcomers. Even better, upgrading the thorn-vine fence didn't consume timber, only spirit coins. And spirit coins carry spiritual power to begin with, so they can upgrade buildings, be traded, and even, once I had a cultivation technique, be used for cultivation. There was plenty of timber in the forest, but cutting it required tools and manpower, and I didn't have time to spend on that. The two of us pressed deep into the woods. For the moment, all was calm. But this forest would never truly be peaceful. The next moment, Diao-chan stopped and grabbed my hand. Careful, there's a monster hiding. She fixed her gaze on the left. Whoosh! A dark shape shot through the air toward us. Diao-chan raised her sword and, with an offhand slash, cut down. A snake as thick as an arm was severed in two and dropped to the ground. A wooden box appeared where it fell. Killed 1 level, 1 black-scaled snake. Bonus reward 2 soul coins. A level 1 black-scaled snake. I'd seen this monster in the books. I just hadn't expected it to be so fast in reality. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to react at all. Good thing I had her. Just as expected, killing monsters outside the territory during the novice period gives bonus rewards. My eyes lit up. This was a newcomer's biggest perk, but to claim it, you needed matching strength. In anyone else's case, who would dare go charging into the woods to their death like me? Chonner, you're amazing. It's nothing. She smiled, blushing. Obtained soul coins plus 2. I'd already saved up 55 soul coins. But leveling up Diao-chan was insanely demanding. Reaching level 1 actually required 100 soul coins. Soul coins contain the power of the soul, and they're essential for leveling up both heroes and lords. For an ordinary person, going from 0 to 1 takes just 10 soul coins. But for both me and Diao-chan, it took 100. Tenfold consumption. As I accumulated more heroes down the line, this would become a terrifying number. With this haul, my nerve grew a bit, and I led Diao-chan deeper into the woods. Or more precisely, she led me, and I trailed behind, soaking up the experience. If she weren't strong enough, I wouldn't have dared go deep at all. I just hoped nothing too vicious would crop up ahead. Before I became a lord, I'd practiced basic swordplay too. But practice is practice, and real combat is real combat. I needed some low-level monsters to sharpen my skills on. By my estimate, with Diao-chan's current attributes and skills, she could easily take down even a level 10 monster. We found another monster, a level 1 wild rabbit. Called a rabbit, but its body was a full meter long, with sharp claws and fangs. Get bitten, and the consequences would be dire. Wild rabbit ordinary level 1, a leisurely, adorable little bunny. I held Diao-chan back. Let me give it a shot. Being protected felt nice, but I didn't want it to stay that way forever. Be careful. She didn't go far, ready to step in at any moment. I took the long sword and dashed toward the rabbit. With a push off both feet, I leapt up and brought the blade down. Slash. Before the rabbit could even react, it was cut down. Killed 1 level, 1 wild rabbit. Bonus reward 2 spirit coins. I was taken aback. The old me could never have moved with that kind of speed and strength. The rainbow space had given me so much. I couldn't match Diao-chan, but among lords of the same level, I was absolutely the strongest. After all, Same level lords maxed out at 1 point per attribute, while mine were Strength 1.5, Constitution 1.5, Agility 3, Spirit 6. And this was still level 0. Word of it would drop jaws all over the floor. Monster corpses out in the wild can be collected as food. They don't refresh away. But the ones inside the territory can't. They get wiped a moment after death. I collected the rabbit and kept exploring. My rainbow space also came with a mobile warehouse, though right now it was only 10 square meters. I'd need spirit coins to expand it. The monsters in the woods were cunning, good at using the terrain to hide. Before long, another black-scaled snake ambushed us. Unfortunately, its level was too low, and it died in a single strike. Besides snakes and rabbits, we ran into a few other level 1 monsters. None of them were any match for me. Jiaochan didn't even need to lift a finger. I could handle them solo. My combat experience piled up fast. My attributes were already solid. All I'd lacked was seasoning. With her protecting me, I could grow freely. The more I fought, the more I noticed my own senses had grown considerably sharper. The only regret, these wooden boxes hadn't yielded a single piece of equipment. Equipment drop rates were pitifully low. Most of the boxes went to Jiaochan to open. Whenever I opened one, I only got a single spirit coin, so I just handed them all to her. And she didn't disappoint. Most of what she opened was soul coins. While resting, I handed her some food. Try it. See if it suits your taste. She took it curiously. What is this? Bread. If you like it, I'll bring it for you often. I showed her how to tear open the packaging. The flavor's pretty unique. Even the way she ate was lovely, her cherry lips nibbling in small bites, like she was appreciating a work of art. I stared, mesmerized. She was this beautiful, so if not her, what was I supposed to look at, a tree? She blushed again. So adorable, I wanted nothing more than to pull her into a hug. But I held back. Who would have thought a girl who blushed this easily could kill monsters without the slightest hesitation? My soul coins climbed to 98, spirit coins to 172. Still no equipment. With low-level monsters, even the greatest luck rarely yields any gear. Just 2 soul coins short of a full 100. We walked a little farther, and in the distance stood a tall monster. Looking closely, it turned out to be a level 5 werewolf. Werewolf elite level 5 special, minor strength enhancement. A werewolf roaming the mist, in the habit of tearing prey apart with its claws. Beware its fangs and its strength death. And I spotted a box beside it, bronze. A level 5 elite. I wasn't confident. I turned to Jiaochan. Can you handle it? Relax, leave it to me. She took the sword and closed the distance in a few bounds. Radiant and peerless, even from behind, she looked like a banished immortal. Flying immortal strike. Slash thud. The werewolf didn't even have time to react before it was cut down. Killed level 5 elite. Werewolf. Bonus reward 10 soul coins. A full 10 soul coins. High-level monsters really did pay out more. A level 5 elite was worth 10, far more than the small fry. Of course, this was all thanks to Jiaochan being strong enough. Soul coins hit 108, enough to level up. I thought it over. Using these 100 soul coins on myself wouldn't do much. So I pulled up Jiaochan's attributes. Soul coins minus 100. Jiaochan leveled up to level 1. Hero, Jiaochan quality, RRR loyalty, 100 level, 1. Charisma, 52 luck, 12 strength, 8 constitution, 9 agility, 10 spirit, 17. Talent, Lotus holy body, recovery plus 100%, attack plus 100%. Skills, Lotus swordplay, holy lotus art. Special, number 1 beauty of the 3 kingdoms, speed plus 100%, slash one of the 4 great beauties. All attributes plus 10%, plus 10% more for each additional beauty of the same kind. All 4 fighting together plus 100%, slash city toppling beauty, greatly boosts territory loyalty. After reading that string of numbers, I went completely stiff. Every single one of Jiaochan's attributes had risen by 2 points. Even charisma and luck each went up by 2. This was impossible. From everything I'd learned, when a hero levels up, attributes only grow randomly according to their traits, and charisma and luck were never among them. Those 2 attributes, whether for a hero or a lord, can't be raised by pouring in attribute points. They can only be obtained through special rewards or equipment. But Jiaochan, every attribute went up by 2 across the board. Even an SSS-grade hero would never gain this much from a single level. All told, that was 12 attribute points per level for her. Insane. In all the known records, the highest is only SSS. I can't dig up a shred of information on RRR. I had nothing to compare her to, but I understood one thing clearly. The higher her level, the deeper the chasm between her and other heroes. An ordinary lord gets 3 free attribute points per level, but I'd been reworked by the rainbow space. How much would I get? I was full of anticipation. Like her, I needed 100 soul coins just to go from level 0 to 1. Everyone else needed only 10. Even an SSS hero only needed 10. Our leveling cost was 10 times that of a normal person, and every level from here on would demand an astronomical number. Feeling the power surging within her, Diao-chan turned to me. You level me up. You should have leveled yourself first, she said. You're weak. Who knows what monsters we'll run into later. Leveling me only gains a little, but when your level goes up, the strength you gain far outstrips mine. Lords don't have to fight in person. They're more like the helmsman steering a territory's development. Many veteran lords who've run their lands for years are only a handful of levels high. Of course, most lords crave power and still push their levels hard. But what truly determines a lord's strength, besides level and equipment, is one more thing: cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques, skill books, and heaven and earth treasures are the most precious things in this world. A black iron chest dropped, Diao-chan said, looking at the ground. Let's see what it opens. I'd long stopped trusting my own luck. Buying soda always got me a thanks for playing, and I'd never won the lottery. She opened the chest. Obtained 1 wolf fong sword. Equipment dropped. An exquisite sword lay in the grass. Wolf fong sword, black iron, durability 10 out of 10, strength +4, sharpness +2, small chance to rend requirement, strength 3. It's not that equipment is unusable, but if your stats fall short of the requirement, the bonuses won't kick in. Even a divine artifact is just a hunk of scrap iron if you can't meet the threshold. You take it, she said, handing me the sword. My strength isn't enough. You use it first. I handed the novice sword back to her. Werewolves resemble humans, so naturally I wouldn't treat one as food. Besides, my stockpile of wild rabbit and black-scaled snake was plenty. No need to worry about eating for a while. We pressed onward. What kind of monster is this? A herd of walking rocks. Ahead, a group of rock monsters about a meter tall shambled along, sporting 2 stubby little legs, waddling in a way that looked downright comical. Rock Spirit Elite Level 3 Special Resource Monster. Turns into usable stone materials when killed. Resource monsters. I was startled. Monsters of this type were extremely rare. Killing them dropped resources directly. Some yielded timber, some stone, and some could even drop clothing. I looked ahead. The entire mountain range was full of them. We're rich. Stone was the lifeline of territory upgrades. And during the novice period, upgrading buildings only cost spirit coins. Once the trial ended, that privilege was gone forever. Stockpiling a batch now was nothing short of a heaven-sent opportunity. Choner, your luck's high. You make the kills, you'll get more drops. Understood. Like a blooming celestial lotus, she pushed off her toes and charged like lightning into the herd of rock spirits. 1 strike per kill. Killed level 3 Elite E Rock Spirit. Bonus reward 6 soul coins. Bonus reward 6 spirit coins. Bonus reward 5 soul coins. At least 4 per kill. The haul was astonishing. Of course, all thanks to her luck. Monster quality is graded into 10 tiers: ordinary, elite, leader, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, divine. The higher the tier, the richer the rewards. These rock spirits were practically lining up to deliver materials to me. I hurried over to collect. 1-star stone times 2 1-star stone times 5 2-star stone times 1. Resource quality ranges from 1 star to 9 star. 1 star is the most common and cheapest. The better the resources used to build, the more powerful the building. But once you build with a certain grade of material, you can't upgrade with anything lower afterward. So only the big conglomerates dare use high-grade materials, while ordinary lords make do with the lowest tier. Soul coins quickly climbed to 100. This was the allure of bonus rewards, provided, of course, I had a monster tier hero like Diao-chan. I wonder what leveling up looks like. I leveled myself up. Soul coins minus 100. Lord Zhou Yin leveled up to level 1. Activated. Newcomer chat group. Trade Hall. Upon hitting level 1, newcomers all over the world unlock these two features, which keep improving as your level rises, like a backend server upgrade. The higher your level, the better the service. And every year, when the newcomer trial ends, there's a ranking, accumulated from each day's overall evaluations. It's the single most important report card for assessing a lord, and those at the top receive extra rewards from their schools. It's split into an international grand ranking and a national grand ranking, both with generous rewards that everyone chases. The rankings settle on the 7th day after the global newcomer awakening. Miss the deadline, and no matter how well you did, you can't make the board. So no one drags things past those 7 days. After leveling up, I didn't rush to open the chat room. The first thing I did was pull up my attribute panel. My heart pounded like a drum. Territory, unnamed lord. Zhou Yin quality, rainbow. Talent, special item plus 10% level. 0 area, 500 SQ meters. Buildings, King's Crystal, Spirit Vein Bamboo House, Bronze Sparrow Terrace, Mystery Shop. Resources, 1,620 soul coins, 1438 spirit coins, 2241 star stone, 117 2-star, 28 3-star. Zhou Yin level 1. Charisma, 2 luck, 2 strength, 1.5 constitution, 1.5 agility, 3 spirit, 6. Free attribute points, 10. Equipment, novice sword. I sucked in a cold breath. 10 free attribute points. And charisma and luck each rose by 1 point. When other lords level up, those two only go up by 0.1. And me, I got 10 times that. It might not show early on, but by the late game, it would be an unbridgeable gulf. 10 free attribute points. Counting charisma and luck too, I was like Diaochan, 12 points per level. Others only get 3. I got 4 times as much. The gift the rainbow space had given me was terrifying. Everything about this territory, I could never leak it. Never. I distributed the 10 points. Strength plus 4, Constitution plus 3, Agility plus 3. My spirit was enough for now. Once I'd allocated them, power surged through my whole body. My back no longer ached, my legs no longer hurt, and I was brimming with energy. The soul coins I needed were 10 times what others needed, but the attributes I gained were several times theirs too. Worth it. I joined in clearing the monsters, killing as I collected stone. Just that string of bonus reward notification chimes made my blood boil. The novice trial really was a heaven-sent chance for a nobody to rise. With my current attributes, rock spirits were no problem. Diaochan didn't need to worry about me anymore. Soul coins soon hit 200. I chose to level up once more. Soul coins minus 200. Zhou Yin leveled up to level 2. 10 points again. And charisma and luck each plus 1 again. I did the same as before. Strength plus 4, Constitution plus 3, Agility plus 3. Now my strength was 9.5, Constitution 7.5, Agility 9. I kept clearing monsters. Once soul coins hit 200 again, I leveled Diaochan up to level 2 as well. Soul coins minus 200. Diaochan leveled up to level 2. All her attributes went up by 2 again. From her growth pattern, she was a balanced type hero. With both of our strengths soaring, clearing monsters was like slicing through melons. By the time we'd swept this mountain range clean, several hours had passed. Good thing I'd leveled up, or just collecting the stone and chests would have worn me out. Tallying up the haul. Soul coins, 1620 spirit coins, 1438. 1-star stone, 2242 star, 117 3-star, 28. Gazing at the mountain of stone piled up, I smiled. I had no idea how many rock spirits we'd killed. All I knew was there wasn't a single one left in the area. There was also a huge heap of unopened wooden chests, even dozens of black iron ones. All thanks to Diaochan's high luck. A rough count put it at nearly 600 chests, which meant we'd killed nearly 600 rock spirits. Chonner, back to the territory. Okay. She nodded, showing no trace of fatigue. Though my attributes were now not far off from hers, she was a hero, buoyed by her talents. Her strength still crushed mine. The sky had grown dark. We headed back along a different path we hadn't explored yet, slaughtering quite a few level 2 roosters along the way. Chicken for dinner tonight. Back at the bamboo house, the surrounding spiritual energy poured into my body, smoothing away the exhaustion. I even felt myself grow a little stronger, and I pulled up my attributes again. Zhou Yin level, 2 charisma, 3 luck, 3 strength, 9.6 Constitution, 7.6 Agility, 9.1 Spirit. 6. I froze. Strength, Constitution, Agility, each had risen by 0.1. The textbooks only said spiritual energy aided cultivation. They never mentioned it could boost your constitution out of thin air. It seemed I'd underestimated this spirit vein bamboo house. Keep this up, and I could rake in attributes for free without even leveling. I pondered the reason. I'd spent a long stretch here before, yet gained nothing. It's probably that after fighting, my body was depleted, and once I came back here, the spiritual energy seized the opening to refill my energy. That made sense. From now on, I'd fight more, free attributes, why not? I opened the newcomer chat room. Please name your territory. It may not duplicate an existing name. Personal names can repeat, but a territory name has to be one of a kind. I thought it over. King of Glory. Duplicate. Please enter again. Lonely Invincible. Duplicate. Penguin. Duplicate. World Alliance. League of Legends. Duplicate. I was speechless. It was just picking a name. Why was it so hard? Fine, forcing me to go all out. Sky Blasting Gang. Duplicate. Dozens in a row all collided. I lost it. Oh, come on. Duplicate. Please enter again. I had no idea which genius out there named their territory. Oh, come on. Probably driven to madness too. After wrestling with it for half an hour, I let out a furious roar. Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is not a duplicate. Use this name. Would you look at that? It actually worked. Confirm. A name is just a label. What matters is development. Only, this heavenly court of the future must stand among the 9 heavens, looking down upon all living things. For now, growth was what mattered. The chat room was divided into zones. International channel, 1,000 spirit coins per message, capped at 2,000 characters. The spirit coins newcomers brought in couldn't be used here at all, so the place was dead silent. National channel, 100 spirit coins per message, capped at 100 messages a day, 200 characters. South China District channel, 10 spirit coins per message, unlimited, with a 1-minute cooldown, 500 characters. You had to pay just to talk. Was that reasonable? Truly outrageous. But then again, you pay for internet in real life too. Did you think you were a Wi-Fi router? In the territory, spirit coins are your signal fee. No money, no connection. So everyone treasured their words, cramming each message full. Reading them was like reading a novel. And the thing is, I actually read them all. Little sister urgently needs timber and stone. Handsome fellows with goods, come hit me up quick. Buying equipment, good stuff, DM me, price guaranteed to satisfy. Urgent, super urgent. Seeking defense towers, barracks, weapons. One hairy-legged dude here, no idle chit-chat. Someone sell me some food. A young lady's starving and parched, boo-hoo. This maiden is skilled in the 18 martial arts. Seeking a sugar daddy, equipment, spirit coins, highest bidder wins, and I'll go with you. One women's bustier, charisma +1, defense +2. Come quick. Today was day 1 of the trial, everyone starting from 0. Unless you were one of those silver spoon rich kids who deliberately let a monster shatter their crystal the moment they arrived, then rebuild at lightning speed with family resources. Ordinary people could only grit their teeth and grind, fighting for a good rank. By this point in the Age of Lords, the items you could bring into the novice period had grown dazzlingly varied, just expensive and scarce. But there are no shortage of rich kids around the globe, and plenty of them counted on these props to stand out in the trial. I exited the chat room and opened the trade hall. It was split into international and national zones. The international hall gathered goods from newcomers worldwide. With such a large base, there was plenty of good stuff, just priced like highway robbery. Some people even spared no expense posting notices seeking building materials, clearly loaded rich kids at a glance. Poverty really did limit my imagination. I noticed someone had listed real-world bread and milk they'd brought in. Someone actually wanted this stuff. Turned out, yes. It sold out almost instantly. Was food scarce? Not exactly. Newcomers had to reach level 5 as fast as possible. Only then would they be rewarded with farmland. Before level 5, any summoned soldiers had to be fed entirely by the Lord himself. But when newcomers enter, there's a strict weight limit on what they can carry. You can't bring more even if you want to. Go overweight, and you can't even get through the door. My eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect chance to strike it rich? I listed the black-scaled snake I'd gotten out in the wild, just to test the waters. If a single loaf of bread could sell for 50 spirit coins, then a whole snake's worth of meat would surely fetch more. I asked for the moon, pricing it at 1,000 spirit coins. This was the International Hall, and closing a sale meant a 10% commission. The National Hall took 5%, and private trades only cost a 1% teleport fee, which we might as well call shipping. Bottom line, everything costs spirit coins. No money, eat dirt. To my surprise, the moment I listed the snake meat, it sold out instantly. Sold one black-scaled snake in the International Hall. Earned 900 spirit coins. Holy crap, I was floored. Were these people starving mad? This was just a corpse I'd casually picked up. Out in the real world, a whole one goes for maybe a few dozen to 100 spirit coins. Now it was 10 times that, and people were still scrambling for it. I burst out laughing. I smelled a business opportunity. This was practically people lining up to hand me money. Good water doesn't flow into others' fields. Since everyone was short on food, I listed a snake in the National Hall too, bumping it up a little to 1,200. Then I listed another on the international platform, marking it straight up at 5,000. Not fleecing these foreigners would be doing myself a disservice. I didn't expect the snake meat to sell out the second I listed it. Sold one black-scaled snake in the National Hall. Earned 1140 spirit coins. Whoa, sold out again. Trades could be anonymous. No one knew it was me selling. I listed a few more. Sold one, 1,140 spirit coins. Sold one, 1,140 spirit coins. Sold one, 1,140 spirit coins. At that moment, all I wanted was to compose a poem. Ah, how satisfying. To defend a territory well, you have to summon a barracks right at the start. And the soldiers that come out of a barracks aren't necessarily human. Any of the world's countless races is possible, and the higher a territory's quality, the rarer the troops you can summon. The key thing is, they all have to eat. And if you get the kind of soldiers who are powerful and eat even more, what happens if you don't feed them? Loyalty plummets, all the way to rebellion. No one can bear those consequences. So it's not hard to understand. Even though a black-scaled snake is worth nothing in the real world, on day one it can sell for a sky-high price. Once I'd figured this out, I set the price at 1,500 and listed all my remaining snakes at once. Sold one, 1,425 spirit coins. Watching the spirit coins roll in, I couldn't help grumbling. Cursed capitalism. No need to guess. For them to have this many spirit coins so early, they must have blown money buying props to bring in. Only the truly wealthy can afford that game. Sold one black-scaled snake in the International Hall. Earned 4,500 spirit coins. Holy crap, I was completely stunned. I'd meant to discuss the foreigners, but who knew there'd actually be a sucker to foot the bill? I was tempted. I even listed the last snake, the one I'd saved to eat myself. Sold one in the International Hall for 1,500 spirit coins. The poor can never imagine how the rich live. I opened the chat room. Sure enough, it had blown up. Shocking. A mysterious lord listed a black-scaled snake at 1,200 spirit coins. Is this the collapse of morality or the distortion of human nature? Shocking. A mysterious lord's gone broke crazy. Snake price soaring to 1,500. This is absolutely a beast. Damn. The international platform's even worse. 5,000 a snake. This is straight up robbery. The real problem is there's some idiot buying. The real problem is that idiot isn't you. You're broke. People are still buying at this price. Cursed rich people. Me and my soldiers are gnawing on bread, and we'd rather die than buy such an overpriced snake. A thing worth $100 in real life. Kiddo, you can't afford it, can you? I can smell the sour grapes from way over here. Never mind. I'm dying of jealousy too. I'm from Penguin Group. I'd like to do a deal with the snake-selling friend. The chairman of Pinduoduo is my dad. Snake seller, let's be friends. I'm with Xiaomi Group. I'd love to have a good chat with the snake-selling big brother. The chat room had completely exploded over my snake sales, and countless people were seething with envy and resentment toward me. Normal. If someone else had struck it rich like this, I'd be just as green with envy. We're all common folk, I understand. I was about to list wild rabbit meat and keep raking in spirit coins when a friend request suddenly popped up. I was baffled. Anyone who could add me as a friend was no ordinary person. This definitely required some kind of mysterious prop to pull off. I hesitated over whether to decline. After all, I'm a man of principle. Not just anyone gets to add me. But the moment I saw the other party's territory title, principles, get out of the way. Successfully added friend. Divine Dragon Nation, Lord Corps, 9527th Battle Squad, Qinyao. Military personnel. That prefix was certified by the Lord Space, equivalent to an official pass, not something just anyone could bear. I'd long heard that every Lord trial was essentially a disguised form of international competition. The top 100 of the international ranking got extremely rich rewards, and those who made the board were almost all lords carefully cultivated by various nations or backed by major conglomerate powers. Individual lords? Always shoved to the sidelines. Before, it was just hearsay. Now I was seeing it with my own eyes. Hello, I'm from the Divine Dragon Nation's Lord Corps. My name is Qinyao. Hello, you want to buy snake meat? I replied. Even Ito could figure out she wasn't here for my handsome face. Yes, I won't shortchange you. I'll buy each one for 1,500 spirit coins. Already sold out. The other side paused, a hint of regret coming through. Then never mind. Next time you have good stuff, contact me first. I've still got Wild Rabbit and Rooster. Want them? She'd been about to end the conversation, but when she saw this line, she froze again. Had her territory not been surrounded entirely by undead, forcing her to buy food, she wouldn't have been willing to use her one and only add friend prop. If she added the wrong person, and they had no food either, wouldn't it be wasted? People like her didn't lack the spirit coins to climb the rankings. What they lacked was something to eat. Yes, that's quite a lot. Can you finish it all? However much you have, I'll take. Resolute and firm. Then the Wild Rabbit and Rooster, 1,010 each. I named a round number. After commission, exactly 1,000 per unit into my pocket. She was surprised. She'd expected me to ask for the moon, but I didn't. Listed in the International Hall, this price could have easily doubled. Thanks. If you ever need help down the road, don't hesitate to come to me. Her impression of me had clearly risen quite a bit. She probably figured I was doing it out of respect for the military. We'll see. I kept 2 roosters and listed all the rest. She'd probably guessed I'd gone out hunting monsters beyond my territory, with absurdly good luck, surrounded entirely by weak monsters. So bold, she thought. Daring to venture beyond the territory on day one. Ordinary people couldn't manage it. Had she not had a nation behind her and ample resources, she'd never have dared set her sights on the wild either. Unfortunately, her luck was terrible. Though she'd awakened an orange legendary space, she'd descended into a land of the undead and had summoned a pack of dragon knights with astonishing appetites. The food shortfall was terrifyingly large. Traded with friend Qinyao. Earned 33,000 spirit coins. She was about to wrap up again when I added another line. By the way, want any stone? What? Stone? This time she was genuinely shocked. It was only day 1. Stone on the first day? Was this guy the chosen one of heaven? Yes. However much you have, I'll take it all. Not much. 22 41-star stone, 117 2-star, 28 3-star. Want all of it. The other side fell silent for a long moment. This person's luck must be off the charts. He'd surely stumbled into some abandoned quarry. What's the price on the stone? Market rate. The two of us settled the deal, both parties pleased. In one stroke, I took in 300,000 spirit coins. When you've got good goods in the future, be sure to come to me first. Qinyao had grown thoroughly interested in me. With a business partner like this, her territory would benefit enormously. At least for the duration of the trial, she'd never have to worry about food again. No problem. I was thrilled too. Just from selling that wild game and materials, I'd taken in nearly 400,000 spirit coins. I had to seize the window of these first few days. Once everyone reached level 5, striking it rich selling meat wouldn't be so easy. With money in hand, the first thing I did was upgrade buildings. Opening up my territory info, I realized I'd missed a notification. Territory has met the upgrade requirements. Upgrade. Leveling up required manual confirmation. I'd nearly forgotten. I clicked it right away. Territory upgraded to level 2. Heavenly Court Lord. Zhou Yin quality. White. Rainbow hidden. Talent. Special item plus 10% level. 2 area. 1,000 SQ meters. Special attribute. All attributes of the territory's human race plus 10%. Buildings. King's Crystal. Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Mystery Shop. Blazing Flame Tower. Thorn Vine Fence. Resources. 1,820 soul coins. 398,264 spirit coins. The info was more detailed now. This was the benefit of a server upgrade. It even gained a special attribute, and all attributes plus 10%. I was stunned again. Generally speaking, only territories above level 10 trigger this kind of trait. The higher the quality, the greater the chance and the effect. I was curious whether leveling up one more time would trigger another. The area had doubled. Other people's territories only got this big at level 10. This was the terror of the rainbow space. With hundreds of thousands of spirit coins in hand, I could upgrade with reckless abandon. I waved my hand grandly. Consumed 200 spirit coins. King's Crystal upgraded to level 2. Consumed 300 spirit coins. Upgraded to level 3. Consumed 1,000 spirit coins. Upgraded to level 10. Finally, my eyes went wide. How can it still upgrade? During the novice period, buildings can only go up to level 10 at most. But my territory was different. An excited heart, trembling hands. I kept pressing. Consumed 2,000 spirit coins. King's Crystal upgraded to level 11. Holy crap, my territory wasn't bound by the novice rules. This was fantastic news. You have to understand that once the trial ends, upgrading buildings requires gathering demanding materials according to each building's traits. Some conditions so cruelly specific that you couldn't gather them in a lifetime. Building upgrades are every lord's nightmare. And yet I could ignore the conditions and upgrade infinitely. While I had hundreds of thousands of spirit coins on hand, I'd pile the buildings up first and worry about the rest later. The crystal was the territory's lifeline. It had to come first. Consumed 3,000 spirit coins. Upgraded to level 12. Consumed 11,000 spirit coins. Upgraded to level 20. King's Crystal level, 20 quality, SS 0/1. Defense, 7,000 shield, 20,000. Special 1, Thunder Attack. Special 2, all elemental attacks within the territory plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Core Hub, combines offense and defense, actively attacks any malicious creature within 100 meters. Obtaining one Lord Crystal allows it to evolve again. It can still evolve? I was floored. This crystal was actually SS grade, and it could keep evolving with a Lord Crystal. A territory that can infinitely evolve its buildings across the entire Lord world. I was probably one of a kind. I'd heard that a Lord Crystal could strengthen a territory's crystal, but that was a privilege only for high-grade crystals. There are two ways to obtain a Lord Crystal. One is to seize someone else's. The other is to descend onto the Lord continent and try your luck among ruins or fallen cities. But the former invites tremendous hatred, and the latter is a matter of chance you can't force. Besides, this thing's strengthening effect on a crystal was minor to begin with. I'd never heard of anyone leveling another's territory just for it. More importantly, I'd never heard of any crystal that could actively attack. Everything in my territory had been reworked by the rainbow space, and none of it could be measured by ordinary standards. Only after level 20 did the crystal finally require extra materials. But even so, it was far ahead of everyone else. Other newcomers, no matter how vast their fortunes, could only take their buildings to level 10. I was twice as high as them. I was content. That extra 10% elemental attack and defense was even more absurd. Don't underestimate that 10%. Many defensive buildings don't even have it at level 50. This clearly favored magic classes, but I didn't intend to walk the mage's path. Lords can choose a profession after level 10, and as a citizen of the Divine Dragon Nation, I preferred Eastern classes like Warrior, Cultivator, or Taoist. If I could snag a hidden class, that would be even better. It's just that certificates for those classes were far too rare, supposedly. In the entire Lord world, hardly anyone had ever bought one. Without pause, I kept upgrading. Consumed 100 spirit coins. Thornvine Fence upgraded to level 2. Upgraded to level 20. Thornvine Fence level, 20 quality, S, 0 out of 10. Defense, 10,000 special 1. Self-heal special 2. Poisons those who touch it. Extremely resilient, self-repairing, and now venomous. Unless uprooted entirely, it can regenerate from a single scrap of root. Gather 10 wood element crystal cores of 2-star or higher to raise its quality. It gained poison now. Just the thought of monsters ramming into the vines and getting poisoned to death filled me with satisfaction. 10 wood element crystal cores, not a big problem, just costly. Crystal cores only drop from boss-grade monsters. Small fry are hopeless, and opening chests offers only a minuscule chance. Consumed 500 spirit coins. Bronze Sparrow Terrace upgraded to level 2. Upgraded to level 10. The bronze sparrow terrace devoured spirit coins fiercely. Upgrade it any further, and there'd be no money left for the other buildings. I stopped at level 10. Bronze sparrow terrace level, 10 quality, RRR. Defense, 5000 function, summon. Special 1, female heroes special 2. Summon success rate plus 10%. Home to many female heroes from other worlds, each with extraordinary skills. Basic summon 100 soul coins, intermediate 500, advanced 1000, super 10,000. The more you spend, the higher the chance of summoning a hero. The bronze sparrow terrace turned out to be the highest quality. That caught me off guard. Upgrading it raised the summon rate and saved soul coins, so it was very much worth it. Consumed 100 spirit coins. Spirit Vein Bamboo House upgraded to level 20. Spirit Vein Bamboo House level, 20 quality, S0 firsts. Defense, 10,000 special 1. Gather spiritual energy special 2. Cultivation speed plus 20%. Absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating cultivation. Obtaining one spirit vein allows it to raise its quality. A spirit vein? I was speechless. Wasn't that an intangible thing? Even that could be used as a material. I'd have to look into the records later. Consumed 200 spirit coins. Blazing Flame Tower upgraded to level 20. Blazing Flame Tower level, 20 quality, SS 0 fifths. Defense, 10,000 range, 200 meters. Special 1, Fireball Area Attack Special 2. Erupts a sea of flames every half hour, covering 100 meters. A powerful fire element tower. Gather 5 3-star fire element crystal cores to raise its quality. Elemental crystal cores again. I realized the materials I'd need going forward were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. These crystal cores didn't come cheap. Even a 1-star with no attributes started at 100,000, and ones with attributes were pricier still. My modest savings couldn't come close to filling that gap. My parents had been lords in their lifetime too, and before passing they left me 1,000,000 spirit coins. I'd grown to 18 on that money. Now there were a few 100,000 left. A drop in the bucket for developing a territory. I had to push harder. Consumed 100 spirit coins. Mystery Shop upgraded to level 20. Mystery Shop level, 20 quality, S0 fifths. Defense, 10,000 function, sell items. Special 1, can manually refresh once a day. Special 2, discount cards guaranteed on holidays, discount random. Automatically refreshes goods every 22 hours 40 minutes. Purchasable with soul coins or spirit coins. Gather 5 altars to raise its quality. The beauty of this shop was it produced discount cards on holidays. It was precisely thanks to that 10% card that I'd been able to buy the hero card, summon Diaochan, and have the heavenly cord I had today. Territory has met the upgrade requirements. Upgrade. I click confirm again and again. Territory upgraded to level 6. Heavenly Court level, 6 area, for 1000 SQ meters. Special 1, all attributes of the territory's human race, plus 15%. Special 2, all attributes of the territory's entire population, plus 10%. Buildings, King's Crystal, 20, Spirit Vein Bamboo House, 20, Bronze Sparrow Terrace, 10, Mystery Shop, 20, Blazing Flame Tower, 20, Thorn Vine Fence, 20. I sucked in a cold breath. Zhou Yan, dinner's ready. Diaochan walked into the bamboo house. Perfect timing, I'm starving. Let me try Channer's cooking. I smiled. The bamboo house's spiritual energy is thicker, and the territory's grown so much bigger. During the upgrading, she'd watched the surroundings transform before her very eyes. Every building larger and more beautiful than before. It'll only keep getting better from here. Walking out of the bamboo house, I found a golden, glistening rooster sitting in the pot, its aroma wafting up so temptingly that I kept swallowing. When I'd entered the territory, I'd brought a pot and a few sets of bowls and chopsticks. This chicken was one Diaochan had gathered firewood to roast, sprinkled with seasoning, wonderfully fragrant. There just wasn't a table, so it had to sit in the pot. I tore off a chicken leg and handed it to her. Let's eat together. Don't laugh at me if it's not good. Her cheeks flushed. It's definitely better than anything I could make. I took a big bite. Roasted chicken is roasted chicken. Even with seasoning, it tastes about the same. But I kept heaping on the praise, and she beamed. Women need to be coaxed. If you can't do that, you deserve to be single your whole life. The territory had grown several times larger, But aside from the buildings, the ground was still bare yellow dirt. Paving it would cost stone and spirit coins too. Building up a territory meant every single inch cost money. For 1,000 square meters, plenty of room. And this was where the thorn bramble fence really earned its praise. The moment the territory expanded, it spread on its own, wrapping the entire plot in a tight ring without consuming a single resource. Any other wall would have devoured spirit coins by the square foot just to close the gap again. It saved me a fortune. After all, upgrading the buildings had left my spirit coin reserves a little thin. The sky began to darken. I'd wanted to head out and hunt monsters, but the nights here were too dark and too dangerous. If something went wrong and I died out in the wild, I'd never get to live out my days together with Diao-chan. Night was a paradise for beasts, and the deadliest hour of all. I hauled out all the treasure chests I'd stockpiled and handed them to Diao-chan. "Chaner, it's your turn to shine again. Open chests at night, and I wouldn't waste daylight hours on it." I really knew how to manage my time. But I am absolutely not a player. 500 or 600 chests were piled across the ground. No need to worry about a monster attack. After the trial's settlement, monsters wouldn't assault the territory. It was a protection mechanism for newcomers. That's a lot. She picked one up and opened it. Soul coins plus 2 dot. Soul coins plus 2 dot. Spirit coins plus 2 dot. Equipment obtained. Rabbit boots dot. Got a piece of gear. Only the 9th chest, and something dropped. Not bad luck. Most likely it also benefited from the territory's special items plus 10% bonus. That was exactly why I'd bothered bringing the chests back to open them here. Rabbit boots common agility plus 0.3 no requirements. Junk. A pitiful bonus. I couldn't care less about it, but gear was scarce during the newcomer period. Even garbage could fetch a few spirit coins, better than 2 spirit coins, anyway. I had over 1,800 soul coins. After thinking it over, I leveled Diao-chan up twice in a row. Her luck would climb another 2 points. Soul coins minus 300. Diao-chan advanced to level 3 dot. Soul coins minus 400. Advanced to level 4 dot. Diao-chan level, for quality, RRR. Charm, 58 luck, 18 strength, 14 constitution, 15 agility, 14 spirit, 21. Talent, Lotus Sacred Body, recovery plus 104%, attack plus 104%. Skills, Lotus Swordplay, Sacred Lotus Art. Special, number 1 beauty of the 3 kingdoms, speed plus 104%, slash one of the 4 great beauties, all stats plus 14%, plus 100% when fighting together, slash nation toppling beauty. Her stats surged, and even her talent and special bonuses rose right along with them. She was stronger now. "You level me up again." Feeling the power coursing through her, she blinked up at me. "Higher luck after leveling means you can open more gear." "Oh," she nodded. "I didn't level myself up. I wanted to try my luck at the Bronze Bird Terrace." She kept opening chests and pulled out another piece of rabbit hide armor, plus 0.4 defense. Junk, same as before. Wooden chests never promised much good to begin with. Soul coins plus 2 dot. Equipment obtained. Stone gauntlets dot. Stone gauntlets black iron strength plus 3 requirement. Strength 1. Plus 3 strength. And a low threshold to boot. "Now that's good stuff," I said. "Keep it up." Leveling Diao-chan up had definitely been the right call. But I needed to save some soul coins for summoning heroes at the Bronze Bird Terrace. The territory had grown. All 4 sides needed defending, and I only had 1 defense tower. Reinforcements couldn't wait. Soul coins plus 2 dot. Soul coins plus 4 dot. Equipment obtained. Stone leg guards dot. Once everything was open, the hall was substantial. Soul coins, 1062 spirit coins, 387. Common equipment, 87 pieces black iron equipment, 12 pieces. My soul coins were back over 2,000, and it didn't matter that I was short on spirit coins. What mattered most was the gear. I'd assembled several complete sets, which would sell for more. The black iron gear happened to make 1 full set. Stone helmet, stone gauntlet, stone armor, stone leg guard, stone boots. I'd meant to give this black iron armor set to Diao-chan, but she thought it was ugly, and with her own strength, she had no use for it anyway, so it went to me. Besides that set, I also pulled a few stone axes. Axes could chop wood even without the logging skill, just slower and more laborious. If your strength stat was high enough, it sped things up too. I didn't have time to chop wood right now, so I kept the set and set the rest aside to sell. I turned around to find Diao-chan had put on the full rabbit outfit, a bona fide bunny girl. especially that rabbit ear helmet, its two pointed ears twitching up and down. I couldn't look away. Connor, you look great in that. No, I don't. She hastily stashed the gear away. This equipment only needed a silent thought to be stored, then summoned out and worn again when needed. Extremely convenient. A person could wear 6 pieces of basic armor, 1 weapon, and 2 rings. The armor was helmet, gauntlets, chest armor, belt, leg guards, and boots, though belts usually weren't part of a set. Some weapons came in pairs and only showed their full power when wielded together. Once you had 2 rings on, any extras gave no bonus unless they were special. Women could additionally add 1 each of earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet. Men had pauldrons, a cloak, and a pendant. The equipment in the territory world was endless. The higher the base stats, the stronger you were. The night deepened, but thankfully the buildings gave off a faint glow, so it wasn't pitch black. I took out a lamp shaped like a crystal ball, its brightness adjustable, very handy. Connor, let's go to the Bronze Bird Terrace. Are we going to summon a new sister? Right. The battles ahead are only going to get harder, and the territory's grown. We need more help. Okay. She followed with a smile. The level 10 Bronze Bird Terrace had grown from a small 1-story building into a 2-story one, but inside it was completely empty. Furnishing it would cost spirit coins, and there was nowhere to buy them during the trial period. I stepped onto the summoning platform. It looked more like a stage, hovering with a layer of white light. With only 2,000 soul coins in my pocket, I couldn't afford high-tier summons, only the basic ones. Roll the dice, and maybe your bike turns into a motorcycle. Summon for 100 soul coins. Yes. Soul coins minus 100. A flash of light, and an item dropped in front of me. Congratulations. You obtained 1 wooden table. My heart sank. If only I weren't the only one who could roll, I'd have really let Diao-chan do it. She had the higher luck, after all. A table's not bad either. At least now we've got somewhere to set things down, she said, stepping forward to console me. The better the item, the harder it was to summon. I'd been prepared for that. I put the table away and rolled again. Roll the dice, and maybe your motorcycle turns into a BMW. Soul coins minus 100. Congratulations. You obtained 1 women's bra. Me. Damn it. Even this could be summoned. Connor, you keep this one. With a beauty right beside me, I couldn't very well take it myself. They say single rolls are where the miracles happen. Liars. Fine. Let's do a 10 roll. Soul coins minus 1,000. Congratulations. You obtained 1 light bulb. Congratulations. You obtained 1 set of silk bedding. Congratulations. You obtained 1 royal pillow. Congratulations. You obtained 1 set of lingerie. Ugh. I'll never trust gacha again. People with cursed luck don't deserve to roll. 10 rolls, and I couldn't even pull a bicycle. My standards weren't high. I just wanted a girl. How is that so hard? What is this? Diao-chan stared at the lingerie, utterly baffled. Well, actually, it's about the same as that bra from before. She really was a woman of ancient times, having never seen such modern things, pure as a blank sheet of paper. Which was exactly why she needed an artist like me to take up the brush. At those words, her eyes went wide. Her cheeks flushed again. She snatched up the lingerie, spun around, and walked right out of the Bronze Bird Terrace. Me? Is there something wrong with telling the truth? Was I supposed to be a liar instead? The Bronze Bird Terrace could summon peerless beauties like Diao-chan, but I'd also seen it clearly now. Summoning was a trap. A pit you couldn't help but jump into. Should I keep rolling? Or is saving up for an upgrade the better deal? I hesitated. Let's do 1 intermediate roll. The basic ones are a total ripoff. I had just enough for 1 intermediate. Soul coins minus 500. Congratulations. You obtained skill book 7-star swordplay. A miracle at last. A skill book. Now that's good stuff. 7-star swordplay quality. 7 stars return to their places, the heavens shift, and the stars move. In secret accord with the art of the 7 stars of heaven and earth, Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. 7 swords fused into one, power surging. My eyes lit up, and a burst of righteous energy escaped my lips. Holy crap. It was actually an S-rank swordplay manual. Anything of S quality started at billions of spirit coins, no matter what it was. This one book alone would fetch an astronomical price the moment I flipped it, and often it wasn't even a matter of price. Every time such a thing surfaced, it drew tens of thousands of people scrambling for it. This Bronze Bird Terrace is seriously addictive. Of course, this owed a lot to the Bronze Bird Terrace being my top-tier building. Good buildings produce good treasures. Combined with my territory's special items plus 10% bonus, pulling a book like this made perfect sense. I gripped the skill book and tapped to learn it. Learning S rank, 7-star swordplay. The skill transformed into golden light and bored into my mind. I closed my eyes and focused as the sword forms, and their inner mnemonics all came flooding in. But to unleash its full power in real combat, I'd still need diligent practice to hone my proficiency. Too bad. Paired with a cultivation technique, its power could multiply several times over. I felt a twinge of regret. Cultivation techniques could greatly strengthen the body while also enhancing skills. But high-tier techniques were far too precious. At the same S quality, a technique was worth at least 3 times a skill, with a floor of tens of billions of spirit coins. That's right, tens of billions. Many people cultivate for a century and never save up that much, yet a single top-grade treasure could make someone rich overnight. This was precisely the thrill of being a lord. Exploring the unknown, hunting rare treasures. Soul coins were great, but they burned through my hands far too fast. I had a few hundred spirit coins left, not even enough for a single intermediate summon. With the summoning done, I opened the trading hall and listed all the equipment I couldn't use. This stuff was worth more the sooner I sold it. The more it piled up down the line, the less it would be worth. I listed everything at fair market prices, and before I'd even finished listing, National Trading Hall, rabbit boots sold for 175 spirit coins earned. National Trading Hall, stone leg guards sold, 1,900 spirit coins earned. That was fast. Gear was scarce these days, and those rich second-generation types with deep pockets didn't mind spending a little if it made them stronger. Plus, my prices were fair. Plenty of people in the hall were asking sky-high prices, and to this day not a soul had bitten. My goods sold out in an instant, netting tens of thousands of spirit coins. Leaving the Bronze Bird Terrace, I returned to the Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Diao-chan was sitting on the edge of the bed. I took out the table, stools, candlestick, and bedding I'd summoned. Those things had come out at just the right time and were perfect for the occasion. Choner, let's turn in. Okay. I'll sleep on the stool tonight, now that we've got one. She lowered her head, blushing. That won't do. What if you catch a cold? The bed's plenty big for the two of us. No, I'm fine, really. She flustered and demurred. It's fine. I'm the Lord, do as I say. At my insistence, she took off her boots and lay down on the bed, burying her whole head under the covers. I slipped in too, and gave myself a multiple-choice question. 1. Be a beast. 2. Be worse than a beast. In the end, I chose neither. I chose to be a decent man. I wrapped an arm around her, and clearly felt her body give a timid shiver. Don't be scared, Choner. I just want to hold you while we sleep. I really didn't do anything out of line. It wasn't that I didn't want to. It was just that there was plenty of time ahead. Sooner or later, she'd be mine. The night passed to dawn. The next day, we both rose early, though she stayed bashful the whole time. After a hasty breakfast, we waited quietly for the monsters to attack. Hunting the monsters outside certainly had its rewards, but the safety of the territory was fundamental. Lose the territory, and everything was for nothing. I had to wait until the assault ended before heading out to collect the extra rewards. The King Crystal had solid defenses and could attack on its own, but caution came first. Play it safe, don't get cocky. Just after 8 o'clock, the monsters finally bore down on us. Aside from the first day, there'd be no warning from here on. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Zhou Yan, the monsters are here. Diao-chan drew her wolf fang sword and looked into the distance. Don't rush. There aren't many, and they're right within the blazing tower's range. Let's see what the tower can do first. Each defense tower had a limited range. To protect the whole territory, you either built more or upgraded them to increase power and extend their reach. The two of us gripped our weapons and gazed out at the battlefield. We'd cleared the fog in front of the territory yesterday, so our view stretched all the way to the forest's edge. At that moment, a pack of monsters came scrambling out of the woods, snarling and clawing as they charged. Their bodies a sickly green, clutching crude blades, their eyes glowing an eerie green. Goblin Common Level 3 insatiably greedy, loves plundering others' treasures. Level 3 monsters, and quite a few of them. This many on just the second day. For anyone else, the territory would be in serious trouble. I understood. This was the doing of the colored space combined with yesterday's SSS rating. The more monsters, the faster the territory developed and the richer the rewards. All good news for me. 500 meters. 400. 300. 200. The moment the goblins crossed into the Blazing Tower's 200-meter range, the tower moved. The Blazing Tower was shaped like a modern high-rise, red flames dancing at its peak, glowing brilliantly even at night. As soon as the monsters entered range, a basketball-sized fireball roared into the air, tearing through the dark and slamming down beyond the wall. Boom! The fireball hit the ground and exploded in a burst of devastating energy, engulfing everything within a dozen meters. At least 5 goblins were instantly reduced to ash by the blaze. One-shot kills. The sight sent a jolt through me. If these monsters had been packed any tighter, even more would have died. Truly worthy of the Blazing Tower. I was thrilled, my only regret being that I had just one for now. With a few dozen, the whole territory would be impregnable, safe even without me holding the fort. The power's not bad, Diao-chan said. Yeah, it's just too few of them. The monsters were spread out, so the tower could only reap so many. In the blink of an eye, the goblins that had dodged the fireball had closed to within a few dozen meters of the wall. Chana, let's go. Right. Having learned 7-star swordplay, I was itching to test its quality, so I moved with her to the wall to await the enemy. The Blazing Tower only struck beyond the wall. Once monsters climbed inside, it couldn't reach them, and then it fell to your units and heroes. Unfortunately, my barracks had evolved into the Bronze Bird Terrace, so it was destined to produce no soldiers. To get troops, I'd have to acquire another barracks. The goblins were small, mostly around a meter tall. The tallest was about 1.5 meters, a level 4 elite, presumably the strongest of this wave. Bang! The monsters began ramming the wall. But the thorn-bramble fence was incredibly tough, bristling with barbs and steeped in deadly poison. After hitting level 20, it had been completely transformed. The goblins slammed into it and howled in pain, their bodies turning black in no time before they toppled to the ground. This poison is brutal. Before we'd even lifted a finger, the goblins were dropping in droves. They kept climbing, one after another, only to expire after 2 wrongs. The level 20 thorn-bramble fence stood 5 meters high, each vine thick as an arm, its poisoned barbs menacing. Even when it took damage, its self-healing patched it up in an instant. Diao-chan and I looked like we were watching a mass monster suicide. Danger? There was none whatsoever. Choner, want to charge out? I'd planned to fight them once they climbed inside, but these things couldn't even get over the wall. It was downright boring. Okay. The wall gate opened, and the 2 of us charged out, brimming with killing intent. 7-star swordplay, first form, Tianshu sword. I lunged at the nearest goblin, Diao-chan right on my heels. Splurt, a flash of blade light, and the goblin was cleaved in 2. What a sword. I was thoroughly satisfied. Worthy of an S-rank technique. 1 stroke, and it was in half. Diao-chan swept out 2 strokes in succession, felling 2 enemies. Seeing this, the goblins beyond the wall turned and rushed us. Then let's have ourselves a slaughter. Only a few dozen were left. With our skills, they were no match. The 2 of us stood back to back and met the enemy head-on. After yesterday's battle, and with the S-rank technique behind me, my strength had soared. My combos were still a little clumsy, but I fought in dead earnest, my combat experience racking up fast. The goblins fell one by one, and even the level 4 elite was silenced by a single stroke from Diao-chan. Every attacking monster was wiped out. Day 2 of Newcomer Trial, battle over. Settling rewards. Slain, level 3 goblins x 100, level 3 elites x 3, level 4 elite x 1. Battle rating, SSS. Rewards. Base 120 soul coins, 120 spirit coins, building farmland. Bonus rating rewards. 240 soul coins, 240 spirit coins, building well. My heart leaped with joy. 2 more buildings. The higher the rating, the greater the chance of getting a building. Earning perfect ratings 2 days straight and being rewarded with buildings made perfect sense. 2 days in a row of double building income had me over the moon. I brought some vegetable seeds when I came in. I wonder what farmland turns into after it evolves. I looked around at the treasure chests. Choner, gather up the chests. Okay. The battle had lasted less than half an hour, but collecting the chests took a good 30 minutes. Come on, let's head back and construct the buildings. Suppressing my excitement, I picked a good plot and built the farmland first. Constructing farmland, evolving into spirit field. Constructing well, evolving into spirit spring. A stretch of farmland appeared before me, radiating the same spiritual energy as the bamboo house. Beside the field a small lake had formed, its waters brimming, all of its spirit spring. It didn't disappoint. Let's check the stats. Spirit field level, 1 quality. 0 halves. Special, accelerated ripening, abundant spiritual energy. Farmland rich in spiritual energy can accelerate crop ripening and imbue crops with spirit. Assemble 2 spirit fields to evolve further. Spirit spring level, 1 quality. SSS, 0 fifths. Output, 3 tons/day, 3,000 spirit coins per ton. Special, spirit imbued spring. A source of spiritual power. It can spur crop growth, strengthen the body, accelerate cultivation, and even heal injuries and relieve fatigue. Its uses are endless. Assemble 5 spirit springs to evolve further. Reading this, I was stunned all over again. Strong. Incredibly strong. Especially this spirit spring, it was an all-purpose water source. I'd been fretting over a shortage of water, and it delivered an inexhaustible living spring. Of course, the spirit spring didn't come free. 3,000 spirit coins per ton, 3 tons a day. That money I didn't mind. The output was just a bit low. But as the level went up, the output would naturally rise. In the chat room, plenty of people were seeking to buy water sources, presumably teleported to arid lands with little of their own. The spirit spring's uses are incredibly powerful. Even if I sell, I absolutely can't sell too much. Though we were still in the trial period, quite a few people could afford it. I'd have to gauge the situation before setting quantities. These 2 buildings are just too strong. I opened up access for Diao-chan, and she was overjoyed. With a spirit field and spirit spring like these, it'd be hard not to grow strong. From now on, our territory will only get better and better. I extended both hands, gazing at her with a smile, my eyes full of sincerity. Will you join hands with me and protect this land? Though bashful, she still worked up her courage, extended her fair, delicate hand, interlaced her fingers with mine, and murmured softly, I led her into the spirit field. Let's upgrade the spirit field and spirit spring first, then plant some crops and see the results. Back in my school days, I'd seen material online. A lord had once gotten lucky and obtained a spirit field, and the crops it grew were enormously beneficial to people, able to strengthen the body and boost stats. The prices were absurdly high, and ordinary folks never even got to lay eyes on them. The appearance of a spirit field was another path to fortune. Still, I didn't intend to be a farming-only lord. In the past, I'd probably have taken only the adventuring route. But now, I wanted to walk on both legs, farming and adventuring, to become the strongest lord. A so-called farming lord, as the name suggests, was built on resources, tilling fields, growing herbs, mining, logging, forging, alchemy, raising chickens, ducks, fish, and cattle. An adventuring lord, by contrast, focused on growing the territory, building extensive defenses, barracks, and siege engines. Once strong enough, they could descend upon the Lord's continent at will, hunting for treasure in the wild and sustaining war through war. This path was exceptionally perilous. With good luck, you returned laden with spoils. With bad luck, you descend and run straight into a powerful enemy, your territory destroyed, all your efforts wasted. Examples like that were beyond counting. Beyond these, there was a third path, the warlord. This path was strictly forbidden across the entire Kanglan continent. Its aim was to plunder others' territories, waging war outright. The tamer ones were like bandits, robbing only goods. The vicious ones not only looted everything clean, but also smashed the enemy's lord crystal, cutting them off from lordship for life. Whichever type, warlords were the targets of universal hatred. Once discovered, they were hunted by every nation. Yet no matter how strict the ban, such people persisted. And it was precisely because of them that every lord was forced to work with a sense of standing on the edge of an abyss, desperately building up their own foundations. Warlords were the sinners among lords, wanted by both the Lord's continent and the Kanglan continent. Once captured, they were severely punished by law. I set to upgrading. Spending 100 spirit coins, spirit field advanced to level 2. advanced to level 20. Spirit field level, 20 quality, S, 0 halves. Special 1, accelerated ripening, abundant spiritual energy. Special 2, enhanced crop stats. Assemble 2 spirit fields to evolve further. Upgrade requires 1 1-star Earth attribute crystal cord. The spirit field had gained an extra trait. Exactly what it did, I'd only know once I grew something. It could grow grain or herbs, and would be even better with spirit herb seeds. Except that as a former mortal, where would I have gotten access to those? All I'd brought in were some ordinary vegetable seeds. Reaching level 20, the spirit field suddenly expanded to 19 additional plots. I'd brought plenty of seeds, more than enough to fill all 20 plots. Connor, let's plant vegetables together. I spread out a big pile of seeds, each labeled corn, cabbage, cucumber, radish, peanuts, beans, apples, grapes, pomegranates, peaches. In this world, any fruit or vegetable could be sown from seed into the soil. Nothing unusual about it. Back then, worried about running out of food, I deliberately prepared all sorts of seeds. I never expected they'd actually come in handy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have maxed out the spirit field and claimed such a large stretch of land. Once the seeds were planted, we were both covered in dirt, but I was thoroughly content. I enjoyed this pastoral scene, but I wouldn't lose myself in it. To protect this beauty, I needed real strength. Otherwise, the moment I ran into some ill-intentioned warlord on the Lord's continent and couldn't protect my territory, all of this would be crushed in an instant. Only strength can protect what you cherish. Only strength that makes your enemies tremble lets you live exactly as you please. Development was the only truth that mattered. At the spirit spring's edge, I said, "Try the spring water." I dipped my dirt-covered hands in, and the grime washed away in an instant. What an incredible ability. I smiled, cupped the spring water, and drank, sweet, refreshing, and invigorating from head to toe. Next to this spirit spring, an ordinary mountain spring wasn't fit to carry its shoes. It's delicious. Diao-chan took a sip too, praising it again and again. Too bad we don't have anything to hold water in, or we could sell the spring water. My eyes lit up. I opened the trading hall and searched for bamboo. Right now, only bamboo could hold water. There actually is some. The world was vast. There was always some lucky lord who descended into a bamboo forest. The clever ones ordered their people to cut bamboo for money. In a world this big, there was always a buyer. The price was cheap. A lord called Little Sweetie had the fairest deal. 10 spirit coins per stock, 100 stocks listed. Too lazy to add friends. I just bought them all outright. Purchased 100 stalks of bamboo. Spent 1,000 spirit coins. The bamboo in hand, I took it out of storage. And in one of the myriad spaces, the lord called Little Sweetie stared at the notification, her big round eyes filled with surprise. She never expected the bamboo she'd casually listed to be swept up all at once. A flash of delight crossed her eyes. Without raising the price, she listed another batch at the same rate. I cut the bamboo into segments. "Connor, help me fill these with water. They'll come in handy." "Okay." She caught on right away and immediately guessed I wanted to sell spring water, but asked, puzzled, "Why not water the fields first?" "The water quality gets better after the spirit spring is upgraded. Don't you think watering with higher-grade water would work even better?" "Oh, I get it." She gave me an extra glance. This guy really thinks things through. Soon the bamboo tubes were filled, each holding about 100 milliliters. I searched the trading hall. No spirit spring there. But over in the international hall, I found a kind of jade nectar, with effects far surpassing the spirit spring, priced at 100,000 for 100 milliliters. Sheer robbery. No takers. Level 1 spirit spring required long-term consumption to benefit the body, so I priced one tube at 1,000 spirit coins, a small bottle of mineral water for 1,000, a liter of water for 10,000. 10 tubes a set, exactly 1 liter. International Trading Hall. One set of spirit springs sold, 10,000 spirit coins earned. It sold the instant I listed it, so fast it caught me off guard. Are these people just constantly watching the hall? National Trading Hall. One set of spirit springs sold, 10,000 spirit coins earned. National Trading Hall. One set of spirit springs sold, 10,000 spirit coins earned. I'd meant to finish listing and then go shout about it in the chat room, but they didn't give me the chance. In a flash, selling water had netted me over 100,000. Right after, a string of notifications. Your hidden seller account is now being watched by the Lord of Moon-Gazing Pavilion. Your hidden seller account is now being watched by Penguin Group, Yang Fei. The logic was simple. Though I'd hidden my identity, the moment they checked the transaction info, they knew what I'd listed, so they followed me immediately. It's just that they couldn't contact me. Unless, like Qin Yao, they used a special item to add me as a friend directly. More and more people were following me. Clearly, plenty were curious about where the spirit spring came from and wanted to trade in bulk. I ignored them all. If you want to buy it in the hall. I didn't have time to deal with them. Still, I did glance at the chat room. Shocking. Spirit Spring actually appeared in the hall. Who is this? So lucky they got their hands on this treasure on day 2. Spirit Spring can be drunk and used to water fields. Supposedly, you can even bathe in it. Are they insane? Bathing in Spirit Spring? What a waste of a treasure. Requesting the Spirit Spring owner's info. I'm from Penguin Group and sincerely want to buy in large quantities. Hey there, mind sharing where the Spirit Spring comes from? I didn't expect people to advertise for me free of charge. No wonder so many were following. This works out fine. Lets me earn a bit more. I glanced at the bamboo prices again. That little sweetie had listed another 100 stocks. Without a word, I bought her out again, along with several other sellers. Purchased 100 stocks of bamboo. Spent 1,000 spirit coins. Purchased 10 stalks of bamboo. Spent 120 spirit coins. It was just a 1-star Spirit Spring. I didn't feel the slightest pinch. On the other end, little sweetie was both startled and delighted. She simply cleared out her bamboo inventory at the same price, and even specially sent her residents to cut more. Thinking about how the trial period would still require a lot of bamboo, I proactively followed her, still keeping my name hidden. When little sweetie saw the notification, she curiously clicked on it, only to find the person's name was hidden. By all rights, shouldn't he chat with her and discuss buying bamboo? But this person only followed her and said nothing. What a strange fellow. She didn't mind, though. If he wanted bamboo and she happened to have it, then she'd just chop away like mad. Back in the territory, Jiaochan and I kept filling water. As soon as one set was full, I listed it, and nearly every set sold instantly. The people following me were terrified of being too slow. I didn't believe they truly needed this much. A single lord obviously couldn't use it all, but with so many lords across the nation, the demand was boundless. No matter how much Spirit Spring I had, I'd never worry about selling it. Until Spirit Spring has reached maximum output for today. Please collect again tomorrow. Hit the cap. The collection amount equaled the output. For now, 3 tons at most per day. Counting 100 milliliters per tube, I'd already collected 3,000 tubes. Looking at the Spirit coin figure, an excited heart, trembling hands. Over 3 million, right there before my eyes. Stay calm, stay calm. I'm the man who's going to be the strongest lord in the universe. 3 million is just pocket change. I tried hard to compose myself, but I don't usually laugh, unless I can't help it. I'd done my best to hold it in, but my circumstances just wouldn't allow it. Jiaochan. Why did he suddenly start laughing so happily? Though the Spirit Spring was valuable, other people only chanced upon a little of it while adventuring, whereas I held a living spring that could produce infinitely. Of course, once the trial ended, the price would probably get cut in half. After all, it was only a low-tier Spirit Spring. A lucky adventurer could find one, and some had even discovered ones as large as a lake. It was only at this current stage that I could sell it at double the price, because everyone was in a hurry to use it to ripen their spirit fields and secure their food supply. Spending 300 spirit coins, Spirit Spring advanced to level 2. Advanced to level 10, spent 30,000 spirit coins. Insufficient materials. Cannot upgrade furthered. I quickly opened the info. Spirit Spring level, 10 quality, SSS, 0/5. Output, 10 tons/day, 3,000 spirit coins per ton. Upgrade requires 100,000 spirit coins plus 10 low-grade spirit stones. It needs spirit stones now. I frowned. Spirit stones were extremely rare. Even low-grade ones weren't something an ordinary person could buy. You needed special connections. I hadn't expected the Spirit Spring to hit a wall at level 10. It seemed every building had its own rules. Thankfully, the output had risen to 10 tons a day. Sell 3 tons, and I still had 7 left for my own use. I picked up 2 buckets from the hall for 200 spirit coins, and Jiaochan and I each carried 1 to water the spirit field. With so many fields, watering was laborious work, but we were both happy. These were the crops we'd planted with our own hands. Crops grown from spirit spring water on a spirit field would surely have outstanding results. No worries about finding a market. What I hadn't expected was that the moment the spring water hit them, the crops shot up like crazy, as if they'd already grown for 10 or 15 days. Whoa, they grow this fast. No wonder Spirit Spring sells so well. In the early days, everyone was short, so those in the know naturally scrambled to buy. At this stage, everyone was short on food, and they had to feed troops too. The fog beyond the territory was exceptionally dangerous. Send soldiers out to explore, and if you lost them, who'd shoulder the trials to come? So growing grain became the main source. Growing crops in the territory was fast, but even the quickest food still took half a month before it was edible. That half month was itself a kind of disguised assessment. Those who couldn't hold out would drop out early and return to the Kanglan continent. The beauty of the Spirit Spring was that it compressed that half month into a single week. A step ahead is a step ahead the whole way. Everyone understood that. And the spirit field in my territory only needed a few days. I wasn't the least bit worried about being overtaken. In my territory, not a single building was below S quality. Pick any one at random, and it was more than enough to leave others in the dust. For a newcomer at this stage, having even one S-rank building was incredible luck, whereas mine were all like that, every single one. My colored space could evolve even the most ordinary building to at least S quality. I couldn't guarantee it yet for heroes and units, but the quality would definitely be far from bad. I didn't need to worry about food, just water it daily. Next, Jiaochan and I stepped into the mystery shop. It refreshed a batch of goods every day and now had one additional manual refresh. I'd refreshed it yesterday, but unfortunately the prices were too high to afford. Now that I was sitting on over 3 million, Mom would never have to worry about me being broke again. 5 items on the counter. The first, Frost Armor Bronze Defense plus 10. Trait 2, Frost Freeze. Actively release cold to freeze enemies once every 6 hours. Requirement, Strength 6 price, 5,000 spirit coins. Bronze grade, and cheap too. I bought it outright. The second was actually a piece of women's attire, and a rare kind of garment at that. I hurriedly opened it. Attire Phoenix Robe Gold Special can grant additional stats. Trait 1, all stats plus 10. Trait 2, Immaculate, self-clean stains hourly. Trait 3, Fire resistance plus 15. Requirement, women only, luck plus 1 price, 1 million spirit coins. A gold quality garment. I was floored. On the Lord's continent, there was no shortage of attire, but ordinary garments carried no stats. Even those with stats were merely decorative pieces that added nothing unless they had the can grant additional stats trait. And yet even so, beauty-loving women still flocked to them. What they wanted wasn't stats, but beauty. But once a garment had this special trait, it was equivalent to wearing an extra piece of equipment. Such garments were extremely rare, and every one commanded a sky-high price. Not to mention this one's stats were absurdly overpowered. All stats plus 10 alone rivaled dark gold gear. Of the two skills, Immaculate was wonderful for a woman, and Fire resistance plus 15 was practical too. Luck plus 1 was nothing to Jiaochan, but compared to others it was already a world apart. The shop was only selling it for 1 million. Take it to the market, and multiplying it by tens or even 100 times was easy. There was never a shortage of lords willing to spend a fortune on a woman. I've really made it big. Good thing I had money, or I'd have had to just stare longingly again. Spending 1 million spirit coins, purchased 1 phoenix robe. I handed the phoenix robe to Jiaochan. Choner, this is for you. Ah, it's 1 million. You bought it without a second thought? Though she liked it, she still felt it was too expensive. I'm the Lord. This may be a garment, but its stats are worth a piece of equipment. When you get stronger, you can better protect me and the territory. Thank you, my lord. She accepted it, brimming with joy. As a woman, who doesn't love beautiful clothes? She changed into the phoenix robe, and in an instant, a peerlessly beautiful woman in red stood before me. I'd imagined how she'd look wearing it, but the moment I actually saw it, I was still spellbound. You could never understand what it's like. A celestial fairy right before your eyes, your heart pounding like a drum, your mouth open but wordless. It was as if she were the only person in all of heaven and earth. In the phoenix robe, Jiaochan's charm had multiplied several times over. Choner, you have to take responsibility. Right now, in my eyes, in my heart, in my mind, there's only you. You have to take responsibility. I said it shamelessly. She blushed, lowered her head, twisting a lock of her hair, truly captivating. Women all love sweet words, and besides, what I said was the honest truth. As for the remaining 3 items, I sighed. The third was a spirit artifact, 1 billion spirit coins. I couldn't afford it even if I sold a kidney. The fourth was a building, 50,000 soul coins. With my colored space, an ordinary building could become rare, so there was no need to buy it. And the last was a pair of socks, not even worth a glance. Before long, a friend message popped up. My only friend was Qin Yao. Friend, do you have any more food? I urgently need a large amount. I'll raise the price to 2,000 per unit. I was puzzled. Hadn't I just given her all that wild game yesterday? Gone in one morning? How can they eat so fast? I didn't expect them to eat this much. Their appetites must have grown bigger after leveling up. All right, I'll go get some right away. How much do you want? The more the better. This whole month's food supply might have to depend on you. Somehow, I can't grow any crops over here. She was on the verge of tears too. Yesterday, she'd finally managed to snap up a set of Spirit Spring, but when she watered the soil, nothing happened. She dug it up to find all the seeds had turned black. Only then did she realize this cursed place was a rare land of death, absolutely lethal to ordinary seeds. Your luck is seriously terrible. I was speechless. Don't even get me started. It's nothing but tears. Actually, the place wasn't entirely without merit. The drop rate was doubled, so killing 1 monster counted as 2. That part, naturally, she wouldn't mention. Looks like ordinary little animals can't fill you up anymore. You be careful too. It's dangerous out beyond the fog. Though she hoped for more food, she didn't want him to risk himself for it. Don't worry. I've still got the best years of my life ahead. I'm not about to throw it away. Good luck. With everything in the territory settled, I'd already planned to head out for another round of hunting. True, selling monster meat made money far more slowly than selling Spirit Spring, but it was just something I could do on the side. Chana, let's go. This time I was fully armed, ready to slaughter to my heart's content out in the wild. As for that manual refresh at the shop, I'd save it for after opening the chests at night. Yesterday we'd left through the east gate. Today we'd take the west gate instead and see if there were any different finds. The moment we entered the fog, the mist slowly dispersed with our steps. Lurking monsters launched an ambush, but the 2 of us were ready. A swing of the blade, and they fell. Slew level 3 black ape. Bonus reward 4 soul coins. An ape. A pity. Qin Yao probably wouldn't like eating this kind. But there were plenty of lords who summoned beast-type units, so there was still a market. I listed the corpse in the hall, priced at 5,000. National Trading Hall. Black ape corpse sold for 1,750 spirit coins earned. These people are lightning fast. It sold the instant I put it up. Among hundreds of thousands of lords, there was always a suitable buyer, so an instant sale made sense. From then on, I stopped worrying about whether this kind of monster would sell. Right after, a nimble leopard pounced down from a tree, its gaping maw lunging to bite me. Splurt, a flash of blade light, and I strangled it with the Tianxian sword. Slew level 5 Shadowhunter Leopard. Bonus reward 6 soul coins. Level 5. I was surprised. By rights, at a mere level 2, I was no match for it. But with equipment and skills, I could actually one-shot it. Truly astonishing. After all, every level I gained me 12 stat points, plus 10 free points to allocate. Already several times that of same-level lords. With my current stats, even level 8 or 9 monsters wouldn't have the upper hand. This leopard's a lot bigger than a rabbit. It'll sell for at least 20,000. This was the high yield of the wild, provided you had the strength for it. Next we ran into level 3 burrowing rats and level 4 horned deer, and a big herd of them, too. So many horned deer, dozens of them. Good luck. The 2 of us charged in. Far from being afraid, the horned deer lunged at us on their own. I shifted through my sword forms one after another, growing more fluent in the 7-star swordplay, my combat experience soaring. Slew level 4 horned deer. Bonus reward 5 soul coins. We cleared the field in a few minutes. I quickly gathered up the corpses and treasure chests, even scoring several black iron chests. We hunted our way through to midday, exploring a large stretch of fog, and the monsters we encountered grew steadily stronger. After a simple meal of dry rations, we pressed on. Before long, we ran into a group of peculiar monsters. These monsters are strange, like their wood element. Careful, check the stats first. Vinewood Sprite Elite Level 5 Special, resource monster. Transforms into usable lumber upon death. Another elite resource monster. I was overjoyed. Yesterday we'd met stone resource monsters, and today we ran into vinewood resource monsters. My luck was ridiculously good. Chonner, you really are my lucky star. I praised her sincerely. Her luck was extraordinarily high. This good fortune might well have been brought by her. No, I'm not. Hearing that, she was secretly delighted. Kill them. Slew level 5 elite, Vinewood Sprite. Bonus reward 10 soul coins. Slew level 5 elite, Vinewood Sprite. Bonus reward 10 soul coins. Slew level 5 elite, Vinewood Sprite. Bonus reward 10 soul coins. This pack of Vinewood Sprites was several times larger than yesterday's stone sprites. But my haul rose right along with it. Picked up 1-star lumber x5. Picked up 2-star lumber x2. A vine lashed at me, but was knocked flying by a single stroke from Diaochan. She stayed guarding at my side throughout. Thanks. It's that monster. She looked toward the other side, at a vine as thick as a small tree. Vinewood Sprite Chieftain Level 8 Special Resource Monster. An extremely rare resource monster, harboring a crystal core within its body, powerful in strength. The one who defeats it earns lavish rewards. Resource monsters were already rare, capable of dropping extra resources. Chieftain Class 1s were even more precious. A level 8 chieftain, no wonder it nearly hurt me. I turned to Diaochan. The small fry are mine, the chieftain's yours. No problem. Her true strength was far above this chieftain's. Her movements like lightning, her blade sharp and fierce. She wove a canopy of sword flowers to meet the vines lashing at her from all sides, severing every one. The monsters couldn't get near her. Instead, they were harvested with a casual sweep of her hand. She darted toward the chieftain as countless vines came crashing down over her head. The lotus swordplay lashed out. Wherever the blade struck, vines were severed. In moments, the ground was heaped with broken vines. Her sword was as fast as her footwork. Sword flowers whirled, and with several swift thrusts at the chieftain, the colossal creature collapsed with a roar into a spread of dazzling golden materials. A jackpot drop. Slew level 8 chieftain Vinewood Sprite. Bonus reward 240 soul coins, 240 spirit coins, basic building chest. I froze. Killing a single wild chieftain actually came with a building reward. I'd never heard of such a thing. Wild exploration was already grueling for newcomers, let alone slaying a chieftain. This was clearly a hidden reward. The newcomer trial was full of endless opportunities. How much you got depended entirely on your own fortune. And I, relying on a superhero like Diaochan who was practically a cheat code, could hardly help but grow strong. We'll open the chest back at the territory. I wasn't in a hurry. First, I cleared out the surrounding Vinewood Sprites. After dealing with the small fry, I went to collect the chieftain's spoils. 3-star lumber x10. Vinewood Sprite seed x8. 1-star wood crystal core x1. 1-star lumber x100. Bronze chest x1. One chieftain dropped so much, and such a variety. The others were easy to understand, but there was one thing. A Vinewood Sprite seed. What's this? Vinewood Sprite seed D rank. With an extremely low probability, forms after a chieftain's death, can be planted in the territory to fend off enemies, growing up to level 10. There was actually such a good thing. This was the beauty of high luck. If not for Diaochan stepping in, I probably wouldn't have had this fortune. It was like adding 8 guards to the territory out of thin air. Too bad the cap was only level 10, decent in the early game, but lackluster later. Still, better than nothing. After clearing this area, we walked a good distance more. Monsters were scarce, just a few level 6 to 7 wailing boars. Once we'd killed them, we picked a stretch of unexplored fog and headed back. The whole way was uneventful. My strength was too great, and we didn't run into any monsters above level 10. Only when the sky grew dim did we return to the territory. Today was really exhausting. Painful, yet joyful. Entering the Spirit Vein Bamboo House, streams of spiritual energy poured into my body, strengthening my sinews and bones. The message light was on again, no one but Qin Yao. I'd been so focused on killing monsters today that I'd nearly forgotten her. I opened it to find dozens of messages. Are you there or not? I'm here. If I couldn't still reach you, I'd have thought something happened to you. No way. Can't get distracted while fighting, so I didn't check. True, I was too anxious. I opened a trade, and she instantly agreed. When I spread out a huge pile of monster corpses in the trade window, her whole face froze. She'd figured I'd have a haul, but only when she actually saw it did she realize she'd underestimated me. Good heavens, just how many did he kill? Qin Yao rubbed her eyes. This wasn't a dream. Wait, is this a level 7 whaling boar? He can already kill something like this now? Is he even human? She was stuck buffering for quite a while, only snapping out of it after I called out several times. Why won't you tell me your real name? She was curious after all. If the other party wouldn't give a name, there'd be no way to look them up after the trial ended. With so many lords across the nation, how would you find them? Not to mention people from the Awakened Magic Association were everywhere. Many scions of conglomerates and great families didn't even attend school. Trying to find them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Business comes first. Let's not ask about personal matters. Even if I told you, giving a fake name would be pointless. I didn't want to be figured out. In the Lord's space, as long as I didn't spill anything, no one could easily dig me up. Qin Yao had no choice but to let it go. Give me a moment to do the math. Sure. As she tallied the monster prices, she was secretly delighted. This partner was strong enough to supply her with a steady stream of food. Her units ate too much. Without national funding, she'd struggle to keep even one alive on her own. Her luck was a mixed bag. This place grew not a single grain and was steeped in death energy, and if not for the doubled soul coins, she'd have been miserable. Seeds turned black the moment they hit the soil. Anyone else would have lost their mind. And yet the Lord of Celestial Court had, within 2 days, explored the fog and slain a level 8 monster. That ability was truly astonishing. Her own Dragon Knight could only hold its own against level 5 monsters. To win over this partner, she set the price generously, even above the market rate outside. She trusted that her superiors would back her up. Once she'd finished calculating, she set the transaction amount at 2 million spirit coins. 2 million. I was surprised. I hadn't done a detailed count, but these monsters couldn't possibly come to 2 million, a bit over 1 million at most. Isn't that too much? It's not too much. I can't just let all your hard work go unpaid. Don't worry, Big Sis has spirit coins to spare. While now, those using national resources really do have swagger. I didn't hold back either. All right, if you're short on food, just say the word. I've got another batch of resources for you. Once the trade was done, I put up a pile of lumber too. I discovered that my buildings didn't need lumber to upgrade at all. By rights they should, but I couldn't figure out the rules for high-quality buildings. This made things easier, actually, saving me the trouble of collecting materials. So much lumber. And 3-star too? What in the world did he kill to get his hands on even this? Qin Yao was thoroughly convinced. His territory must be rich in resources, and the monster difficulty happens to be right at the line he can handle. Is this guy a child of destiny? She thought sourly. Such fortuitous encounters filled the history books, but of all things, she'd stumbled onto someone else's. She transferred me another 500,000. I clicked my tongue. This person spent spirit coins without batting an eye. Of course, if anyone were willing to upgrade my buildings regardless of cost, I'd buy things without blinking too. 2 million deposited. We chatted a bit, then each went off to our own tasks. First, I upgraded the territory. Territory has advanced to level 8. Celestial Court, nameable, level 8 area, 8,000 square meters. Special 1. Human race all stats plus 15% special 2. All races stats plus 10%. Buildings, King Crystal, 20. Spirit Vein Bamboo House, 20. Bronze Bird Terrace, 10. Mystery Shop, 20. Blazing Tower, 20. Thornbramble Fence, 20. Spirit Field, 20. Spirit Spring, 10. Nothing much had changed elsewhere, except the territory could actually be renamed again. Could it be because I have 2 Lord spaces, I can give it 2 names? One thought, and it clicked. This was a good thing. By using a different name outwardly, I could conceal the true state of Celestial Court. But then I hit a snag. Naming things was truly a miserable chore. I glanced at Diao-chan. Channer, what is it? She looked up with her big eyes. I'm going to use your name as the territory's name. You don't mind, right? I had to at least ask. Use my name? She was startled. Yeah, coming up with names is too much of a pain. It took me a solid half hour the first time. All right. She nodded. It was just a name. Perfect. I tapped to confirm. Naming successful. Territory special detected. You may switch between 2 aliases at any time. 2 Lord spaces really were amazing. Next, I got ready to upgrade. Though I wanted to summon a new hero too, yesterday's lesson was clear. Pulling a hero was fiendishly hard. First, I'd stack up my level and add some luck. Maybe it'd bring good fortune. Soul coins minus 300. Zhou advanced to level 3. Advanced to level 5. Zhou level 5 charm, 6 luck, 6 strength, 21.7 constitution, 9.7 agility, 11.2 spirit, 14.2 skill. 7-star swordplay. Total equipment bonus: strength plus 17, agility plus 15, constitution plus 10, defense plus 15. Aside from the leveled up stats, thanks to the Spirit Vein Bamboo House, all 4 stats rose another 0.2. Accumulated day by day, it added up to quite a lot. Soul coins minus 500. Jiaochan advanced to level 5. Advanced to level 6. She gained 2 levels in a row, each base stat rising 4 points. I had to keep some soul coins in reserve. Her level was sufficient for now. Having added 4 luck, I took out that basic building chest, a white special chest. What it would open into was entirely up to luck. Chonner, it's on you. She silently opened the chest. Obtain basic building, arrow tower, x1. I was overjoyed. A defense tower. If you asked what I lacked most right now, it was defense towers, no question. The bigger the territory, the larger the area to defend. I didn't even dare to upgrade at the moment, precisely because I feared I couldn't hold this vast expanse, and the root of it was having too few defense towers. Gaining one out of nowhere was a tremendous stroke of luck. Chonner, you really are my lucky star. I scooped her up and spun a full circle in the air. I'm just too happy. Seeing you happy makes me happy too. In the Three Kingdoms era, Jiaochan's fate had been full of hardship, passed around like an object. In this life, I was determined to give her peace and contentment. With a wave of my hand, I built the tower, constructing Arrow Tower, evolving into Storm Tower. So it turned out every building would randomly generate a new type after evolving. Storm Tower level, 1 quality, SSS 0/10. Special, Storm attack range, 50 meters. Storm, heed my command. Annihilate the enemy. Nice, 1 quality grade, even higher than the Blazing Tower. I upgraded it all the way up. Spending 300 spirit coins, advanced to level 2. Advanced to level 20. Storm Tower level, 20 quality, SSS 0/10, defense, 30,000 range, 300 meters. Special 1, Storm attack special 2, can unleash a wide area wind blade slash once every 6 hours. Every stat surged, and it gained an extra trait. I was eager to see how powerful that wide area wind blade slash was, but the 6-hour cooldown was a bit long. I'd have to wait until tomorrow to try it. In the distance, the 2 towers, Blazing and Storm, stood on either side of the front gate, their cross-coverage spanning the widest area. Too bad there were only 2. They couldn't protect the whole domain. And with so few buildings, large stretches of land sat empty. Chonner, there are quite a lot of chests. Sorry to trouble you. Understood. She opened them one by one. Soul coins plus 2. Soul coins plus 8. Meanwhile, I went to the mystery shop to use today's free refresh. Refresh successful. 5 items. The first was a modern packaged box. A pleasure doll. Are you kidding me? With Jiaochan around, what would I need this for? A mischievous urge struck me, and I bought it for 2,000 spirit coins. Seems like nothing happened. Actually, something did happen. Those lords watching me were all dumbstruck when they saw this thing. They'd assumed I was about to list good stuff again and rushed to open the haul, only to find, well, damn. National Trading Hall, 1 box of pleasure dolls sold, 1,900 spirit coins earned. I glanced at the chat room, where a bunch of people had gone wild. Holy crap, this lord who made his fortune selling Spirit Spring is a legend. He can even get his hands on this. I bet it's one he's used. Impossible, I verified it myself. Brand new, unopened. Spending 2,000 on this thing. I give up. Sure enough, the nights are long, and single dogs need comfort. Sorry, I'm a woman, just curious what it looks like. Holy crap, a girl bought it. Miss, this thing is exactly like you except for the head. I'll pay 2,500 to take it off your hands. Bunch of morons, throwing money at this junk. I'm rich and happy too. I can smell the sour stink of broke losers. I was speechless too. The world is vast, never short of oddballs. To me, it was just a little interlude. The second item made me smile. It was a building. Building barracks rank after use. Constructs 1 barracks. Price 200,000 spirit coins. What luck, arriving at just the right time. My first barracks had evolved into the Bronze Bird Terrace, so I was very curious what this one would turn into. I was desperately short on manpower, but the Bronze Bird Terrace's summon rate for people was too low, which was why I'd upgraded it first. Now that I had another one, this was my chance to see, hopefully, a proper troop-producing barracks, not another high-end thing like the Bronze Bird Terrace. Sigh. I really had gotten cocky, looking down even on the Bronze Bird Terrace. 200,000 was nothing to me now. Bought. Spending 200,000 spirit coins, purchased building barracks X1. The third item was diamond-grade equipment, 50 million. I'll always be a broke loser. Skip. The fourth. True Spirit Ringgold stats. Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10. Spirit Empowerment. Release spiritual power to imbue a weapon, increasing damage by 1 to 3 times, 24-hour cooldown. Requirement. Level 5 price. 300,000 spirit coins. Cheap. Bought instantly. Once equipped, all 3 stats rose 10 points. Stronger again. And the last item. Holy crap, a hero summoning card. My eyes lit up. Hero summoning card de rank can randomly summon 1 hero at any barracks. Price, 1,000 soul coins. I didn't care about the quality. The Bronze Bird Terrace was my top-tier building, and the hero it summoned would definitely be no slouch. I glanced at my soul coins, a few thousand left, all saved up from Diaochan's chest opening. From now on, I'll need to keep around 10,000 soul coins on hand, so I'm not caught unable to pay when I run into good stuff. I bought it outright. For of the 5 items purchased, the last one I couldn't afford, I was still a broke loser. I hurried all the way to the Bronze Bird Terrace, stepped onto the altar, and took out the summoning card. Use it. A hero will be randomly summoned upon used. Confirm. The card dissolved into light and sank into the altar, whereupon a blue glow coalesced into a human figure standing atop the platform. Congratulations. You obtained the hero Zhenmi. The hero Zhenmi is undergoing evolution, quality raised, evolution complete. I was overjoyed. I'd actually summoned the second great beauty of the 3 kingdoms, known as the goddess of the Luo River, Zhenmi. Just as I'd expected, though the card's quality was low, it couldn't withstand the evolutionary power of the colored space. The woman before me was graceful as a startled swan, supple as a soaring dragon. From afar, radiant as the morning sun rising. Up close, brilliant as a lotus emerging from the water. Zhenmi RR level. 0 charm, 45 luck, 30 strength, 3 constitution, 5 agility, 6 spirit, 30. Talent. Body of the Luo Immortal. Spell attack, plus 100%. Spell recovery, plus 100%. Skill. Ode to the goddess of Luo. Bewilders the enemy's mind, casting them into illusions to slaughter one another. Special 1. Goddess of Luo. Spirit plus 100%. Special 2. Water/ice spell affinity, plus 100%. I was dumbstruck. This luck value so high? Could it be because she'd been an empress? In history, Zhenmi had once held the exalted rank of empress, far luckier than Diaochan. One look, and she was clearly a spellcaster, with off-the-charts spell damage, and water element too, with astonishing spiritual power. I wonder how strong this ode to the goddess of Luo is, an area skill, and a talent skill at that. It's bound to be powerful. Zhenmi's beauty differed from Diaochan's moon-eclipsing, flower-shaming looks. Hers was of the tender, alluring sort, the kind that made you fall for her at a single glance. Fortunately, 2 days spent with Diaochan had strengthened my composure, and I quickly recovered. This humble one greets the Lord. She bowed gracefully, her manner elegant, her charm boundless. No need for formalities. Around me, just be at ease, I said. Do you know Diaochan? Diaochan? This humble one does not know her. They had no memories of their past lives, only knowing who they were, along with knowledge of the Lord and the territory. Of past events, they remembered nothing. For them, this was perhaps a blessing. The old sorrows had gone with the wind, and I would not let them repeat the desolation of their former days. It's fine. I'll take you to meet her. Along the way, I studied Zhenmi closely. Unlike Diaochan's bashfulness, she was open and cheerful, taking the initiative to ask about all sorts of things, and I answered each one. Soon, the two of us stepped into the Spirit Vein Bamboo House. Zhou Yan, this is... Diao-chan looked up and saw a woman of peerless beauty standing behind me, her looks no less than her own. Let me introduce you. This is Junmi. Like you, she comes from the same world. It's just that the two of you didn't know each other before. Hello, sister. Junmi bowed generously. From the mere fact that Diao-chan called me my lord, she could tell their relationship was no ordinary one. Hello, I'm Diao-chan, your beautiful little sister. Diao-chan said sincerely. She'd always been confident in her looks, but seeing Junmi, she realized the other was not the least bit inferior. You jest, sister. It's you who leaves this little sister in awe, that such a peerless beauty could exist in this world. All right. You're both peerless beauties. No need to praise each other. I cut in. Let me level Junmi up first. Soul coins minus 100. Junmi advanced to level 1. Advanced to level 6. Junmi level. 6 charm, 57 luck, 42 strength, 9 constitution, 11 agility, 12 spirit, 60. Junmi's growth was completely different from Diao-chan's. Where Diao-chan's 4 stats were even, hers had spirit, leaving all the rest in the dust, with an additional bonus to water element spells. From now on, I'd have to find water/ice skills and techniques for her. As for Diao-chan, everything was balanced. She could learn anything. Many thanks, my lord. Feeling the power surging within her, Junmi couldn't contain her joy. Junmi, your luck is extraordinarily high, best suited for opening chests. From now on, the treasure chests are yours. Her base luck was 3 times Diao-chan's, reaching 42 at level 6, while Diao-chan's was only 22, almost frighteningly high. Too bad I had no spellcaster skills right now, wasting her fine stats. Yes, my lord. She asked Diao-chan for pointers on opening chests, then picked one up and opened it. Soul coins plus 4. Soul coins plus 4. Equipment obtained. Board dagger. Equipment obtained. Purple spirit blade. I was stunned. An ordinary wooden chest yielded double the soul coins Diao-chan got, and 2 pieces of equipment in a row. Struck gold. Purple spirit blade, bronze strength plus 5 comes with rend requirement. Strength 5. It had a rend effect more than the one in my hand, so I switched to it right away. The boar dagger was ordinary junk, useless. I'll go prepare a late-night snack. Diao-chan knew I had a habit of eating late-night snacks, and since she didn't need to open the chests, she went off to get busy. I walked to the side and took out that barracks. Hopefully it too would bring good luck. The barracks turned into a shooting star and plunged toward the sky above the territory, transformed and evolved by the colored space. A brand new barracks rose from the ground. Constructing barracks, evolving into white-robed ghost troops. White-robed ghost troops. For a moment I couldn't figure it out and hurried to check the stats. White-robed ghost troops level, 1 quality. SSS, 0/3. Each 1,000 soul coins summons 1 white-robed ghost trooper, cap 0/10. Renowned masters and great generals, guard yourselves. 10,000 armies flee the white robes. Should the peerless ghost general Chun Qingji lead them, this army is unstoppable by gods or demons. Holy crap, the divine white-robed army. I laughed out loud. This time I really did strike gold. In history, under the command of Ghost General Chun Qingji, the white-robed army was invincible in its age. Just 7,000 men, yet they forged staggering feats. At the Battle of Xingyang, 7,000 broke 700,000. Thereafter they shattered armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, fighting all the way until Luoyang, becoming a legend from then on. Throughout, they numbered but 7,000. With such a legendary unit, how could I not be excited? I wonder if I can summon Chun Qingji. If so, that would be the real jackpot. The barracks could summon heroes, but the probability was extremely low, and even if one were summoned, it might not be him. The unit's strong, sure, but 1,000 soul coins each is too expensive. I sighed helplessly. First, let me upgrade. Spending 300 spirit coins, white-robed ghost troops advanced to level 2. Advanced to level 20. White-robed ghost troops level, 20 quality. SSS defense, 30,000. Summon cap, 0/200 special. Training experience plus 10%. The summon cap surged, and it gained an extra trait. It's just that I didn't have enough soul coins to summon this many troops. Frustrating. After the upgrade, the barracks expanded several times over, with a training ground added at the center capable of drilling hundreds of soldiers. From now on, the barracks would take up a large portion of the territory, Others would probably fret over insufficient area, but I had no such worry. The bigger the territory, the more buildings could be built. Once the area ran short, even building upgrades would grind to a halt. On this point, I was leading others by who knows how much. I stepped onto the commander's summoning altar on the command platform. Spending 1,000 soul coins, summon one white-robed ghost trooper. The altar suddenly blazed with light, and a beam fell onto the training ground. A white-robed man taking form, solemn of face, sturdy of build, killing intent radiating from his every movement. He knelt on one knee. Foot soldier Zhang San, greeting the Lord. Zhang San, an outlaw beyond the law, huh? That's a badass name. I laughed. Rise. Thank you, my lord. He stood ramrod straight like a wooden post, awaiting orders. One look, and he was clearly a soldier of 100 battles. The sight set my heart ablaze. With soldiers like this, I was full of confidence in the territory's future. Zhang San quality, SSS unit, white-robed ghost trooper level, 0 strength, 7 constitution 6. Talent, white-robed ghost trooper, constitution plus 10%. Skill, white-robe ghost formation, requires 10 ghost troopers to cast together, strength plus 50%, defense plus 50%. Even a foot soldier's base stats had grown tenfold. But a foot soldier was, in the end, a foot soldier, with combat power inferior to a hero's. As far as I knew, the stat points gained per level varied by quality. F/A/D rank got 2 per level, C/B/A rank 3, and above A rank each grade higher added 1 more. By this reckoning, an SSS rank foot soldier should get 6. Heroes and foot soldiers gained the same amount per level. The fundamental difference lay in the talents, skills, and special stats unique to heroes. Take Diaochan and Zhenmi. Their base stats were on par with Zhang San's. Yet with these bonuses they could easily one-shot him. The higher the quality and the higher the level, the more special stats unlocked. Leveling foot soldiers burned soul coins too, which was why soul coins were forever the thing lords both loved and hated. Without them, no matter how many troops you had, they couldn't grow strong. Thankfully, foot soldiers needed fewer soul coins than heroes, and that was only because Zhang San was SSS quality. If he were below A rank, leveling would cost just 10 soul coins. Thinking about how all my foot soldiers would be money burners from now on, my head started to hurt. Soul coins minus 40. Zhang San advanced to level 1. Advanced to level 10. Zhang San level 10 strength, 27 constitution, 26 agility, 12 spirit, 15. From this it was clear that a white-robed ghost trooper gained per level. Charm plus 1, luck plus 1, strength plus 2, constitution plus 2, agility plus 1, spirit plus 1. 8 points total, 2 more than the known amount, which caught me off guard. For now I had only 1 soldier, but troops are valued for quality, not quantity. A soldier too low in level was of limited use, and I didn't want the troops I'd worked so hard to summon dying pointlessly on the battlefield, which was why I'd leveled them all the way to 10 in one go. Summoning cost 1,000 soul coins, leveling 850, for a total of 1,850. As for summoning 10,000 troops, I'd have to dream about it. Right now soul coins came mainly from opening chests and killing monsters in the wild. I had to make the most of the pioneering rewards while they lasted. Once the trial ended, this bonus income would be gone. I brought Zhang San back to the bamboo house, only to find equipment already piled up beside Jinmi. The soul coins and spirit coins she opened went straight into my account, but equipment didn't, because I hadn't built a warehouse yet. Once the warehouse was up, I could authorize her to store items. So much. I hadn't had time to keep an eye on the messages, and seeing this heap of equipment, I was rather surprised. My lord. Jinmi rose and bowed. I went over to sort through it. Though most were ordinary goods, gear was scarce in the early game. I picked out a black iron set paired with a black iron spear and had Zhang San put it on. Thank you for your gift, my lord. He was about to kneel again. Stop kneeling at every turn. If you're not used to the fist salute, that'll do. I taught him the fist salute, which was much simpler. Yes. He gave a crisp fist salute. That was much better. Among the equipment was a staff, perfect for Jinmi. Holy Spirit Staff Bronze Spirit, plus 8 consumption dash 10% requirement. Spirit 8. Take these. There's a big battle tomorrow. I handed her the equipment. Thank you, my lord. She accepted it happily. Jinmi was born adept with spells, just as Diaochan was born skilled with the sword. She needed only the corresponding skills to unleash even greater power. Two bad skill books were rare. The hall had never had a single one. It was only the second day. How could they drop so easily? Even a high-luck one like Jean-Mi hadn't opened one, which showed just how rare they were. Smells great. A figure walked over carrying a pot of roasted meat. Try what I grilled. Channer's cooking is getting better and better. Come, let me introduce you. This is Zhang San, a newly summoned soldier. Zhang San greets the two mistresses, he said with a fist salute. Me, Diaochan, Zhenmi. Young man, you've got a bright future. I'm not a mistress. I was summoned by the Lord too. Diaochan lowered her head, blushing terribly. Zhenmi, though, was composed. I only just appeared as well. All right, let's eat together. How could a lowly one dine at the same table as the Lord? Zhang San hurriedly declined. No need for formalities, just sit. I pulled him into a seat by force and even poured him some of the spirit spring water I'd saved. Well fed and content, Zhang San returned to the barracks to drill, while I led the two beauties to the wall. I took out the vinewood sprite seeds, planted 8 of them evenly along this stretch of wall, then watered them with the remaining spirit spring water. The ground wriggled for a moment, and the seeds rapidly took root and sprouted, shooting up to half a meter tall in the blink of an eye. The spirit spring really is a treasure. Too bad it's out for today. Tomorrow I'll definitely set more aside. To turn the vinewood sprites into combat power, I'd still have to wait for them to grow. With the spirit spring's help, the territory could add 8 strong soldiers in no time, and the kind that didn't even need to eat. I chatted more with the 2 women about territory planning, and they actually offered plenty of good suggestions. The 3 of us strolled around and looked at the melons and fruits in the spirit field. I'd still underestimated the spirit field. Just one day, and it had grown this much. I figured it'd flower by tomorrow. Growing a batch of grain in a few days. Only my spirit field could pull that off. Speaking of which, I have to mention the heroes and people summoned by the territory. Strictly speaking, they weren't native to the Kanglan continent. Only I was. So by ordinary means, they couldn't descend to live in this world, unless with the aid of special items. With such items, those who descended to the territory could come to the Kanglan continent, some able to remain permanently, others only once. If permanent, the Lord had to register them in the household registry, making them a member under his name. That said, Lords spent most of their time waging war on the Lord's continent, and comparatively little time on the Kanglan continent. Time flowed at the same rate in both worlds, with only a few special places as exceptions. The recorded history of the Kanglan continent's Lord world began 15,000 years ago. Anything earlier remained only legend. My soul came from Earth, and so did Diaochan and the others. Though we weren't of the same era, I didn't believe it was mere coincidence. That colored space had most likely traversed here along with me. Since they'd all come to this world, I would, together with them, forge a mythic empire that belonged to lords in this glorious Lord world. The old me had been but a mortal, without ambition. But I'd never been content with mediocrity. Mediocrity was only because I hadn't yet gotten the chance to change my fate. Day 3 of the newcomer trial. We rose early, ate breakfast, and waited quietly for the trial. First I went to the spirit field, and was floored to see the grain had not only flowered but already borne fruit. Growing this fast, Diaochan was surprised too, planted only yesterday morning, and bearing fruit in a single day. I thought it wouldn't ripen until tomorrow. Seems I still underestimated the spirit field. By my estimate, only some early ripening ones should have appeared by afternoon. We can eat the spirit fields produced tonight. Planting it with my own hands and tasting it with my own mouth carried a special kind of satisfaction. My lord, monsters incoming. Jeanmi's spiritual power was strong. She sensed the distance earlier than Diaochan. Good, they've come. Once we clear them, we charge out. I brought Diaochan, Jeanmi, and Zhang San to await the enemy beyond the wall. Before the battle, I first went to the spirit spring to draw plenty of water and poured it over the 8 vinewood sprites. They grew like mad, visibly, and the more water I poured, the faster they grew. So it's tied to how much spirit spring water I use. That's easy. I upped the dosage, giving each one a full 10 liters before stopping. The vinewood sprites rapidly grew into towering forms, 7 or 8 meters tall, their vines thick, long, and menacing. Once fully grown, they began to evolve, transforming into vine sprites. A beam of colorful light enveloped one, and the Vinewood sprite actually transformed into a woman. Me. So happy. This little maiden greets the Lord. Dressed in green, she gave a graceful bow. No need for formalities. I hurriedly said, I never expected these seeds to have such a marvelous use. Studying her looks and bearing closely, they were all goddess tier, because she looked exactly like someone. Name, nameable race, demon quality, SSS level, 0. Charm 30, strength 6, constitution 6. Talent, transformation, can transform into her Vinewood true form. Skill, Vine Whip. Originally a Vinewood seed, transformed into being through a fortuitous opportunity. Demon race. I was a little surprised. This counted as being enlightened into a demon. Thinking of the colored space's special nature, I gladly accepted it. From now on, you'll be called Sea-Tongue. Sea-Ting thanks the Lord for the name. She said happily. This name, this face, it perfectly overlapped with the person in my mind, as if they were one and the same. There were still 7 more to water. I did the same, giving each 10 liters of spirit spring. 7 beams of colorful light rose, and the 7 Vinewood sprites transformed into 7 men and women. Only their quality was a notch below Sea-Tongue's, all S rank. You'll be Si-Hong, and you'll be Si-Ing, Si-Si, Si-Hua, Si-Wu, Si-Hu, Si-Long. The 8 of you are brothers and sisters. From now on, Big Sister Sea-Tongue leads. We thank the Lord for our names, and shall follow Big Sister. The 7 sprites answered in unison. Counting Sea-Tongue, 5 women and 3 men, 8 demon race members in all. Before long, a swarm of monsters poured out from beyond the forest, a pack of level 5 wolves. Black wolves, white wolves, and that gray wolf too. The moment the wolf pack entered range, the storm tower struck first. Cyan magic gathered atop the tower and in an instant became a tornado, spiraling straight into the pack. The mad wind howled, and the wolves were swept into the air and slammed down hard. Under the storm, not one was spared. What a powerful storm tower! I was overjoyed. Its power and range far surpassed the blazing towers, and a dozen odd wolves were wiped out in a flash. Considering its level 20 build, sweeping through a level 5 wolf pack was only natural. Right after, the blazing tower rolled out a fireball that exploded amid the pack, incinerating 5 or 6 more. We guarded the gate. The 8 vine sprites had gained a few levels and were fully equipped, more than enough to handle a level 5 wolf pack. Today's monsters were again several times yesterday's, but with the added tower, the suppressive power had greatly increased. It took a long while before a few stragglers charged up close. Kill, Zhang San, Sea-Tongue, and the others led the charge to meet them. Few monsters, many of us, cleared out in a flash. Their strength was too great, their quality too high. These low-level monsters were no match at all. I activated the storm tower and manually unleashed the wind blade slash. In an instant, a sky full of wind blades scattered like a goddess strewing flowers, covering the wolf pack from above. The entire pack was annihilated, not one surviving, and hundreds of treasure chests quietly dropped to the ground. Whoa, that fierce! I was stunned. Hundreds of wolves, wiped out in a single wave. More wolf packs kept pouring in from the forest, and there looked to be quite a lot. Only the 3rd day, and this many monsters already. Yesterday, it was just over 100. Today, it was over several hundred, and still increasing. But the more I looked, the happier I got. The more monsters, the richer the rewards, and they posed no threat to me anyway. The wolves that made it to the wall were few, and were dealt with the moment they got close. When several elite wolves appeared, it happened to be right as the blazing tower's half-hourly firestorm cooldown ended. A sheet of blazing flame descended from the sky, engulfing every monster in the area. Day 3, battle over. Settling. Slain. Level 5 Black Wolves X150, White Wolves X150, Gray Wolves X150, Level 6 Red Wolves X50, Level 6 Elite White Wolves X5. Battle Rating SSS. Rewards. Base 2,000 Soul Coins, 2,000 Spirit Coins. Building Warehouse. Bonus 4,000 Soul Coins, for 1,000 Spirit Coins. Building Forging Workshop. Awesome. Today was easier than yesterday, yet the rewards were richer. 6,000 soul coins in one go, nothing short of timely aid for my territory. 2 more buildings deposited too. High ratings really did yield impressive gains. Gather up all the chests outside. Yes, many hands make light work, It was all tidied up in a flash. I finally didn't have to do it myself. This was the perk of being a lord. I set to constructing the 2 new buildings. Constructing warehouse, evolving into treasure vault. Constructing forging workshop, evolving into divine weapon workshop. Treasure vault level, 1 quality. SSS, 0 fourths. Special, contains 100 cubic meters of space, automatically categorizes and organizes treasures. The more items stored and the higher the quality, you'll reap unexpected rewards. This treasure vault was interesting. It actually held a hidden attribute. From the description, you could tell it was no simple thing. It needed enough items or high enough quality to trigger. That could wait. Divine Weapon Workshop level, 1 quality. SS, 0 halves. Special, 1% chance to add a stat when forging. Can forge the supreme divine weapons under heaven. I upgraded it all the way up. Spending 300 spirit coins, Treasure Vault advanced to level 2. Advanced to level 20. Treasure Vault level, 20 quality. SSS defense, 30,000. Special 1. Contains 10,000 cubic meters of space, auto-organizes. Special 2. Can automatically repair damaged treasures. The higher the quality, the longer it takes. Consumes spirit coins. I was floored. This second trait was too overpowered. There were countless damage techniques, skills, and equipment in the Lord world, and now I could repair them all. The thought set my blood surging. This treasure vault truly lived up to its name. Too bad I don't have any high-tier treasures right now, so I can't see the hidden attribute. I stuffed all the equipment from my space into the treasure vault, so I could see my holdings at a glance. I also opened storage access to the whole territory, so people could deposit directly when collecting chests. Chests can be stacked. Same quality chests could stack up to 99, very convenient. I wonder if I can open all 99 at once. If so, it'd save a lot of time. I looked at the Divine Weapon Workshop next. Divine Weapon Workshop level, 20 quality. SS defense, 20,000. Special 1. 20% chance to add a stat when forging. Special 2. Synthesis. 2 same quality pieces can be synthesized into a higher grade. 10% success rate. On failure, 1 is lost. It gained a synthesis trait. Only the success rate was too low. The only way to raise it was upgrading, but the Divine Weapon Workshop's level wasn't easy to raise. Too bad I don't have blueprints, or I could forge. Every type of equipment needed a blueprint, unless one was born with a forging talent and could research and comprehend new weapons independently. Setting that aside for now, I headed straight for the mystery shop. 5 items, all uniformly bronze weapons. Demon Blade Bronze Strength +5, Sharpness +5, Bloodthirsty Slash, killing accumulates chi and blood, release at full 100. Requirement, Strength 8, Spirit 8 price, 5,000 spirit coins. All 5 were demon blades. I bought them all for 25,000. Perfect for the vine sprites to use. Only I'd have to stack their levels enough to meet the equipment requirements first. Next I used the refresh. Bad luck. The first item was a pig slaughtering knife, common quality, aptly named. The second, though, was marvelous. Double soul coin card B rank. After use, for 1 hour, killing monsters yields extra soul coins. The stronger the monster, the greater the reward. Price, 1 million spirit coins. Good stuff. 1 million was absolutely worth it. If I took it to auction after the trial, someone might bid 10 million to snatch it. Using it now would be a pure waste. I didn't have a large supply of monsters to reap, and my strength still needed improving. I'd save it for when the time was right. Spending 1 million spirit coins, purchased 1 double soul coin card. The third item surprised me. Simmons Mattress Rank Sleep +2 price, 500 spirit coins. Finally, I could replace that jabbing stone bed in the bamboo house. Bought instantly. The fourth and fifth were both over 10 million, no need to consider. Being broke is a disease, it needs curing. Leaving the shop, the chests were already collected. I leveled C-Tongue up to 10. Jiaochan and the others were strong enough. No need to level them. Soul coins -70. C-Ting advanced to level 4. Advanced to level 10. C-Ting level. 10 strength 26 constitution 26. Skill 1. Vine Whip Skill 2. Vine Thorns. Thorns grow from the ground to attack enemies. I distributed the demon blades to C-Tongue and a few others, then gave the order. Everyone, move out. We're exploring the southern fog. Yes. Counting me, the territory now had 12 people. The future was promising, but there was still work to be done. The southern fog, we swept through it all the way. With numbers on our side, exploration was fast and steady. The outer small fry were no longer a threat to them. After killing, we just tossed the corpses into the treasure vault. Slew level 1 black-scaled snake, plus 2 soul coins. Slew level 5 elite, fox hunter, plus 10 soul coins. Slew level 8 emerald wave frog, plus 4 spirit coins. Along the way, Jiaochan, Zhenmi, and I never lifted a finger before the monsters even got to us. Tongue and the others had cleared them. Before long, we ran into a peculiar monster. Man-eating flower elite level 10 special, poison spores. A level 10 elite, double the rewards, but seeing it could spray poison spores, I hesitated a bit. My lord, let me handle it. Zhenmi saw my concern and volunteered. Right, Zhenmi is our only ranged fighter. Only then did I remember, though still uneasy. This poison spore, it's fine. Don't worry, I'll put them all to sleep, then the others can move in. She was full of confidence. Wonderful. I hadn't seen her fight yet, so I didn't know her limits. My lord, we siblings have extremely high resistance to poison. No need to worry. Tung stepped forward. Being plant-type demons, they were naturally poison-resistant. Then follow the command. The moment Zhenmi casts her spell, everyone concentrate their attacks. Yes. Zhenmi stood at the front of the formation, gripping her Holy Spirit staff, a mighty wave of spiritual power bearing down on the man-eating flowers. Those flowers, itching to strike, suddenly went still, as if sound asleep. Now's the moment, go. Zhangxin surged in with his spear, and Tung, blade in hand, led her siblings out in the charge. But Jiaochan was faster. Lotus phantoms flickered one after another, and wherever her blade fell, a flower was split in two. Slew level 10 elite, man-eating flower, plus 30 soul coins. Amid the dense monsters, she was like a goddess of slaughter, one stroke per flower, in a flash heaping the ground with severed blossoms. Zhenmi, meanwhile, pressed forward, casting mental attacks on the rear ranks. This sleep spell was absurdly strong, suppressing a wide area. It was practically making the enemy stretch out their necks for the slaughter. I couldn't bear to imagine, if she were an enemy, the consequences. With Tung and the others joining in, clearing monsters was lightning fast, dozens of soul coins per flower, and I was beaming. What's this? I picked up something that had dropped from a flower. Man-eating flower poison spores rank limitless uses. Several uses immediately sprang to mind. Coat blades to add poison, poison powerful enemies, refined poison pills. I kept it. My lord, there's a big one over there. Zhenmi pointed at a spot. Man-eating flower chieftain level 11 special. Poison spores, poison thorns, poison vines. Covered in thorns and steeped in deadly poison. Careful not to get swallowed by it. Level 11. This was the first time we'd run into a monster above level 10, and it looked hard to deal with. Zhenmi, if I level you up, are you confident you can put it to sleep? Mental confusion should work on it, but there's no guarantee it won't wake. Best to one-shot it. Easy. I'll level Chana up too. The two of you working together, it's a sure thing. Soul coins minus 700. Jiaochan advanced to level 7. Advanced to level 9. Zhenmi advanced to level 9. Both women reached level 9. My soul coins couldn't stretch further, but with their stats, one-shotting this chieftain was more than enough. Chana, coordinate with Zhenmi to slay the chieftain in a moment. Everyone else, clear the small flowers around it. Everyone charged in, first sweeping the chieftain's surroundings clean. The chieftain had meant to strike, but seeing no one approach, it held its troops back, awaiting a good chance. Then, a mighty wave of mental magic enveloped it, dragging it into an illusion. All its vines drooped limply as it fell into deep sleep. Now's the moment. Swish. Jiaochan turned into a gust of wind, lotus shadows dancing beneath her feet, her sword sweeping up a dazzling lotus radiance, striking straight for the flower's heart. Crack. Where the sharp light passed, the chieftain was cut clean in half at the waist, without the slightest resistance. Slew level 11 chieftain man-eating flower, plus 440 soul coins, for 140 spirit coins, basic building chest. Beautiful. Two high-quality heroes working together, and a chieftain was slain in an instant. I'd actually been too cautious. Jiaochan alone would have been more than enough. Chieftains can drop an extra building chest. If only we ran into more of them. I thought gleefully. Only I would dare think like that. Others wouldn't dare step out of the fog, let alone face a chieftain. My luck was good. It was all small fry out here. Some people had terrible luck, the lowest monsters beyond their fog being level 50, leaving them trembling in fear. Some had territories bordering cliffs, with all incoming monsters being flying types, and some landed directly on the sea, facing sea monsters head-on. Thankfully, aside from the designated periods, monsters in this trial wouldn't attack the territory on their own. This was the newcomer protection mechanism. I stepped forward to collect the chieftain's spoils. 1 star wood crystal core x1 dot. Bronze chest x2 dot. Man-eating flower seed x5 dot. Man-eating flower poison spores x1 dot. More seeds. I was overjoyed. The earlier 8 vinewood seeds had given me 8 strong hands, and now I'd gotten 5 more, like picking up 5 subordinates for free, saving so many soul coins. Man-eating flower seed to rank can be planted in the territory to fend off enemies, growing up to level 20 dot. I didn't care about the quality, no matter how low the seed. In my hands it could become a high-quality demon. From now on I've got to collect more of these seeds. It's like summoning troops for free. Such a great deal. After clearing this area, my soul coins jumped up another big notch. This trip was a rich haul. 105 wooden chests, 275 black iron chests, 2 bronze chests, 380 poison spores, nearly 10,000 soul coins, and 6,000 left after expenses. In the first 2 days, I'd have turned back around here, but now, with my formidable strength, it was still early when we killed our way here. Not even noon yet. I took out food. Rest a bit. Replenish your energy, then we move on. Yes. A few vine sprites took the initiative to stand watch while the rest ate where they were. Chana's cooking is getting better and better. I took a bite of the roasted meat. Though made in the morning and a bit cold, it was still fragrant. Sister Jiaochan's cooking really is good. I don't know how to cook, Zhenmi said. I can teach you if you want to learn. The spirit field's grain should be ready when we get back. Too bad I didn't bring rice seeds, or we could taste some new rice. Grow rice in the territory, and at harvest there's no need to dry it. It naturally separates into rice and straw, and the straw can feed livestock or fertilize fields. But my spirit field didn't need such trouble. With enough spiritual energy, it could grow higher-tier crops. That was the beauty of a high-tier spirit field. Past this area, the fog suddenly thickened, like a dividing line, foretelling greater danger ahead. Everyone, be careful. We may well run into monsters above level 10. Sensing the danger spike sharply, I leveled both Jiaochan and Zhenmi up to 10. Soul coins minus 1,000. Jiaochan advanced to level 10. Zhenmi advanced to level 10. Zhenmi had the highest spiritual power, reaching a frightening 80 points after leveling, not counting equipment yet. Too bad I had no skill to match her, or she'd be a humanoid defense tower. 4,000 soul coins left. I figured it was about time to level myself up too. Soul coins minus 600. Zhou Yin advanced to level 6. Advanced to level 10. Zhou Yin level 10 strength, 21.7 spirit, 14.2 free stat points, 50. Reaching level 10 happened to exhaust the 4,000 soul coins, and I was broke again. You are the first lord in this trial to reach level 10. Level ranking board unlocked. Reward 100 reputation. Announce territory, name, and nationality in the bulletin. Level reached 10. New buildings can be constructed. Talent test and aptitude test unlocked. Job change requirements met. Please go to the job change statue to change jobs. I was floored. Reaching level 10 actually unlocked this many features. School had only vaguely said big changes at level 10, but as for how big, I had to experience it myself. Hide it. Trial bulletin. Lord XXX of territory XXX. Nationality XXX. First to reach level 10. Reward 100 reputation. The moment the bulletin went out, the entire newcomer trial erupted, and the chat room exploded. Someone hit level 10 on just the 3rd day? Can this guy fly? I suspect he dumped all his soul coins into his own level. But how did he kill the monsters attacking his territory, all by himself? Who is this person? If it were me, I'd want the whole world to know my name. Hiding this deep, not even revealing nationality, probably a dark horse. People from big powers wouldn't hide. Stop guessing, that person is me. The guy above is shameless, it's clearly me. The privacy protection in the Lord world was airtight. All info hidden, not even nationality traceable. It was precisely for this reason that newcomer lords worldwide were baffled. If this person belonged to some major power, they'd never hide. Revealing their identity was like giving the whole world a resounding advertisement. But he'd concealed everything so tightly that people couldn't help but speculate. In the international chat room, a whole flood of messages even popped up from people wanting to befriend this mysterious tycoon. After all, every message cost money, yet plenty were willing to pay. Hundreds of messages scrolled past, from every nation, as if competing to see who was richer. I hadn't even opened the chat room, utterly unaware I'd become the center of attention. Focusing on development and peace was the right way. The panel changed drastically, 50 free stat points in hand. As usual, I focused on strength. The best offense is the best defense. Strength plus 20, all the rest plus 10. Zhou Yin level. 10 strength, 41.8 constitution, 19.8 agility, 21.3 spirit, 24.2 reputation, 100. Equipment bonus. Strength plus 17, agility plus 15, constitution plus 10, defense plus 15. A mighty power surged within my body. Counting equipment, my strength was already approaching 60. I believed I could tear apart a ferocious beast with my bare hands. Full of confidence, I began pioneering this new area. Monster. Zhenmi's spiritual power caught a black shadow flashing through the fog. Before long, a group of red-eyed monsters appeared before us. Mantis Warrior Enhanced Elite Level 15 Special, Agility Enhancement. Twin blades sharp as swords, able to slice through stone with ease, extremely fast, best avoided upon encountered. Level 15 Enhanced Elites. I was startled. Humanoid monsters, at such a high level, and no fewer than several dozen of them. Barely stepping into this area, and we ran into such a tough bunch. Protect the Lord. Everyone rushed forward and surrounded me protectively. What? There are some behind us too. I turned to look. We'd actually been encircled. Clever monsters, they know how to flank. Seems they've got some measure of intelligence. Don't worry, my lord. With our strength, they're no trouble to deal with. Zhenmi was as confident as ever. Weak and ranged in melee, she was among those being protected. With me here, I'll never let anyone hurt you in the slightest. For once, Jiaochan didn't blush, her gaze blazing. Naturally, I wasn't worried about them. By my current stats alone, I could crush these monsters. It was just that my battle formation experience was still shallow, making it hard to fight a swarm alone. The Mantis warriors let out a string of eerie shrieks, their arms like two long swords glinting with cold light as they charged in on their own. Not bad speed, I appraised, gripping my sword tight. As they closed in, Zhenmi finally erupted. Holy as a goddess, a wave of mental magic swept out with her staff, and the Mantis warriors within 20 meters instantly fell into a bizarre illusion. Countless enemies appeared before their eyes, and they raised their sides high, hacking viciously at the comrades beside them. This is Zhenmi's ode to the goddess of Luo. I realized at once. Against the man-eating flowers, those flowers stayed fixed in place, so she only needed to lightly hypnotize them. But this, now, was the full display of the ode to the goddess of Luo. Watching the Mantis warriors slaughter each other, flesh and blood flying everywhere. What a terrifying skill. Within 20 meters, none could escape. Good chance, kill them fast. I knew that Zhenmi's consumption from casting this spell at full power must be enormous, so we had to end it quickly while we could. Kill. Jiaochan's form was like the wind, fast as lightning, weaving among the warriors like a shuttle. Each time she appeared, a head rolled to the ground wherever her blade fell. Slew level 15 Enhanced Elite, Mantis Warrior, plus 50 soul coins. Slew, plus 50 soul coins. She leaped into the air, 5 meters off the ground, radiance bursting from within her, a holy lotus blooming, resplendent light streaming forth. The next instant, the holy lotus fell to the ground, terrifying energy exploding, and every Mantis warrior within dozens of meters was instantly wiped out. This was Jiaochan's talent skill. She and Zhenmi were both RRR quality, each possessing peerless techniques. Though the other warriors weren't as terrifying as those two, they were all powerhouses above S quality, and with equipment bonuses, they crushed the enemy just the same. Severed limbs blanketed the ground. In just a few minutes, over 100 Mantis warriors had been swept away. Over 100 Mantis warriors. The rewards were rich. Soul coins climbed again to 5123, and the dropped chests were almost all black iron or above, plus dozens of bronze, with wooden chests being a mere fraction. The mantis warriors themselves weren't worth much, but their twin arms were fine materials. Cut off all these arms, I ordered. Mantis blade edge C rank sharpness +8. The arm of a mantis warrior, fine weapon material. With a little forging it becomes an excellent blade. Superb forging material, and sought after if sold too. Several hundred blade edges meant several hundred weapon blanks. Just mix in some, and forge them a bit. First, though, I still had to learn forging. Pressing deeper, we ran into a few more stragglers of mantis warriors, who pitifully got ganged up on. After that came a stretch of silence, until several hundred meters away, another kind of monster appeared, fully 3 meters tall. Earth Rampage Bear Enhanced Elite Level 18 Special. Berserk, Strength Enhancement. Fierce of temper and mighty of strength, it loves to smash open its enemies' skulls. A level 18 Enhanced Elite. I couldn't help but wonder, could this entire area be the domain of Enhanced Elites? To others, this place might be a deadly danger zone. To me, it was a prime treasure trove for pioneering. The higher a monster's quality, the more its stats grew per level, same principle as heroes. A level 18 Enhanced Elite's true combat power was no less than a common monster over level 20, and counting talents, comparable to level 25. But I wasn't the least bit worried. My soldiers were all at least S quality, their stat growth only fiercer, not to mention RRR heroes like Diaochan and Junmi combined with our overwhelming numbers. This fight held no suspense. The battle began. Junmi's spiritual power erupted, pinning the bear in place asleep. Sea-Tongue and her siblings loosed vine thorns in unison, the 8 of them enveloping a 10-meter radius around it. Diaochan descended like a fairy come to the mortal world, a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, layers of lotus shadows blooming in midair, her sword piercing the bear's throat. Before it could even wake from the illusion, it had gotten its boxed lunch. Slew level 18 Enhanced Elite, Earth Rampage Bear, plus 56 soul coins. Besides soul coins, it also dropped a bronze chest. Enhanced Elites had a fairly high chance of dropping bronze, and I'd already stockpiled quite a few. Keep going. Just how large the fog zone was, no one knew, and there was no data to consult. After all, 99% of newcomers wouldn't dare step out of the fog during the trial. The trial's descent was random to begin with, so who knew whether it might be a pack of level 90 monsters out there? If not for my good luck, with all small fry outside, I couldn't have reaped such a rich harvest. A single Earth Rampage bear corpse could sell for a high price. This was premium goods. I hadn't even tasted bear paw yet. Genuine bear paw. I'd have to treat myself to some meat. No matter where you are, you must be cautious. I was meticulous, ordering everyone to constantly watch for the slightest movement around us. This was already a high-tier monster zone, and a moment's carelessness meant doom. My lord, there's a trap ahead. Seating suddenly said. A trap. I looked over. That patch of ground was densely covered in fallen leaves, no different from its surroundings, impossible to notice without a close look. Sea-Tongue was a wood demon, exceptionally keen in her perception of the forest, her vines able to bore into the soil, which was how she'd sensed the anomaly. Si-Ying, Si-Hong, and the other sisters stepped forward to clear away the leaves. Beneath was a bottomless pit. Go around it. With them here, safety in the forest greatly increased. After that we ran into a few more Enhanced Elites. Though not densely packed, just as I'd expected, they were all enhanced monsters. Most of the monsters in this area were within level 20, all easy enough for us to handle. But the terrain was complex and traps frequent. If not for Sea-Tongue and the others, I feared I'd have suffered greatly. After a long while, a mountain range appeared ahead, with something faintly moving. Curious, we headed toward it. Looks like a group of monsters. The fog obscured our view, so we couldn't see clearly, but there were quite a lot. We had first to scout out the details. Drawing closer, I said in surprise, it's a group of enhanced goblins, and quite a lot at that. These goblins were about level 15, and on closer look, they'd actually made that mountain range their den, even building crude defensive fortifications. Unlike wild monsters, goblins had considerable intelligence. They could use weapons and craft implements, a fully formed race, like the cave dwellers of ancient times. My lord, what are they doing? Zhenmi pointed into the distance, where a group of goblins were pulling carts, transporting things from the foot of the mountain up. That's ore. I was startled. The distance was too great. I only knew it was ore, but I'd have to get closer to tell what kind. Counting them up, the goblins in the outer perimeter alone numbered several dozen, and this was just what was visible. How many were hidden inside the caves? There was no way to know. These goblins were unlike wild monsters. Not only did they have fine weapons, they also had a grasp of forging. One look at the blades in their hands told you they were no ordinary bunch. I was just puzzled. As far as I knew, goblins didn't forge. Quite a few of them were archers, too, so I didn't intend to attack head-on. A sneak attack from behind was the right way. Start with the mine cave. After carefully studying the terrain, a plan came to mind. Sneak over quietly, don't alert them. Everyone crept carefully to the foot of the mountain, the goblins none the wiser. Once we're in, clear them fast. Don't let a single one escape. See who? See long. Guard the entrance. Can you do it? No problem. Everyone understood their tasks. I nodded. Grab your weapons, go. Jiao Chan was fast as lightning, her form like a fairy's, leaving behind a stretch of exquisitely beautiful afterimages as she charged straight into the goblin group. Screams rose one after another. Every soldier under my command had formidable stats and extraordinary talents. These goblins were no match at all, cut down and routed in a flash. Add to that the surprise attack. No one had expected an enemy to come killing their way in. It was a spacious stone cave, surrounded by countless smaller caverns, brightly lit with torches, not the least bit dim. I guarded outside one mine cave. A few goblins poked their heads out at the sound, and the moment they emerged, I cut them down with a single stroke. The ones behind hadn't even reacted before tripping over their comrades' corpses and dying too. I just guarded these cave mouths, waiting for this bunch of moles to poke out, cutting down everyone I saw. Whack-a-mole, Territory Edition. Watching the battle reports scroll by, this wave earned quite a few more soul coins. Half an hour later, every cave was searched, confirming the goblins were wiped out. My lord, the goblins that went out are pushing their carts back. See, you said urgently. Move the corpses aside. Let's catch the goblins in a jar. There was no shortage of stones in a stone cave. We ducked behind them, and everyone concealed themselves. Before long, a group of goblins leisurely pushed their wheelbarrows in. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Translation: Brothers, come haul the ore. The group of goblins. Before they could snap out of it, we, hidden behind the stones, raised our weapons and slaughtered them all. Keep one alive, let it go. Though puzzled, everyone released one badly wounded goblin. The creature dragged its ruined body out of the cave and shrieked. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Translation: Help. Splurt. Before it got far, I hurled a spear that pinned it dead. Everyone. Weren't we letting it go? Why kill it again? Drag it back, move the corpse aside, wait for the next wave. Diao-chan and Zhenmi already understood my intent. Allure the enemy tactic. Sure enough, the goblin warriors drilling up the mountain heard the cries for help coming from the foot of the slope. Stunned for a moment, they poked their heads out to look around, but saw nothing. What's going on? I thought I heard something. Move aside, I'll go check. A dozen-odd goblins assumed it was just a wild monster, and seeing no trace, barged straight into the mine cave. Just as they were about to speak, they caught the thick stench of blood. Before they could make a sound, we appeared again and wiped them all out. Let one go. This time everyone understood. Another badly wounded goblin fled to the cave mouth, letting out a miserable cry. Splurt. It died with eyes bulging, its corpse vanishing outside the cave. This time the commotion was a bit bigger, and the remaining goblins all mustered and surged toward the mine cave. This wave has to be fast. The moment we finish, we retreat. Everyone was puzzled. Wasn't luring them in wave after wave to their deaths, like before, better? But they still obeyed. This time we didn't move the corpses, letting them lie on the ground. The goblins that came in, upon seeing their fallen comrades, instinctively gathered around, paying no attention at all to the ambush on both sides. Grab your weapons, hack them down. One annihilation battle after another, clean and crisp. The key was, I captured a large batch of bows and arrows. Whoa, where'd these goblins get so many bows and arrows, and all black iron equipment too? I grew more and more curious about what was hidden up the mountain. Once these few dozen were killed, no more patrolling goblins were to be seen. I immediately led everyone out of the mine cave and turned to attack up the mountain. I had everyone block the cave mouth. knock out each one that came out, drag them to the cliff's edge, and chop-toss them down the mountain. Thus began a grass-cutting operation. The goblins inside the cave were utterly unaware that the outside had long changed hands, and the ones that escaped didn't seem to have reported to the chieftain either, which made me think a little better of them. On second thought, it made sense. No matter how clever goblins were, their brains couldn't compete with humans. Goblin corpses piled up like a mountain at the foot of the cliff, no fewer than 100. This was truly waiting by a tree stump for goblins. Good luck doesn't last forever. Before long, a group of goblins poured out from the same cave mouth. Battle erupted, and it was over in a dozen seconds, but the commotion alerted quite a few goblins inside the cave. Charge in with me. I'd thought about using some stratagem, like a fire attack, but on second thought, dealing with these goblins really wasn't worth the trouble. Besides, I worried there were other treasures in the cave, and it'd be a net loss if I burned them up. A man should fight fair and square, blade against blade. Jiao Chan led the way, her lethality terrifying as a war goddess, striking like the wind. Monsters often lost their heads before they could even react. Against her talent, ordinary monsters simply couldn't hold up. With Jiao Chan leading, we advanced as if into an unguarded realm, killing our way in smoothly all the way. This was a huge cave, connecting in all directions, like a maze. Don't scatter. Our numbers were few, so staying together was safest. Who knew how strong the monsters hidden among these goblins might be? This passage was quickly cleared out, and at its end was a grand cavern, strewn with animal hides, weapons, cotton and linen, and other daily goods. Clearly a goblin settlement. The items weren't great. What I wanted was the iron or they'd hauled back, and their weapon forging site. Still, I took everything. A mosquito, however small, is still meat, and right now plenty of lords lacked these things, so I'd never waste any. Let's check elsewhere. The caves were intricate as a maze, and we could only feel our way through them one by one. Jinmi's spiritual power was extremely high, and she never forgot a path she'd walked, so there was no fear of getting lost. I couldn't help praising her a few times. After all, I certainly didn't have that ability myself. The goblins were already searching everywhere for our tracks, and Jiao Chan clashed with them several times, but they were too weak and were cleared out in a flash. We went through several more caves in a row, with mediocre gains, though we did kill a good number of goblins and earn some soul coins. This passage is different. I discovered a wider passage, with wheelbarrow tracks on the ground. Go this way. This was most likely the goblins' key forging site. We ran into quite a few goblin guards along the way, stronger than ordinary goblins and more finely armed. Whoosh! A cold arrow split the air, aiming straight for the spot between my brows. My lord, look out! Si Ting flicked her vine and smack, knocked the arrow flying. Actually, there was no need for her to act. I'd been vigilant the whole time and never let my guard down. A few goblin archers behind a boulder were shooting at us. Charge, kill them. Zhenmi released her spiritual power, knocking them unconscious, and Si Wu and Si Hu stepped forward to finish them off. We captured a few bows and a large batch of arrows. We were used to melee weapons, so I stashed them for now. There really were a lot of goblins here, all around level 16 the whole way, but the gap between them and Jiao Chan and the others was too vast. They fell in a single exchange. Before long, the temperature inside the cave gradually rose, and the faint clanging of hammering iron drifted over. It's the forging room, sure enough. I was overjoyed. The moment I stepped in, I saw a group of goblins wielding whips, watching over a group of chained dwarves. Ore and finished blades were piled all around. There are even dwarves. I suddenly understood. So the goblins couldn't actually forge. They'd captured dwarves as slaves, chained them, and forced them to craft military equipment. Kill those goblins. Yes. How could these goblins be a match for Jiao Chan and the others? They routed in an instant. The long-abused dwarves also joined in one after another, setting up obstacles to intercept for them. The goblins were quickly wiped out, but the dwarves were still terrified, unsure how I would deal with them. I stepped forward. Who's the leader? I have something to say. Honored human, I am the dwarf chieftain. Thank you all for slaying this greedy, cruel bunch of goblins. A dwarf with a face full of beard came forward respectfully, dragging his long chains. Jerry Dwarf, race A quality, level 18 talent. Forging. An A quality dwarf, no less. It was rare to encounter high quality races out here, and reaching A quality was quite something. Aside from the forging talent common to dwarves, all his other stats were hidden, but the fact that he possessed two skills already proved he was no ordinary being. These dwarves bore many wounds, clearly having taken plenty of lashes. How did you get captured? The chieftain heaved a long sigh. The goblins raided our village at night, destroyed our homes, and killed our people, and dragged us back to be slaves, simply because they coveted our forging skills. They're brutal and greedy. I nodded. Since you have no home to return to, would you be willing to pledge loyalty to me? I'm a lord, and you've seen the strength of my subordinates. Submit, and I'll not only give you a stable homeland, but let you live a life 10 times better than before. Races like this could be recruited directly. It was just that those newly recruited had low loyalty, requiring cultivation over time. Dwarves' forging talent was extremely strong. Every one of them was a precious asset. As long as my lord will slay all these goblins and avenge our people, we'll pledge our loyalty unto death. Jerry was emotional, full of hope. They wanted revenge so badly, aching to wipe out that band of villains with their own hands. No problem. We never intended to let them off anyway. My lord, a huge wave of goblins is charging over. Jinmi reported urgently. Let me go. Jiao-chan requested the battle. Let's go together and wipe them all out. I first had someone chop off the dwarf's shackles, and they actually volunteered for battle. I hadn't wanted to let them risk it. Each one that died meant one fewer blacksmith, but they'd suffered too deeply, and in the end I agreed. However, I didn't let them lead the charge. Instead, I placed them at the rear, letting them witness my territory's strength with their own eyes, which would deepen their allegiance. Jiao-chan, Si-tung, and Zhang-sen were up front, the dwarves in the middle, and Zhunmi and I brought up the rear. With Zhunmi's mental magic, I wasn't the least bit afraid. Let me try this bow's power. I took up the bow and knocked an arrow. My strength was more than sufficient, and I drew it to full easily. This sight left the dwarf chieftain clicking his tongue in amazement. This was not something just anyone could do. The goblins surged over in a mighty tide, and I released the string. Whoosh! The arrow split the air. Splurt! It struck a goblin dead on, the terrifying force knocking it back several steps before it fell, only to be swallowed by the wave behind. The goblins were packed dense. There was no missing. I knocked another arrow. Facing such a dense enemy horde, the dwarves were still nervous, but seeing us so calm and composed, they gradually relaxed too. Swish! Jiao-chan took the initiative to strike, unleashing her lotus sword art. This was her destined swordplay, and the stronger she grew, the mightier its power. Lotus shadows layered between her sword strokes as she turned into a streak of flowing light and charged into the enemy ranks, sword flowers flying. Rumble! Like an earthquake, the entire cave shook, and a wave of energy air surged out, everyone feeling that terror. So strong. The goblins watched dumbstruck, eyes glazing over. Charge! I gave the order. Zhang San and Si Ting's siblings rushed out, weapons in hand. With their stats crushing across the board, these goblins had no power to resist. The dwarves' morale soared, their sense of belonging growing stronger. Kill! I led the dwarves in following up with finishing blows, dealing with those not yet dead. After killing for a while, I spotted an unusually tall goblin walking over, fully the height of a normal man, exuding explosive power all over. Jerry said urgently, "That's the goblin chieftain. It's the very one that destroyed our village and captured me." Meeting one's mortal enemy makes the eyes burn red, but the dwarves hadn't lost their heads. They knew full well they were no match. A chieftain. I was pleased. A chieftain meant more rewards. Goblin Chieftain Enhanced, Chieftain Level 20 Special, Spirit Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, Sweeping the 1,000 Armies. Quite capable in leadership and intelligence, fond of leading his kind to plunder weaker races, greedy and cruel. It even has a skill. It wielded a huge iron staff, tougher than the previous chieftain, and its spirit was enhanced too. Hard to gauge its depths. Seeing his subordinates so useless, the chieftain roared and swung his staff, sweeping the underlings before him flying. Several goblins smashed into a bloody pulp. It even killed its own kind, truly brutal. Roar! It gripped the staff in its green hands and smashed it down at Jiao-chan. Jiao-chan had long been prepared and dodged easily. Boom! A huge crater exploded in the ground, showing just how fierce its strength was. It moved to attack again, But Junmi's spiritual power had already locked onto it, and its long staff drooped in response. Seizing the moment, Diaochan sent a sword light straight for the weak point of its head. Crack! Yet this stroke failed to instantly kill it, only severely wounding it. Admittedly, a level 20 enhanced chieftain's defense was truly astonishing. Roar! The searing pain jolted it awake from its stupor, blood streaming from its head as it swung the staff in a sweep. The fierce wind bore down, and Diaochan leaped nimbly, dodging through the air, and the moment she landed she swung her sword and struck again. It roared wildly in pain and smashed down once more, and Diaochan sidestepped like a dancer, sword recoiling. The goblin chieftain could do nothing to her, the sword scars on its body growing more numerous, its blood flowing more heavily, its speed gradually slowing, its stamina failing. Junmi's mental damage landed again, dragging it into deep sleep. Diaochan seized the opportunity and struck with all her might, aiming straight for its head and chopping down viciously. Splurt! Head separated from body, and the colossal thing crashed to the ground. With the chieftain dead, the goblins' morale collapsed, and they scattered and fled. Diaochan and the others pressed the victory, cutting them all down one by one. Slew level 20 chieftain, goblin chieftain, plus 600 soul coins, 600 spirit coins, black iron building chest. Wonderful, another building chest. And black iron grade at that, a bit better than the first one. The building's quality made no difference to me. It had evolved to S quality or above anyway. This chieftain also dropped 3 bronze chests. Not bad luck. We dwarves are willing to pledge loyalty to the Lord. Seeing the chieftain slain, Jerry and the others immediately knelt to pledge loyalty. A powerful lord more readily wins the recognition of other races. I'd both shown my strength and avenged them, so the dwarves were of course willing and glad. Dwarf chieftain Jerry is willing to lead his clan to join the Celestial Court territory. Granted. Yes. The dwarf race has joined the Celestial Court territory. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Racial Allegiance. Reward, 100 reputation. Hide the information and make an announcement? A hidden quest? I really was surprised. I hadn't known the trial had such a setup. I chose yes. Announcement, Lord XXX of Territory XXX, Nationality XXX, has completed a hidden quest. Reward 100 reputation. The entire newcomer trial was left speechless. Who the heck is this? Able to complete even a hidden quest? Could it be that deeply hidden big shot again? Good heavens, 2 broadcasts in a row. How's anyone supposed to compete? National channel. Damn, who on earth is this big shot? Completing even a hidden quest. Big shot, please reveal yourself. The guy above is shameless. Why devote yourself? Not gonna lie, I'm that big shot. If only we could know what the hidden quest is. Question, what's reputation for? My panel doesn't even have this thing. International channel. 100,000 spirit coins for the details of the hidden quest. I'm Prince Bitey. Tell me the secret, and I'll give you 5 million. The Tokugawa Group offers 3 million to buy the info. Yamazon offers 10 million, provided the content is genuine. By rights, these big conglomerates wouldn't act like this. It was only because they'd never heard the trial had hidden quests. In other words, this was the first time in history. It was precisely for this reason that the whole world was so eager to know what it was and how to trigger it. But countless tycoons shouted in the international channel for ages and still got nothing, while countless swindlers claiming to be in the know popped up, hoping to swindle money. But were these people so easily fooled? As for me, I was utterly unaware of all this. Who had time to look at the chat room? I was busy going through Jerry's info. Jerry Dwarf Race A Quality Loyalty, 90 level 18. Strength 18.5 Constitution 18.7 Talent. Forging. Forging level, Silver 35%. Skill 1. Dwarven Forging Art. Forging speed plus 10%, stat bonus 10%. Skill 2. Cape Hammer Technique. Forging speed plus 50%. No comparison to summoned heroes. I sighed after reading. Jerry was level 18, his stats not even up to C-Tongue and the others, but what I valued was their forging talent. This trip had netted me several dozen blacksmiths, and with their innate forging art, it was absolutely a huge fortune. Jerry's forging has reached silver, meaning he can craft silver-grade equipment. This was a pleasant surprise. Subclass experience could only be accumulated through the number of pieces forged. Spirit coins and soul coins couldn't buy it. Forging levels went from low to high: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, divine. Since Jerry was silver grade, he could forge silver equipment, provided there were enough materials. Silver equipment required 3-star or higher ore. Most of the ore at the foot of the Goblin's Mountain was 1-star iron, with 2-star scarce, and 3-star seen only in a few pieces so far, enough to make a dagger, but no one in my territory liked using daggers. In the end, it still came down to insufficient materials. I'd have to check the trading hall later for high grade or for sale, though I figured hardly anyone had it right now. After the dwarves joined, I opened treasure vault access to them and had them store away all the ore. With the goblin chieftain dead, the rest were either dead or fled. I ordered everyone to collect the spoils: each weapon, each chest, each piece of ore, all into the treasure vault. My lord, I found the goblin's treasure stash. Jinmi ran over to claim credit. Good, Choner, let's go take a look. I brought the two great beauties over. Before our eyes were heaps of weapons and equipment, plus a large amount of silver and gold. These are jade ornaments, probably plundered by the goblins from some race, but unfortunately just decorative pieces with no attributes. This is a silver ornament. I saw a divine statue carved from white jade. From what race I didn't know, looking like some deity. Mountain spirit statue silver. Carved by the mountain spirit race, it can bring them good fortune. Ordinarily, this item had little value, but it was like an antique jade piece in reality. In different hands, its worth varied greatly. The higher the quality, the more valuable. This thing should be useful for the treasure vault. I stored all of it into the territory and went to check the treasure vault's changes. Sure enough, treasure vault level 20. Attribute bonus: bronze treasures 5, silver treasures 1. Insufficient treasures, extra bonus not activated. Equipment didn't count as treasures. Only things like the mountain spirit statue did. I'd finally figured out the treasure vault's mechanics. Collecting the spoils took up time, and it was very late by the time we got back to the territory. Along the way, we ran into quite a few nocturnal monsters, but with Jiaochan and the others around, there was no real trouble. Still, being out at night was truly dangerous. Some monsters were extremely fast after dark, and thankfully Zhonmi's ability countered them, or they'd have been really hard to handle. Everyone had labored all day and deserved a good rest. First, I took the dwarves to the divine weapon workshop. The moment they saw such a high-grade forging environment, the dwarves' eyes lit up. Is this really our forging room from now on? So beautiful. Those defense towers look amazing. By the dwarf god above, that's an elemental tower. My god, the quality. Look, look, the lowest is S grade or above. Incredible. Our forging room is SS quality too. What bliss. I was just casually showing them around. Yet these dwarves were so excited they were dancing with joy. Dwarves are born loving to forge, and seeing such a high-quality forging room, you couldn't drive them away even if you tried. Sure enough, their loyalty shot up instantly, the highest already reaching 98. One more push, and they'd never betray me. Honored Lord, may we start forging? Jerry's eyes were shining. Start right now. I was truly impressed by these dwarves, more eager than I was. Aren't you tired? I hoped you'd recover from your wounds before starting work. You're all still carrying more or less some injuries. I was thinking of their well-being. I wasn't some capitalist who only knew exploitation. My lord, having seen such a fine forging room, how could we possibly sleep? If we don't hammer a couple of times, we probably won't close our eyes all night. As for our wounds, don't worry. Nothing helps us recover faster than forging. I was utterly convinced. Looking at their pleading eyes, I could only agree. All right, but don't stay up too late. This place will all be yours from now on anyway. Thank you, honored lord, the dwarves cheered. I took out all the ore from the treasure vault and added a good deal of lumber too. Without firewood, how could they light a fire to forge? The moment the ore and lumber appeared, the dwarves set to work in a fervor, and even I, the lord, became invisible to them. A bunch of forging maniacs. I left with a laugh, only hoping they wouldn't stay up too late. My lord, Jiaochan went to the spirit field. Want to go together? Jinmi came over. Right, the spirit field's melons and fruits should have ripened quite a bit. She and I came to the spirit field, where Jiaochan and Tung's siblings all were, with only Zhang Sin having returned to the barracks. Before us was a spread of melons, fruits, and vegetables. Who'd have thought these were only sown yesterday morning? The moment I stepped into range, the fruit's fragrance hit my nose, invigorating my spirits. My lord, everyone greeted. I nodded in reply and casually picked a cucumber and bit into it. Not bad. The instant it entered my mouth, most of my fatigue dispersed and my whole body filled with strength. The effects of things grown in the spirit field really were astonishing. So delicious. Jinmi picked a fruit too, praising it repeatedly. Zhou Yan, try this. Jiao Chan handed over some strawberries. I tasted one. Delicious indeed, better than ordinary strawberries by who knows how much. When could I ever have eaten such fine things before? From now on, I'd have them every day. So, this territory, I had to protect it well. These people, I had to guard them even more. All of them an indispensable part of the territory. Full of energy all over. After eating the strawberries, I opened my panel and actually found my stats had risen a bit. Strength and constitution each plus 0.1. Of course, this pace wouldn't last. It was all because it was my first time consuming them. Later, as I consumed more, the rate of increase would slow. No wonder you never see fruits grown in a spirit field for sale on the Kanglan continent. Fruits like these, how could ordinary people ever buy them? And even if they could, the price would surely be astonishing. These were grown from just ordinary seeds, and the effects were already this astonishing. If I planted true spirit medicine, what would its value and its medicinal effect be? I didn't dare imagine, but unfortunately, I had no spirit medicine seeds in hand and couldn't try. I thought of someone and opened my friend list. Qin Yao had sent dozens more messages today. After reading through them one by one, I replied, "Just finished up and only now saw them. You busy?" Before long, a reply, "You really are a busy man. It's already dark. Don't tell me you dare go out hunting monsters at night." I didn't answer and directly opened the trade window, listing a strawberry. Spirit, strawberry rank full of spiritual energy. Eating plenty yields unexpected gains. Qin Yao was startled. Whoa, where'd you get this? On the Kanglan continent, she wouldn't have been so surprised. Though these were precious, she occasionally got to eat them. How much is this worth? What? You actually want to sell it? Qin Yao was speechless. She'd spent quite a bit buying meat, and the other party didn't seem short on money. Every kind of spirit fruit is priced differently. Strawberries without spiritual energy in reality go for a few tens per caddy, but ones with spiritual energy are sold by the piece. An E-quality spirit strawberry currently goes for about 300 spirit coins each on the Kanglan continent. But let me say this first. If you're selling, you can only sell to me, not to anyone else. Though it was the market price, this stuff was hard to buy. There were no channels. Usually it was either bought up by the state or held by big conglomerates. Ordinary people couldn't buy it even with money. Spirit strawberries were sold by the piece, 300 spirit coins each. One plant bore about 12, which was 3,600 spirit coins, ripening in 2 days. Selling just these alone would earn a tidy sum. Now I found earning spirit coins easy, and I'd never again fret over money. Whether spirit spring water or the spirit field, selling a bit of either was a considerable fortune. But, in the Lord world, strength was king. Achieving immortal or demon status, living forever undying. That was what everyone sought. Honestly, did you obtain a spirit field? Qin Yao pressed. Oh, why do you guess that? Though altar sacrifices are a ripoff, some special outcomes always pop up. She just assumed I'd gotten the spirit field from an altar sacrifice. No wonder. Right now, obtaining a spirit field from there was the most reasonable explanation. Sell me some strawberries. I'm craving them. She said eagerly. How many do you want? All of them, of course. In the end, I sold her 100. Your spirit field grows way too fast. It's only the 3rd day. Even if you'd gotten it the 1st day, it couldn't be this fast. After some chatting, I learned from her that a spirit field shouldn't grow this fast. I watered it with spirit spring water. So that's it. That stuff isn't easy to grab. So many people have their eyes on it. I smiled without a word. What need was there to grab this stuff? I was the one selling it to begin with. Then I brought out some beast meat and equipment to sell her, keeping the good equipment for myself and only offering some bronze goods I had no use for. Whoa, you even have bronze equipment. What a nouveau riche. Qin Yao was shocked again, truly unable to guess where I got it all from. Everyone has their secrets, and she didn't press further. After tallying carefully, she paid me a large sum of spirit coins. Jiao Chan and the others had also finished harvesting the ripened crops in the spirit field, handing the remaining seeds to Si Tang's siblings to plant. With the extra hands, I no longer had to do these things myself. I'll go cook. Diaochan left with fresh melons and fruits. I'll go help too. Zhimi wanted to learn to cook and followed along. I had Si Wu bring some spirit fruits to the dwarves. Their loyalty was already very high, several even reaching 100. I took out 5 man-eating flower seeds and planted them in the spirit field, watering them with spirit spring. The seeds shot up rapidly, quickly reaching several meters, then stalled, and I poured in many more liters of spirit spring. The spirit spring needed for man-eating flowers was double that of the vinewood sprites. Before long, they fully matured, fully 10 meters tall, blotting out the sky, ferocious and terrifying, considerably stronger than that earlier chieftain. They could truly eat people. A beam of colorful light enveloped the 5 man-eating flowers. Man-eating flowers evolved into flower sprites. 5 flashes of radiance, and 5 women dressed in red palace attire appeared, giving a graceful bow. "Greetings, my lord." "Good, good, good." Each one was seductive and enchanting, full of charm. If you didn't know their true forms, who could imagine they were a bunch of man-eating flowers? Name: Nameable Demon Race SSS Quality Loyalty, 100 Level 0. Talent: Transformation, transform into man-eating flower true form. Skill: Poison Spores, Deadly Poison, can induce hallucinations in enemies. I named them. You'll be Hua Yuerong, you'll be Hua Yueying, Hua Yuelian, Hua Yefeng, Hua Yueshua. Then I leveled them all up to 10 uniformly. Soul Coins -40, Hua Yuerong advanced to level 1. Advanced to level 10. After leveling, they each gained an extra skill. Skill 2. Poison Thorns. Shoot 5 poison thorns to attack enemies. A group attack skill, quite effective when monsters clustered, and it'd grow stronger with level. The territory gained 5 more powerful demons. I took out the Black Iron Building chest. Obtained Building D, Energy Tower. A D-quality defense tower, more powerful than the ordinary kind. Wonder what it'll evolve into. I set to constructing it. Constructing Energy Tower, evolving into Tower of Light. A lighthouse. I was stunned. I'd never heard of this kind of defense tower. Looking over, the whole territory was already bathed in radiance. This new tower was like a small sun, lighting up the territory as bright as day, and giving one an extremely pleasant feeling. Tower of Light Level, 1 Quality. SSS, 0 Firsts, Defense, 500. Special, Illumination, lights up the entire territory, all buildings full stats plus 10%. A mysterious lighthouse that disperses darkness, brings light and hope, cleanses negative energy, and enhances all manner of abilities. It's actually a buff-type building. I was greatly astonished. Buff-type buildings were rare and precious to begin with, and this one, at just level 1, could grant every building plus 10% to all stats. All stats, not a single one. In other words, even a building's defense and skill power went up 10%. What a powerful building. I really struck gold. I couldn't wait to go out and hunt a few chieftains every day. That way I could reap even more special buildings. Spending 300 spirit coins, Tower of Light advanced to level 2. Advanced to level 20. Tower of Light level, 20 quality. SSS defense, 50,000. Special 1. Illumination, lights up the territory, all buildings full stats plus 30%. Special 2. All territory residents defense plus 20%. The illumination skill boosted to 30%, and it gained a new ability too. It could actually give all residents plus 20% defense, adding another layer of protection for everyone's safety. This buff-type building's boost to the entire territory was undoubtedly enormous. I came to the Spirit Spring. Besides my own use, I could still collect quite a bit. I opened the trading hall and found the shop I'd been watching, Little Sweetie. The other party had actually listed a large batch of bamboo, in bundles of 200. National Trading Hall. Purchased 200 bamboo, spent 2,000 spirit coins. I bought it all in one go, then had the 5 Hua Yuerong sisters start filling spring water. The Little Sweetie Lord received the transaction notice and hurriedly opened the hall, seeing the bamboo instantly snatched by that mysterious person, finally letting out a sigh of relief. She really feared the other party might one day stop buying, and then all her bamboo cutting effort would be wasted. In the entire newcomer territories, Only this mysterious person had such huge demand for bamboo. She even suspected the other party was the one selling spirit spring water. It was precisely because it was a win-win that she'd never raised the price. Selling bamboo let her territory develop extremely well, and she was sure to get a good result in this assessment. I, of course, paid no mind to others' thoughts, and had already begun listing spirit spring water, still at 10,500 per bundle. International Trading Hall sold one bundle of spirit spring, gained 10,000 spirit coins to. It was snatched up not long after listing. Whoever was quickest got it. Another few million deposited. Only then did I also list the low-grade equipment I had no use for. Qin Yao didn't need it. She had few soldiers. Mainly I had too much equipment and had long lost interest in anything below black iron, so I cleared it all out. Another large sum of spirit coins in hand. More and more people were watching me. Just the ordinary equipment sold several hundred pieces and black iron equipment over 100. This much equipment had long since shocked every lord in the newcomer territories. Chat room. Damn. This mysterious person is terrifying. Every day there's tons of spirit spring and now selling so much equipment. Did he rob some armory? I did the math. Selling spirit spring alone. This guy's netted at least 3 million plus. And counting yesterday, wow, over 6 million. Damn. There are way too many rich people. Where do they get all these spirit coins? Kid, you don't get it, do you? There's an item called a spirit coin card, and a high-grade one can bring in 100 million spirit coins at once. This Gramps here has a 10 million one. Jealous, you poor sap. 10 million, and you've got the nerve to show off? I'm passing by with 1 billion. Big shot, let me ride your coattails. My spirit coins finally broke 10 million, yet I still couldn't afford the things in the mystery shop. When it came down to it, I was still a pauper. To be able to buy better equipment in the future, I still had to earn a little more small change, 100 million or so. After breaking level 10, the territory gained several more statues that could be built, but the prompt said the territory level was insufficient. So I raised the territory level. Territory advanced to level 9. Level 10. You are the first lord in this trial to raise a territory to level 10. Territory level board unlocked. Reward 100 reputation. Announce. Ugh. On TV again. So annoying. Without hesitation, I chose no. Announcement. Lord XXX of Territory XXX. Nationality XXX. First to raise a territory to level 10. Reward 100 reputation. International channel. Mysterious person. Come out here. 3 times on TV in one day. You're really something. Maybe it's 3 different people. I suspect it's the same one. National channel. Now this is a real big shot. Quietly went up again. Where on the 3rd day are you supposed to build 10 buildings? The gap between people is really vast. I'm done talking. I'm going back to my thatched hut to grieve. Territory. Celestial Court level. 10. Next level requires 11 buildings of level 11 or above. Area. 10,000 square meters. Special 1. Human race full stats plus 15% special 2. All races stats plus 10%. Population. 48 buildable. Job change statue. Floor tiles. Outhouse. 3 new buildings, all with decent functions, especially the outhouse. The forging workshop had no toilet, and I couldn't very well run elsewhere to relieve myself every time. This building came just in time. The Spirit Energy Bamboo Hut, the Bronze Sparrow Terrace, and the White-Robed Ghost Barracks all came with their own toilets and rooms. Only the mystery shop didn't. That place was like a little convenience stand, with just one counter, dispensing only 5 items at a time. I set to constructing. Constructing job change statue. Evolving into primordial divine temple. Constructing outhouse. Evolving into sewage sanitation room. 2 flashes of radiance, and 2 buildings appeared. That sewage sanitation room turned out to be a modern toilet. Not surprising, really. Many people could build high-rises in their territories, only without stat bonuses. Things not recognized by the Lord World had no bonuses whatsoever, but living in them was fine. Compared to it, the Primordial Divine Temple drew me more. Just the name alone was extraordinary. Primordial Divine Temple Special Building, no level quality, unknown defense, indestructible. Special, inheritance. A temple lost in the long river of time, holding many inheritance treasures of primordial deities, awaiting the destined one to open it. Should the territory crystal shatter, the temple will vanish along with it. I was struck with astonishment. No level, Unknown quality. I'd never heard of such a thing. This was absolutely the strongest, most mysterious building in my territory. I looked at the sewage sanitation room again. Sewage sanitation room level 1 quality. S special. Sewage discharge and deodorization. A tidy territory starts with the bathroom. As for the floor tiles, they didn't count as a building but as decorative items, and now I could freely pick from all sorts of price ranges. Retro, modern, everything imaginable. I couldn't wait to see what class was hidden inside the primordial divine temple. It was utterly unlike the other buildings. Under the night sky, it gave off a hazy golden glow, and an indescribable air of mystery washed over me. An ancient great hall weathered by the ages. It didn't take up much space, only 300 some square meters, yet it had 3 tiers of stone steps, 9 to each tier. The temple doors seemed cast from gold, though I was certain they were no gold at all, but some mysterious, special material. On either side of the doorway stood 2 rows of stone-carved weapons, blades, spears, swords, halberds, 36 kinds in all. I pushed open the gilded ancient doors, and a shaft of golden light rushed at me, a sense of the mysterious, the ancient, the vicissitudinous, and the majestic welling up from the bottom of my heart. I felt as though I stood within the long river of time, watching scene after scene of wondrous images, mighty beasts roaring at the heavens in fury, ancient races with astonishing battle power, one fist shattering mountains and rivers, one palm darkening heaven and earth, one sword cleaving 3,000 li, one blade splitting space itself. What astonishing, what enviable power! Suddenly, the later images struck me as vaguely familiar. A sky-supporting giant split heaven and earth with one axe, opening a new era. A sage preached the Tao to 3 men, opening the myriad heavens of the primordial chaos. The contest between the 2 great divine beasts, dragon and phoenix, and the campaigns between the 2 races of Wu and Yao. Nuwa mending the sky, Fuxi establishing the 8 trigrams, the human sovereign contending with Qiyu Edgewalu. Then I saw the gods doing battle beyond the heavens with a certain race, one powerful figure looking down upon all living beings, the galaxy at his back. Suddenly, that man turned his head to look at me. In that instant, my eyes went wide. That man? Why did he look so much like me? Just as I wanted to look more closely, the image cut off abruptly, like a picture flashing by in an instant. It was like a movie flitting hastily past, or like a record of the years of some mysterious civilization. Could this, too, be Earth's glory? Those people, that man, did they truly exist? Or was it merely fancy? Suddenly, a mysterious voice surfaced in my mind. The beginning of inheritance. For whom was it built? Is anyone there? I asked hurriedly. But beyond that one baffling sentence, there was no further response. The golden light dispersed, and the scene before me left me stunned. There was only a bridge, stretching endlessly beyond sight, and I felt as though I stood within the galaxy itself. Inside this building was, unexpectedly, a self-contained space, a universe of stars filling the sky, to be viewed only from afar. A divine bridge connecting to the cosmos. Isn't this the inheritance space? Why is there no inheritance to be seen? My mind was full of questions. This temple held too many secrets. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in the void, like a black hole, giving me a start. I thought it would swallow me up. But after that black hole appeared, a line of text floated up. Rune God, Yang Shuji Inheritance. Rune God Yang Shuji. This name wasn't unfamiliar to me. He existed in the mythological history of the Kanglan continent. Could I have guessed wrong? Is this temple not Earth's? Immediately, a flood of information poured into my mind. I now understood how to obtain an inheritance. Choose an open black hole to enter, and only by passing the trial could one obtain the inheritance. But I didn't choose it, and continued onward. The Lord World had a great many classes, and finding one suited to oneself was best. Every class in the primordial divine temple was a rare hidden class. I didn't care for that rune god just now, so I gave it up. Walking along the divine bridge, the void shifted again, and a black hole floated up with text. Bao God, Hui Inheritance. Hui. I stopped in my tracks. A legendary figure of Earth's China, who shot down 9 suns with a divine bow and slew countless vicious beasts. How legendary. After some thought, I still went on. There were countless inheritances here, no need to rush. Before long, the void appeared again. Dragon God, Ingli Inheritance. Dragon Goddingly? I knew nothing of this one. It sounded like the inheritance of a divine dragon. Even it could pass on an inheritance? In that case, no matter the race, all could receive inheritances here. After that I pressed on all the way, discovering a whole slew of inheritances one after another. Spear God Taishu, Fire God Jerome, Heavenly Emperor Dejuan, War God Ares, Beast God Gully. Some I knew well, others I'd never heard of. There were legends of the Kanglan continent, and also the gods of Earth's mythology. Every single inheritance, without exception, was a supremely powerful, unique, and precious existence, all requiring one to pass a trial, with only the strong being recognized. My heart was stirred. Every class was strong, but I could only choose one. Fortunately, each had a description, and by communicating with the inheritance space through thought, I could grasp the general idea, thus tailoring my selection to what suited me best for the trial. Walking all the way, roughly several hundred inheritance black holes lit up. A golden black hole lit up, making me halt. Heavenly Sovereign Fushi Inheritance. Fushi, the progenitor of human civilization, first of the three sovereigns. Even the earthly sovereign Shinong and the human sovereign Huangdi did not match his achievements. He was born in the primordial chaos, created the 8 trigrams, guarded the foundation of humanity, ignited the spark of civilization's inheritance, and led the ancestral people to grow and thrive. His deeds were numerous. I knew only a fraction. I probed this inheritance and found it was indeed special. It could not only strengthen oneself, but also strengthen one's territory. All my strength came from my territory. The stronger the territory, the more it aided me. Though the other inheritances were also mouth-watering, compared to the Fushi inheritance they were, in the end, not comprehensive enough. This was precisely the one that suited me best. Choose the Heavenly Sovereign Fushi inheritance. Each race may choose only one. If the trial fails, the next attempt will open in 30 days. During the trial, the time flow between the inheritance space and the outside world is 100:1 dot. I was startled. After failing, there'd be a chance to try again every month until success. And the inheritance was exclusive. Once chosen, unless abandoned or upon death, it would never be open to outsiders. One person could only choose one, and I was no exception. I didn't expect the time flow to be 100:1, spend 100 days inside, and only 1 day passes outside. This was absolutely a good thing for me, since I couldn't be away from my territory for long, especially still being in the trial period. But I still left the primordial divine temple first and returned to my territory. Before entering the inheritance, I had to arrange everything properly. I found Diaochan and the others and briefly explained the temple matter. Choner, I'm going to the primordial divine temple to receive an inheritance. I don't know how long it'll take. If I can't come out in time, I'll leave everything here to you all. Diaochan and Junmi were tremendously powerful, and with Si Tung and the others, even if I didn't come out tomorrow, there'd certainly be no trouble. After all, the time ratio was 100:1, so there was no way I'd stay too long. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, I'll never let the territory be damaged by monsters. Go with an easy mind. Diaochan was full of confidence. I'll assist Sister Diaochan too, Junmi said. Then I'll leave it to you. Before I go, I'll summon some more white-robed ghost soldiers. The territory's grown larger and needs more hands. Having explained, I brought the 2 ladies to the barracks. Greetings, my lord. Zhang Xin saluted. I nodded and walked straight to the summoning platform. Spend 1,000 soul coins. Summon 1 white-robed ghost soldier. This time I summoned 20 in one go, spending 20,000 soul coins. All soldiers, no special generals. Though it was a bit of a pity, I'd been mentally prepared. Greetings, my lord. The 20 soldiers knelt on one knee. At ease. I leveled them all up to level 10, after which I didn't have many soul coins left. By the time I entered the temple, Junmi had already opened all the chests. Just as I'd expected, the chests stacked in the treasure vault could all be opened at once, saving a great deal of trouble. From now on, Zhang San is your captain. Obey his orders. Yes, I'm going to receive an inheritance. While I'm gone, the territory will be managed by Diaochan in my stead. You must follow her instructions, without fail. Yes, this had, in a roundabout way, made plain Diaochan's standing in my heart. Having explained everything, I told everyone to rest early and instructed Si Tung and the others to obey Diaochan. Then the two ladies accompanied me outside the primordial divine temple. Gazing at this mysterious great hall, I said, I'll come out as soon as I can. When I return, you'll be able to go in and receive inheritances too. Under the two ladies' gaze, I stepped into the primordial divine temple. Heavenly Sovereign Fushi Inheritance. I turned into a beam of light and shot straight into the inheritance space. You have entered the inheritance space and become a member of the Wind Tribe. Ugh, that's it. How do I complete the inheritance? How does the trial work? At least explain a little more clearly. Can a guy even receive an inheritance properly here, or what? Whatever, take it one step at a time. No prompts at all. Truly a royal bomb. Opening. Except the one getting bombed was me. I looked down, damn. I'd actually become a caveman. The clothes on my body had long since turned into a hide, covering only the vital parts. My physique had grown much more sturdy too, especially in a certain spot. I discovered I had tremendous strength, yet I couldn't connect to the Lord's heart, and couldn't use any equipment or skills at all. Well, since I'm here, might as well settle in. Before me stretched the primordial chaos, its spiritual energy unusually dense. I wandered about here and there and came to a cliff, where I saw a man likewise draped in a hide perched there. His lower body was, unexpectedly, that of a serpent. This couldn't be Fushi, could it? I stepped forward. Hello, is your name Fushi? The man turned his head, his brow and eyes handsome, clearly brimming with great wisdom at a single glance. Oh, which tribe are you from? And what do you seek from me? He said with a smile. It really is Fushi. My heart was flooded with mixed emotions, thrilled beyond words. This was the progenitor of human civilization, and to meet him face to face, what a gratifying thing. Legend held that Fushi was greatly wise, and people often came to seek his counsel. So he took me too for one come to ask about the Tao. I sat down. I haven't come to ask you anything. Seeing you sit here as if pondering something, could you share it with me? Perhaps I can help. This space was, after all, the Fushi inheritance. Only by making contact with him could the trial be completed. For now this was all I could try. Oh, Fushi was rather surprised, hearing such words for the first time. What's your name? He examined me carefully. My name is Zhou Yan, and I'm also of the Fufing tribe. Are you contemplating this heaven and earth? Heaven and earth? Fushi asked. How do you see this heaven and earth? I pondered briefly. Heaven and earth ought to be divided into many kinds. It depends on which one you're asking about. Isn't there just this one heaven and earth? How can there be several kinds? Fushi didn't understand. I smiled. Beneath our feet is earth, above our heads is heaven. But among the myriad things of the world, there isn't only the one heaven and earth before us. Every person, every beast, every tree, every flower is a heaven and earth unto itself. As the saying goes, in one flower a world, in one blade of grass a Bodhi. All things may be called heaven and earth. These words were like pushing open a door to a new world for Fushi. He seemed to suddenly comprehend many baffling matters and closed his eyes for a long while, keeping them shut for ages. Me? Did I say something wrong? As a person of a later age, I stood on the shoulders of giants, and my understanding of the myriad things naturally could not be compared to the ancients. Yet where did these principles begin, if not from them? Without them laying the cultural foundation, how could later ages have flourished? After a long while, just as I thought he'd fallen asleep, a burst of golden light exploded from his body, and the mighty energy flung me flying dozens of meters, sending me sprawling flat on my back, my head somehow burrowing into some marmot's burrow. I was speechless. Was this what they called getting hit while just lying there? A force gripped both my feet and pulled my head out of the hole. Sorry, I couldn't control it. Fushi apologized guiltily. It's fine, as long as I could help. I spat out a mouthful of dirt. So this was what eating dirt tasted like. Thank you, you know so much. Fushi praised sincerely. I thought to myself, if you'd been born in the future, you'd leave me in the dust by miles. Elder brother. A pleasant voice came. I looked, and it was, to my surprise, a supremely beautiful woman with a human head and serpent body, likewise draped in a hide, her looks surpassing even Diaochan's by a good measure. Let me introduce her. This is my wife, Nuwa, Fushi said. Greetings, Sister Nuwa. I hurriedly greeted her. Nuwa, also a legendary figure. I just didn't know whether her molding humans from clay was true. She truly was beautiful, holy as an immortal. Nuwa smiled at me. The tribe is running low on food. The chieftain is gathering everyone for a hunt. All right, Fushi answered. I'll go too, I said. Everyone came to the tribe. The tribe at this time was still very primitive, the dwellings all thatched huts, barely able to shelter from wind and rain. No one in the tribe knew me, yet they all treated me as one of their own, as if I belonged to the Wind tribe all along. I observed Fushi, Niwa, and this tribe all along the way. Though Fushi already possessed great wisdom, he had yet to distinguish himself, and there was much he had not yet discovered. The tribe's people, limited by their era, knew little. Most were simple-minded and strong-limbed, poor at contemplation. Only a few as clever as Fushi were the chieftain-caliber figures of the tribe. It wasn't only Fushi and Niwa who had human heads and serpent bodies in the tribe. Quite a few others did too, which rather piqued my curiosity. The chieftain was very old and had handed the hunting over entirely to Fushi, so everyone began to prepare. Their food source was singular, only hunting. Fushi bid Niwa farewell, took up his weapon, and came to my side. Stay close to me. All right. Perhaps only by following Fushi all the way and witnessing his growth could I complete this trial. In an ancient tribe, what was least lacking was primeval forest and all manner of ferocious beasts. Led by the veterans, everyone soon set foot in the woods. The tribe's people were all robust, and only then did I realize I was actually the weakest of the lot. Earlier I'd been rather pleased with my burly build, but now I knew I was a clown. Cavemen had only crude weapons, not even straw sandals. Though I too wanted to use my foreknowledge to help this tribe grow strong, I felt this trial wasn't meant for me to do such things. I shouldn't lose sight of the essentials. Faithfully following Fushi was the true path to completing the trial as fast as possible. The primeval forest had ancient trees towering into the sky, crisscrossing paths, and countless primordial giant beasts. Under Fushi's guidance, everyone avoided the large beasts and successfully bagged a few, an ancient deer and several beasts that looked like wolves yet also like sheep, whose names I couldn't call out. The wild beasts of this era were all exceptionally ferocious, far surpassing the fierce tigers of later ages. But Fushi and the others had boundless strength, able to kill with a single punch. Seeing their singular hunting methods, relying entirely on brute force, I looked at Fushi. Actually, there are faster and more effortless ways. Oh, how so? His interest was piqued. So I spoke of luring and trapping, setting snares, encircling, and other common tactics. Things that were mere common sense in later ages. But here were strategies brimming with great wisdom. Fushi's eyes lit up, and in an instant he grasped their marvelous uses, laughing heartily. The tribe's people all say my wisdom is unmatched, but I say you're the one with the greatest wisdom. When we return, I'll definitely recommend you as priest. The priest held an extraordinary status in the tribe. Only one of great wisdom could serve. I hurriedly declined. I certainly hadn't come to be a primitive priest. This was, after all, just a trial ground. Once done, I'd leave. Under his inquiries, I laid out all sorts of methods one by one, and Fushi tried each in turn. Before long, a leopard fell into a trap. The key was that he didn't act himself. The tribe's people hunted it down. A leopard was dozens of times more savage than a deer, yet they managed it, which forced them to admire me. The tribe's people accepted me too, no longer treating me as dead weight. After a long while, everyone returned laden with spoils, and the tribe was full of jubilation. This hunt's catch far surpassed any before, and not a single person was lost. Hunts in the past always brought deaths and injuries, but this time it was all thanks to those simple principles I'd told Fushi. Everyone admired my wisdom immensely, though only I knew. I'd merely spoken some common sense. Only then did I understand how important knowledge and culture truly were. After this, I moved to a spot closer to Fushi. To my surprise, Niwa had a younger sister, also with a human head and serpent body, and lovely of looks too, no less than Niwa. She was extremely curious about me, and hearing that my wisdom was no less than Fushi's, she loved most in her idle time to hear me tell all sorts of interesting tales. What's your name? My name is Nudi, and I'm of the Yao race. Sister Niwa and brother Fushi saved me. Nudi was adorable and clever. From her I learned that the primordial chaos held many races, that her people had been wiped out by a great demon and scattered in flight, and that Niwa and her husband had saved her from peril. One day, the Wind tribe danced around a bonfire. I thought it was some ordinary activity, but later learned from Nudi They were commemorating the fire seed. Indeed, once humanity had fire, they went from eating raw food to cooked and bid farewell to the days of lightless long nights. The fire seed deserved to be remembered forever. I lived here for quite a few days, not knowing how the trial was to be completed. All I could do was guide Fushi step by step, letting him know more. He too often came to consult me about the doubts in his heart. Many questions I truly couldn't answer, for he asked things too exquisite, too profound, and I could only speak of the merest surface of the cosmos. Even so, he benefited greatly. I couldn't help but sigh. This was talent. That Fushi could become the progenitor of human civilization owed to his own extraordinary wisdom. I had merely developed that potential of his ahead of time. Later I discovered a river not far from the tribe. The tribes of this time all settled beside water. So I guided Fushi. Why not fish, to add to the food source? What is fishing? He was very curious. I taught him to weave nets from knotted cords, which could catch both fish and birds, and also helped him make simple bamboo rafts, so he could go into the water to catch fish. On this day, Fushi and I were discussing the way of heaven and earth by the riverside. He was naturally gifted, grasping things at a touch, and I too learned much from him. Suddenly, a black tortoise crawled up onto the bank from the river, came before Fushi, sized him up with great spiritual awareness, and then lazily began to sunbathe. This black tortoise is rather interesting. Fushi cupped it in his hands and examined it closely. I said, "This tortoise shell seems extraordinary." Tortoise shell? Fushi examined its patterns closely, his heartstrings jolting violently, and once again he fell into deep comprehension. I thought to myself, this is what it means to be a child of destiny, a casual pointer, and he could comprehend astronomy and geography. Truly one blessed with great fortune. Fushi contemplated the shell in deep thought, and once he sat down, days passed. In that moment, the yin and yang of heaven and earth converged, condensing into a taiji yin-yang formation diagram that enveloped heaven and earth, an indescribable sound of the Tao filling the surroundings. These few days I'd stayed here without leaving, my food all brought by Nudie. Thus, at the instant the taiji formation diagram took shape, the purest yin and yang qi of heaven and earth descended upon me as well. I closed my eyes, and it was as if I'd come to a world of chaos, empty of all things, just like the scene when I first awakened the Lord's heart. Ahead was a shaft of colorful light. I was startled. Isn't that the Lord's heart? I drifted closer and saw the colorful Lord's heart entwined by yin and yang qi, condensing into a taiji formation diagram, a vast and profound sound of the Tao lingering around it. I couldn't understand it, yet I could feel its exquisiteness and depth beyond all fathoming. Yin and yang formed the taiji, and the taiji derived the 8 trigrams. The colorful Lord's space turned into 7-hued flowing light and merged into the formation diagram, rosy radiance blazing forth. When I opened my eyes again, a scroll of ancient text fell from the sky, giving off a colorful glow. Full of curiosity, I took the ancient scroll, one look, and I was instantly dumbfounded. It was utterly blank, nothing on it at all. What's going on? A blank ancient scroll, what on earth did it mean? Puzzled beyond understanding, I could only awaken from my meditation. Opening my eyes, Fushi already stood before me, asking like an elder brother, "You're awake?" "You're awake too." I caught sight of a huge tortoise behind him and was startled. Where'd this big tortoise come from? I gained some insight from the tortoise shell and comprehended a diagram. Do you still remember that black tortoise from before? Don't tell me it's transformed from that little tortoise? Precisely. Its fortune runs deep. I've named it Xuanwu, how's that? Fushi stroked the tortoise's head, and it seemed to enjoy it greatly. An excellent name. It can be one of the 4 holy beasts. 4 holy beasts. He'd only just comprehended the taiji and had yet to delve deeper, not grasping my meaning. I said, "The azure dragon of the east guards the heaven gate. The white tiger of the west guards the mystery gate. The vermilion bird of the south guards the yellow gate. And the black tortoise of the north guards the earth gate. With the 4 directions gathered, heaven and earth boundless, one can repel enemies from all sides." Fushi grew thoughtful. "It seems your comprehension runs deeper." "No, it's owed to your grace. Earlier the yin and yang qi entering my body aided me greatly." Fushi smiled faintly, for had he not, too, benefited because of me? "Brother Fushi, Brother Zhou Yin, you're awake." Nudie and Nuwa came walking from afar, faces full of delight. Fushi said, Nudie is quite taken with you. If you're interested, I can sound out her feelings. This? Absolutely not. I was momentarily at a loss for words. I may not be able to stay here long, so better not delay her. Fushi looked at me carefully for a moment. Truth and falsehood, illusion and reality. How do you know this is but a dream? Elder brother, what do you mean by that? I felt there was more to his words, but he only gave an unfathomable smile and explained no further. In the days that followed, I still discussed the ultimate truths of heaven and earth with Fushi, learning some abstruse things from him. I seemed to have gained some insight, yet also seemed to have gained nothing. We verified our understandings against each other, each with his own gains. Nudie grew ever more attentive, and the look in her eyes when she gazed at me changed too. It wasn't that I disliked her, it was just that I was, after all, not a person of this era, and couldn't make promises I could never keep. All I could do was avoid her as much as possible, while planning how to end the trial sooner. Fushi's comprehension of the Taiji and 8 trigrams grew ever deeper, though owing partly to me. More of it came from his own talent. He taught everything he knew without reserve, and began to establish a cultivation method for the human race, hoping thereby to strengthen humanity so it would no longer be harassed by ferocious beasts. In this primordial chaos, the human race was still weak. A single giant beast could devour an entire tribe, bloody and cruel. Fushi's undertaking was solely to make the human race strong, so it would no longer become food in the maws of other species. For the human race, this was truly a great merit. I happened never to have learned any cultivation art, yet I possessed knowledge of the body and unique insights that Fushi did not have. So I helped him perfect this most ancient cultivation method of the human race. Though it was slow, the two of us took endless delight in it, often forgetting to eat and sleep, much to Nuwa and Nudie's repeated displeasure. Fortunately, their bodies were robust and the spiritual energy here dense, so going 7 days and nights without sleep did no real harm. In half a month, we perfected the human race's first ancient scripture. But I felt such an ancient scripture ought to be recorded. An ancient scripture passed by word of mouth will eventually be forgotten. It would be more secure if it could be depicted with writing. Writing, what's that? Fushi was curious. It's recording these things with images, so the whole race can study and pass them down. Even if later generations forget, so long as the writing remains, the inheritance will never be severed. This is a great good deed. Fushi was overjoyed. So the two of us set to creating characters, first drawing them on the ground. But I discovered I couldn't write a single modern character. It was as if they'd been erased from my mind. I was both startled and baffled. I clearly knew them, yet couldn't write them out. I vaguely understood. This was because heaven and earth did not yet tolerate such writing. It had to evolve from the most ancient characters. Thus, we could only truly create the characters ourselves. I prompted Fushi that we could model them after the forms of animals. After settling on the characters, I further suggested carving them onto the tortoise shell. The first oracle bone script thus took shape. At the instant this set of human race ancient scripture was carved and recorded, golden light burst forth from the tortoise shell, golden characters emerging one after another, 7-hued light enveloping heaven and earth and descending upon the two of us. Fushi and I once again fell into clear emptiness, just as when he first comprehended the Taiji. This time, I returned to that chaos, and on that 7-hued ancient scroll, characters actually began to emerge, precisely the characters Fushi and I had created. So this is how the ancient scroll is used. I seemed to have gained some insight, yet also felt it wasn't so simple. It was formed from my 7-hued lord's heart and the yin and yang qi, and I always felt much was still lacking. I vaguely sensed that the day this ancient scroll was completed would be the day my trial succeeded. An abstruse comprehension welled up in my heart, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a vast ocean, pouring endlessly into my body. So too with Fushi. The two of us were like two black holes, madly devouring the spiritual energy. Xuanwu beside us benefited greatly too, narrowing its eyes to savor this vast sea of spirit. A phoenix cry and a firebird circled down, a dragon's roar, and an azure dragon descended from the clouds, taking on a body of several meters. In the primeval forest, a sky-blue white tiger with a pair of wings beat its wings and rose, landing on either side. The four beasts were full of spiritual awareness, each guarding a direction, as if protecting us. The four auspicious beasts slept beside us, and two Taiji formation diagrams surfaced from within the two of us, finally evolving into one great formation. Fushi as the yin eye, I as the yang eye, the four holy beasts guarding the four directions, heaven, earth, mystery yellow falling into place. The light of the heavenly Tao descended, and all the living beings of the entire primordial chaos inexplicably felt that a terrifying power was awakening. Upon the primordial chaos continent, it seemed some earth-shaking event was about to unfold. I seemed to receive some comprehension of the origin of the great Tao. This was an enormous opportunity, its benefits boundless, only far too profound, beyond what I could fathom at this moment. Even so, my body underwent tremendous changes. A vast supreme yang qi flowed through my body, pure and powerful. Before heaven and earth opened, there was only chaos. At the moment heaven and earth were split apart, chaos turned into yin and yang qi, and yin and yang gave birth to the myriad things. At this moment Fushi was yin, and I was yang, the two poles of the Taiji, converging the purest primordial yin and yang qi between heaven and earth. This world was still at the initial opening of heaven and earth, and these two forces were both the earliest primordial origins, exceedingly precious. They continually reforged my body, making me ever stronger. And that scroll, in my mind, was also quietly transforming. The symbols and characters upon it seemed to have gained spirit, giving off an astonishing radiance. I don't know how long passed before the two of us awakened from meditation. The first thing I felt was boundless power within my body, as if a single punch could shatter a great mountain. A current flowed autonomously within me, moving along some special route. This should be the supreme yang qi, cultivating autonomously according to that cultivation method. I was quite surprised. The method Fushi and I had created seemed to have received some kind of great Tao recognition, growing ever more perfect and immensely powerful. I looked at Fushi and saw yin and yang qi flowing all about him, converging into a Taiji 8 trigrams formation diagram that merged into his body. I couldn't help but wonder, why did I have only supreme yang qi, but no supreme yin qi? No wonder I hadn't been able to comprehend the Taiji, feeling only an ocean-like supreme yang force. Fushi opened his eyes. His gains far exceeded mine, for after all he was the man of heaven's mandate, the child of fortune, the progenitor of the human race. He transformed his serpent body into 2 legs and walked toward me. It seems we both gained a great deal this time. But I found something amiss with my body. There's only supreme yang force within me, while you can harmonize yin and yang. Fortunately, there's no ill effect for now. I voiced my confusion. All things value balance. I'm not clear on it yet either, but there must be a reason. Don't rush, we'll figure out a way together. We were only just beginning to cultivate, and could only puzzle it out slowly. I found that the earlier method was correct, and I've had new ideas. Fushi's gains were enormous, and being naturally brilliant, he soon wrote out the continuation of the method on the tortoise shell, though it was still not perfect. The moment he finished writing, that ancient scroll in my mind actually auto-filled the same portion, not a hair off. This ancient scroll was no simple thing. Being imprinted upon it proved the method was without error. Congratulations to both elder brothers on breaking through again. Nudie came walking from afar, carrying a pot of sweet spring water in a clay vessel, and seeing that Fushi's serpent body had become 2 feet, she asked curiously, "Brother Fushi, how did you do it?" Fushi told her the method. Nudie fumbled at it for a while, and with a flash of light, she too transformed her serpent body into 2 legs. "I have 2 feet now." She laughed and played, innocent as a child. Returning to the tribe, Fushi taught Niwa the method too. In the days that followed, I still perfected the method with Fushi, passed the writing to the tribespeople, and taught them the way of cultivation, which indeed greatly enhanced their physiques. The tribe underwent tremendous changes because of me, building wooden houses, raising fowl, learning to farm better. But all of this I accomplished by prompting Fushi. It was what he was destined to do in the future anyway. I'd merely helped him realize it sooner. The method grew ever more perfect, and the tribe grew stronger by the day. 2 months later, the aged chieftain's lamp ran dry of oil, and he passed the position of chieftain to Fushi. The era belonging to him thus unfolded. Another month, and a man of another tribe, gravely wounded and dying, came seeking aid. A pack of powerful beasts had come to their tribe and was wantonly slaughtering the tribe's people. Fushi immediately gathered all the able-bodied men of the tribe to go to the rescue, and I naturally went along. The moment we arrived, we saw a pack of giant beasts 5 or 6 meters tall charging and rampaging through the tribe, swallowing whole anyone they saw. At the dawn of the primordial chaos, the human race was the rations of these beasts, weak and pitiful, detestable. Everyone was seething with fury, gripping bronze blades and swords. This too was naturally my doing. After several months of cultivation, the Wind Tribe people had become exceptionally formidable, able to slay such beasts single-handedly. A group of Wind Tribe men leapt over Tinsum Zhang, gripping their massive weapons, and smashed down at the beasts' heads. Splurt! The beast heads were instantly reduced to pulp. With such strength, the tribe had long since ceased to worry about food. Isn't that too strong? The people of the Yocheon clan stared wide-eyed, faces full of disbelief, and some even knelt and cried out, "The gods have descended." From then on, Fushi opened the deity era of the human race. He took in the Yocheon clan and brought them back to the tribe. After this, beasts across the entire primordial chaos became exceptionally active, and human tribes were often eaten down to the last soul. Both Fushi and I sensed some kind of change between heaven and earth, like something inevitable, and yet like something manipulated by some hand of fate. We both knew the primordial chaos was about to undergo a great upheaval. So we went about gathering scattered, wandering tribes, letting them come and join us. They had long heard of Fushi's deeds as a god, and without a word, all joined. Fushi's tribe grew ever stronger, and the upheavals of the primordial chaos grew ever greater too. Sure enough, before long, heaven and earth abruptly changed, as though the heavens collapsed and the earth split, a force of destruction sweeping across the primordial chaos. I roughly understood. This should be the Great War between the Wu and Yao races, and it was precisely after this Great War that the human race would gain the hope of rising. This Great War dragged on for ages, and the entire primordial chaos nearly fell to pieces. Yet no matter how brutally heaven and earth were battered, Fushi's tribe always remained safe and sound, never suffering calamity. Rumble. I don't know how long passed before a great boom sounded between heaven and earth, and everyone came out to look, only to see Mount Buzhou, which connected heaven and earth, beginning to collapse. This is bad, there's a hole torn in the sky. Everyone was shocked. With Mount Buzhou's collapse, a rift split open in the sky, and it kept widening with time. If left unchecked, the entire primordial chaos would perish. We must find a way, or all the living beings of the primordial chaos will be destroyed. Fushi and Yuhua said urgently. Let's go take a look at Mount Buzhou, I said. Everyone set out toward Mount Buzhou, the whole way a scene of apocalyptic horror. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had, unexpectedly, plummeted 100-fold. Countless powerful beasts lay dead, many of them primordial species. Who'd have thought even they couldn't escape this calamity? Volcanoes erupted, floods raged, rivers changed course, and the sea of forests burned to nothing. Arriving at the foot of Mount Buzhou, that peak connecting heaven and earth, though already toppled, still towered into the clouds. What do? The rifts getting bigger and bigger. Fushi and Yuhua were frantic with worry. I caught sight of several stones giving off 5-colored light at the foot of the mountain. Pick up these stones and refine them. I seem to have seen these 5-colored divine stones before, powerful, with the ability to transform heaven and earth. They just might be able to stop the rift. One look and Yuhua comprehended. Everyone, help gather them, hurry. The Wind Tribe people all searched for the 5-colored divine stones. Though they didn't know their use, they picked them up all the same. Only I knew. These were supreme treasures possessing heaven-shaking power. Soon we'd gathered quite a few. I shouted to the sky, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, come. A phoenix cry echoed through the 9 heavens, and the Vermilion Bird arrived bearing divine fire. A dragon's roar shook the sky, and the Azure Dragon descended riding the clouds. Tiger roars rolled forth, and the White Tiger galloped in with mighty splendor. The Black Tortoise came bearing a sheet of seawater. The 4 holy beasts took on bodies of several meters, gathering before us. Vermilion Bird, refine the divine stones with divine fire, hurry. The Vermilion Bird nodded and spewed divine fire to smelt them. I then ordered the other three beasts to surround and guard the divine stones in a ring of energy. In a moment, the five-colored divine stones were all refined, turning into a sheet of five-colored rosy light. They must be delivered to the heavens. Let me do it. Fushi and Nuwa stepped forward at the same time. I said, this can be done by none but Nuwa. Only she can accomplish it. No one else can. All right, Nuwa agreed. Four holy beasts, escort Nuwa and the divine stones to the heavens. The four beasts soared into the air, Nuwa seated atop the azure dragon's head, heading straight for the rift in the sky. But the high-altitude air currents were violent, and the four beasts' ascent was blocked. Left with no choice, Nuwa ordered them to remain mid-air, and she herself conjured a sheet of divine light, wrapping the five-colored rosy glow around her, and charged toward the rift alone. Nuwa, Fushi was overcome with grief, both hands reaching toward her, as if to pull her back, yet he could do nothing but watch helplessly as she vanished into the rift. Farewell, my people, my friends, my beloved. Nuwa and the five-colored rosy glow burst forth with majestic radiance, enveloping the split firmament. The rift in the sky rapidly healed. She had successfully mended the heavens. The hole in the sky was completely repaired, yet not one of the tribe was not stricken with grief, everyone in tears. Sister Nuwa, Nudie wept until her heart was broken, at last burying herself in my arms, sobbing. Though I'd known the ending all along, I couldn't help but shed tears too. Nuwa had always treated me exceptionally well, like a true elder sister. I knew Nuwa wouldn't truly die, yet I still ached, because she and Fushi were, in the end, to be parted. Sure enough, the next moment, a mighty power enveloped the sky, and Nuwa's ethereal soul surfaced above the firmament. Heaven and earth grew serene, the divine light of the heavenly Tao descending, and wherever the radiance passed, the primordial chaos ravaged by the flames of war regained its spring glow. The earth reconverged, rivers returned to the sea, forest fires all extinguished. Only that fallen Mount Bujo could no longer be restored. Auspicious signs in heaven and earth. Nuwa has become a sage, Fushi exclaimed in astonishment. But immediately he calmed again. But she has, after all, left me. He understood that his marital bond with Nuwa had come to an end. Nuwa became a sage and vanished from between heaven and earth. Yet all she had done for the primordial chaos would be remembered by later generations forever. The four holy beasts also gained great merit and fortune, becoming the four great holy beasts guarding the four directions of the primordial chaos. Though not sages, their status was transcendent, beyond the mundane world. As we left, I gazed toward a certain spot. A beam of five-colored light descended from the heavens and landed on a certain mountain of the primordial chaos. I smiled without a word and did not interfere, for in my hands, I still hid a five-colored divine stone, the very last one remaining of Mount Bujo. Will Sister Nuwa come back? Nudie asked me. She's always in our hearts. That was all I could answer. Sister has already gone. I don't want you to leave too. All right. Nudie gripped my hand tightly, her eyes full of expectation, leaving me at a loss for what to say. I couldn't make a promise and could only stay silent. I kept asking myself, was this truly just an illusion? Truly just a trial? Truly just the place where I received my inheritance? Back at the tribe, Fushi regained his vigor and continued leading the tribe to grow. But by this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was no longer at the prosperity it had been before the Great War, and cultivation was hundreds or thousands of times slower. However, after the matter of Nuwa becoming a sage, Fushi grew ever more brilliant, able to perfect many things without my help, some even leaving me astonished. The ancient scrolls cultivation method in my mind also grew ever more complete, seeming only a single step short. Sure enough, the man chosen by heaven would, even without my aid, ultimately radiate the brilliance belonging to his era. I had witnessed with my own eyes a progenitor of human civilization exhausting himself, body and mind, for the human race. And so I followed Fushi like this, striving shoulder to shoulder with him for the entire human race, nearly forgetting my purpose in coming here. I'd already come to regard myself as one of this place. Until one day, several months later, Fushi had Nudie and me gather a great quantity of tortoise shells and carve upon them the entire process of Nuwa mending the heavens, including the figures of us aiding shoulder to shoulder, carved piece by piece onto the shells, ending at last with the scene of the four holy beasts escorting the divine stones and Nuwa mending the sky. In that instant, the ancient scroll in my mind burst forth with resplendent light, enveloping my entire being. I received a prompt. The inheritance trial was complete. From entering this place to today, a very, very long time had passed. It had at last succeeded. Yet for some reason, I felt tremendously reluctant to part and looked at the two people before me. You're leaving, aren't you? Fushi gazed at me calmly, as if he'd long known this ending. Elder brother, no need to say more. I understand it all. These days, it's all been thanks to you. He smiled at me, kind and loving as an elder. Elder brother, is Zhou Yin really leaving? Just like Sister Nuwa, never to be seen again. Nudi's eyes were red, tears welling like a spring. Nudi, I'm sorry. I'm not, in the end, a person of this era. You forget me. My heart was cut as if by a knife. I too was loath to part with this clingy little sprite, who always loved to ask this and that, who often slipped into my room at night to sleep in my arms. There were far, far too many beautiful memories. No, I won't. I don't want you to go. With the two dearest people leaving one after another, Nudi was overcome with grief. I said, illusion and reality alike. How do you know all this isn't a dream? Fushi looked at the two of us. You will meet again in the end, though it may be a long wait. Once the bridge of fate has led you here, how could it easily be severed? Elder brother, do you mean we can still meet again, and this place isn't unreal? I gazed at him in astonishment, the radiance about him growing ever brighter. Remember, forever carry on the future of humanity, the human race. I entrust its protection to you. We will meet again in the future. The radiance dispersed, and I finally left the trial ground, returning to the divine bridge of the inheritance hall. Inheritance trial complete. Successfully changed to the RRR grade class. Inherited. Awakened talent. Chaos Supreme Young Body. Aptitude unlocked. RRR grade. Obtained special quest item. 5-colored divine stone. So I came back after all. I looked around, still on the endless divine bridge of the inheritance temple. I looked up toward the void. That golden black hole had already vanished. The inheritance obtained, it would never appear again. Fushi said we'd meet again. Could it be that wasn't a dream? At this thought, my eyes burned and I clenched my fists. I didn't dare assert anything. This temple was far too peculiar. If it had truly sent me back to Earth's primordial chaos to meet Fushi, that wasn't necessarily impossible. But in Earth's memory, Fushi and Nuwa were both legendary figures. Later ages only heard their names, and no one knew where they'd gone. Where on earth did you go? I fell into deep thought. This experience made me vaguely sense. The Kanglan continent, the Lord world, Earth, and even other planets seemed to have some kind of mysterious connection. To learn the truth and find the whereabouts of Fushi and the others, the only way is to keep growing stronger. I looked up toward the void. Nudi, are you still there now? In the distant void, within a peculiar building of some mysterious space, inside a crystal white jade coffin, a woman who seemed to have slept for endless ages, in that instant, seemed to stir slightly. My body feels unprecedentedly powerful. I open my attribute list. Zhou Yin level, 10. Strength, 141.9 Constitution, 120 Agility, 121.3 Spirit, 124.2. Reputation, 300. Class, Inheritor, bearing the duty of the human race's inheritance and the future to be protected, can learn all skills. Talent, Chaos Supreme Yang Body. Aptitude, RRR. Cultivation Method, RRR, Yin Yang Creation Formula. Realm, 15th Heaven of the Martial Tao, all stats plus 20%. Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit, each had increased by 100 points. Charisma and Luck each rose by 10 too. I clicked my tongue in amazement. The boost was so great it was hard to believe. No wonder I'm several times stronger than before. These stats are terrifying. And this was just the one item of physical stats. There were many more things settled deep in my mind, waiting for me to unearth. Especially that ancient scroll. Besides the Yin Yang creation formula, it was also imprinted with patterns of all sorts of primordial beasts, the characters and symbols Fushi and I had created, and the scenes of mending the sky. All of this represented some ultimate truth of the myriad things of the world. It could never be left upon it at random. I always felt this ancient scroll was no simple thing. Yet for the moment, I couldn't see through it, and could only wait until my strength reached its full height. You are the first lord in this trial to succeed at a class change. Reward 100 reputation. Announce. Reputation again. I clicked no. Announcement. Lord XXX of territory XXX. Nationality XXX. First to complete a class change. Reward 100 reputation. The entire newcomer trial was once again shaken. Everyone concluded that this class changer was that mysterious tycoon, envy and jealousy and resentment flying together. This mysterious person's on TV a fourth time now. What's with all the mystery? Got the guts to give your name? It's not necessarily the same person, is it? The world's so big, there are plenty of lucky people. Maybe it's 4 different people. Makes sense. The announcement only reports the first place. This successful class changer is very likely another mysterious person. Either way, to reach level 10 and change classes in so little time, his strength must be terrifying. Someone changed classes on just the 7th day? So scary. I'm level 3 and can only quietly develop. I'd stayed in the trial ground for a very long time, yet only 3 days had passed outside. The trial ground had been a full 300-some days, about 10 months. In those 10 months, I'd gained experiences and comprehensions that an ordinary person might not obtain even in a dozen years. I walked toward the Spirit Energy Bamboo Hut, where Jiao-chan was returning from the spirit field carrying a basket of melons and fruits. The moment she saw me, she trotted over, saying happily, "You're finally out. These 3 days must have been hard on you all. Anything major happen?" "No, everything went smoothly. Today's siege didn't last long either. These monsters aren't much of a threat." Jiao-chan gave a rough account of the recent events. No real trouble. Only that the sieging monsters grew more numerous by the day, exceeding 5,000 today. 5,000? That many? I was shocked. We didn't expect it either. But they're all low level, the highest only level 6, all just coming to deliver soul coins, Jiao-chan said. I was naturally at ease about my own territory. The building defenses and the thornvine fence could firmly block the monsters outside. Not to mention there were now 5 defense towers, each formidable. I checked the soul coins. In 3 days they'd actually accumulated to nearly 200,000. 200,000. Zhenmi and I took turns leading people out to hunt monsters these days, 1 person a day. Today it was her turn to lead the team, so I stayed to hold the fort. Very good. 200,000 soul coins was enough for me to accomplish many things. To better protect the territory, the first place I went was the white-robed ghost general barracks, ascending the altar to summon. Spend 1,000 soul coins, summon 1 white-robed ghost soldier. Spend 1,000 soul coins, summon 1 white-robed squad leader. Finally got a minor officer. I looked. The squad leader's stats were only slightly higher than an ordinary soldier's, not very pronounced. This time I summoned 20 in all, leveled them all up to 10, spending 120,000, with over 80,000 left. The territory's population rose to 68. I ordered them each to drill, then left. I've been saving these past days' spirit spring. If you don't sell it soon, there'll be nothing left to store it in, Jiao-chan reminded me. Let me see if there are any water vats. The daily spirit spring output is fixed and sells very well, so it's always good to stock some in advance. As the population grew, the territory's spring consumption would gradually increase too, but I urgently needed funds now. And every time I saw those price tags in the mystery shop, I felt gloomy for a while. Fortunately, I'd planted spirit fruits, and getting rich off selling fruit was just around the corner. Jiao-chan had already stored up quite a bit these past days, just waiting for me to sell. When I entered the inheritance, I'd already granted Jiao-chan management authority, so of the items the mystery shop refreshed these past days, she'd bought all the useful ones. 3 more defense towers. I noticed 3 new towers around the territory. They're all rewards from the trials ending these 3 days, all opened by Zhenmi. Her luck is really too good. Jiao-chan was pleased too. What the territory lacked most was defense towers. 3. The Blazing Flame Tower, the Swordblade Tower, and the Poison Gas Tower, all of which Jiao-chan had already leveled up to 20. The Blazing Flame Tower needed no explanation. I mainly looked at the other 2. Swordblade Tower level, 20 quality, S defense, 10,000 attack range, 100 meters. Special 1, Swordblade Storm, area attacked. Special 2, every 2 hours, releases a sky sword, devastating single target attacked. Not bad. Its ordinary attack was similar to the Storm Towers, just not as powerful as that SSS quality. And its second skill was a single-target heavy strike, excellent against high-level monsters. Poison Gas Tower level, 20 quality, SS defense, 20,000 attack range, 200 meters. Special 1. Releases Poison Mist, Poison Attack. Special 2. Every 30 minutes, releases Poison Spores, slowing enemies. A group attack tower with negative status effects. I rather wanted to see the miserable state of a horde of monsters caught in it. This Poison Mist is fierce. As long as monsters fall into range, they'll die of poisoning. Jiao-chan recalled yesterday's battle. Let's see its power tomorrow. We came to the Spirit Spring. Today's water hadn't been used yet. I opened the trading hall and found that the little sweetie Lord was no longer selling bamboo. So I took the initiative to add her as a friend. Somewhere in the newcomer trial, little sweetie saw the friend request and clicked accept. She was curious why this person had added her, but I spoke first. Hello, why aren't you selling bamboo anymore? Bamboo, she immediately asked. Are you the one who used to buy my bamboo? Yes, I need a large quantity of bamboo. Do you still have stock? I saw you didn't buy for 3 days and thought you didn't want it anymore, so I pulled it. Same price as before. However much you have, I'll take it all. She was startled at first, then delighted. This was enough for her to earn a good sum to develop her territory. Sure, no problem. She listed several thousand bamboo and asked, can you handle this much? Without a word, I directly transferred the spirit coins. The transaction done, she sent. Domineering. Keep chopping, I'll need quite a bit more. I ended the chat. With bamboo in hand, I had all 20 white-robed ghost soldiers fill Spirit Spring. Then I opened the trading hall and searched large water vat. There was actually no such item. I didn't absolutely have to buy them. I just wanted to store some Spirit Spring in advance, since it would always come in handy later. Let me post a world message. Altar sacrifices could yield all sorts of bizarre things, from cultivation methods and equipment down to socks and underwear. There was nothing you couldn't get, only things you couldn't imagine. National channel, buying large water vats, the bigger the better. Anyone who has them, private message me. The moment the message went out, spirit coins were deducted. Every line cost a bit of coin. Immediately someone burst out laughing. Haha, is this friend messing with me? What do you want a big vat for? To keep little tadpoles? Maybe for bathing. Some places love to bathe in vats. Probably to bury himself in a vat. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I smashed 2 of them yesterday. Someone actually wants this stuff. A miracle. I'd thought no one would have any, but saw several private messages. An anonymous lord asked directly, what price? Over 100 spirit coins each, depending on the vat size. This price was absolutely fair. This stuff was of little use, and just took up space piled in the warehouse. The other party directly listed 3 large vats. I was startled, gave 600 spirit coins, and he readily completed the deal. But the second private message read, 10,000 each, and I only have 1. Without a word, I blacklisted him. Did he take me for a fool? Selling 1 vat for 10,000. You'd have to be sick in the head to buy it. After that, I bought a few more people's vats. Some tried to seize the chance to jack up prices, and I simply closed the trade. It was just buying a vat, and yet I ran into so many weirdos. I set the dozen-some vats on the ground, lifted the largest one with one hand, filled it with Spirit Spring, then hoisted it single-handedly. No sense of weight at all. My strength stat really was monstrous. Over 100 points of strength was indeed terrifying. Then I tossed the vat into the air, and with a splash, the vat flew up over 10 meters from the spring, leaving everyone dumbstruck. This strength, it's grown so powerful. Jiao-chan exclaimed repeatedly in amazement, never imagining I'd become this fearsome after receiving the inheritance. She grew even more curious about the inheritance temple. I'd said the people of the territory could all go in to receive inheritances and strengthen themselves. She longed to grow stronger and protect the territory, and was full of anticipation for that temple. I filled all the vats, stored them in the treasure vault, then listed Spirit Spring. It had been up only a short while when those who'd caught wind of it snatched it clean in an instant, afraid of being beaten to it by a single second. What they were competing in was hand speed. I just kept listing, putting up dozens of bundles at a time so more people could buy, and it wouldn't all be gobbled up by one person. As a person, one should always be a bit generous. Little Sweetie sent a message. You're the one selling this Spirit Spring, aren't you? Yes, it's me. Could you sell me 2 jars? I'll trade bamboo for them. Sure. Bartering, with both sides deducting a bit of transaction fee. That little bit of money, I didn't mind. I then looked through Qin Yao's messages from these past days, mostly requests to buy food, all unanswered since I'd been away. I had some sudden business these days and couldn't check messages. My apologies. Before long, she replied. Big bro, I really was afraid you'd cut off my food supply. Right now, I was the only one who could give her so much food. If she bought solely from the trading hall, she'd spend at least double the price. I wouldn't. I really had something come up. I certainly wasn't going to give up this big client. I listed a full heap of monster corpses. I had far too many of these, and it was time to clear them out. The transaction done, another million plus was deposited. Qin Yao's warehouse was limited. She had to stockpile every 2 or 3 days. Any spirit strawberries left? I'm craving them again. Spirit apples, spirit bananas, spirit dragon fruit, spirit snow pears. Which kind do you want? Qin Yao. All of them, 100 of each. Having a spirit field really was nice. She could eat such spirit fruits anytime, while others had no channel to buy them even if they wanted to. No problem. I listed dozens of kinds of fruit, 99 of each. So jealous. She priced each according to the outside market rate, never inflating. Dozens of kinds of spirit fruit netted me another 3 million plus. This was the earning speed of a spirit field lord. I began listing spirit fruits. Spirit strawberries 440, spirit apples 660, spirit oranges 330. Naturally, I wasn't selling them one by one. They were all bundles of 10. National Trading Hall. Sold 10 spirit strawberries. Gained 4,000 spirit coins. Sold 10 spirit apples. Gained 6,000 spirit coins. The dozens of kinds of fruit were snatched clean the moment they went up. The number of people watching me surged again, gaining 100,000 in a moment, which surprised me. I opened the chat room, and sure enough, it was all discussion of me. National channel. Damn, there are actually spirit fruits for sale in the trading hall. What dumb luck. These are absolutely spirit field grown, or there wouldn't be this kind of output. So crazy. The spirit fruits were snatched in under 3 minutes. I didn't grab a single bundle. Any spirit spring left? I can't grab any. This guy's total sales today have already broken 10 million. Is this what a capitalist is? Detestable capitalist. Yeah, you don't hate capitalists. You hate that you aren't a capitalist. You above? Who let you speak the truth? From my careful observation, there's good reason to suspect he's that mysterious class changer. He didn't list Spirit Spring for 3 days, and today, right after the class change announcement, he started selling. These past few days, he was probably doing the class change quest. Makes sense, but he's hidden everything, so you're only suspecting. I hadn't expected that many people would start connecting me to that class changer. Once a person becomes famous, they invite harassment. If I hadn't hidden the territory's name, my messages would probably be flooded by now. Before long, both Qin Yao and Little Sweetie came asking if I was that class changer. I replied, take a guess. The two ladies were speechless, yet had already concluded it was me. Qin Yao soon replied, not bad, not bad. At least I know it's someone from our Shenlong nation who changed classes. 100 reputation. Good stuff. My interest was piqued. I suspected she deliberately let slip the reputation info. In any case, she didn't know my true identity, so I could still keep a low profile. What's reputation for? Hearing my question, Qin Yao was thoroughly certain I was that person, yet she'd never imagined that all 4 TV appearances were me. Reputation is extremely hard to obtain. Only the annual newcomer trial makes it relatively easy. Once you reach the Lord World, you have to compete with the whole world for those reputation-granting events, and you can imagine the difficulty. Reputation's biggest benefit is that it can be exchanged for special items. You'll be able to exchange once the trial ends. As for what specifically to exchange, that depends on how you choose then. Qin Yao told me all she knew. Only then did I learn reputation's wonder. It could be exchanged for good things of SSS quality or above, special buildings, cultivation methods, skills, all treasures that could be sought, but not always found. But these meant little to me. My territory was full of special buildings, and cultivation methods and skills would sooner or later refresh from the mystery shop. So, what I had to do now was earn more small change, or else it'd be a real loss to have good things refresh in the future that I couldn't afford. The mystery shop's price tags were far below market rate, so even if I couldn't use something myself, I could turn around and profit. My spirit coins had broken 10 million, and we're heading toward 20 million. It seemed like a lot, yet was still far from enough for truly good things. That shop had refreshed several items worth over 10 million for me. To true tycoons, this bit of money of mine was mere drizzle. Having sold off the spirit spring and spirit fruits, I prepared to put out another wave of equipment. But the moment I saw the extra silver equipment in the warehouse, I was startled. Chonner, where did this silver equipment come from? Good heavens, gone a few days, and there were over 100 pieces. The dwarves forged them all. These past days they've eaten spirit fruits, spirit rice, and spirit spring, and their strength has grown greatly. Jerry comes asking me for materials every day. These dwarves are bursting with energy, hammering non-stop from morning till night. Sigh. Jiao-chan was both gratified and helpless. That's a good thing. But high-grade ore is hard to come by. Silver equipment requires 3-star, or at minimum, and with the trial not yet over, the whole world probably doesn't have much. Have Si-tung and the others equipped silver? Long ago. These are the leftovers. Jerry even specially forged you a full silver set. Said it's to thank you. Oh, forged this much in just a few days. I was quite surprised. The day before yesterday, we organized people to go mine at the Goblin Mine Cave again, or those dwarves would have pestered us to death. Jiao-chan couldn't access the trading hall to buy ore, so this was the only way. I'll figure something out about this, or... I opened the treasure vault and took out that silver set to examine closely. Black iron war blade, silver strength plus 15, critical plus 6, ignore defense plus 1. Forged by dwarven hands. A fine blade, far surpassing the weapon in my hand. Even better, there were 6 pieces of armor with a set effect, black iron helmet, gauntlets, breastplate, belt, greaves, and boots. Black iron helmet defense plus 18, spirit plus 2, spell damage minus 2%. Black iron gauntlets defense plus 10, strength plus 10, additional strength plus 2. Black iron breastplate defense plus 20, constitution plus 2, physical damage minus 5%. Black iron belt defense plus 10, constitution plus 5, stamina recovery plus 5%. Black iron greaves defense plus 15, agility plus 3, speed plus 2%. Black iron boots defense plus 20, agility plus 5, swift shadow, speed plus 20%, lasts 1 minute, half-hour cooldown. All part of the black iron set, with additional stats when all 6 are worn together. With all 6 armor pieces gathered, there was an additional defense plus 20, strength plus 6, constitution plus 5, agility plus 3, spirit plus 1. The whole set leaned toward strength. I put them on one by one, and my stats rose by another large margin. Total equipment bonus, strength plus 43, agility plus 21, constitution plus 22, spirit plus 3, defense plus 113, critical plus 6, ignore defense plus 1, spell damage reduction 2%, physical damage reduction 5%, stamina recovery plus 5%, speed plus 2%. Then I had those 20 white-robed ghost soldiers don usable equipment too. I'd wanted to outfit the whole territory with a silver set each, but there just wasn't enough material. The newcomer trial was set apart on its own, and high-grade materials were both expensive and scarce, tradable only among newcomers. Calculating all this, I walked toward the divine weapon workshop. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the fervent hammering of iron, the dwarves were fully absorbed, not noticing even as I walked right up. Jerry turned his head, and the moment he saw it was me, his eyes lit up, and he darted over in a flash. My lord, you're finally out. We're low on ore. Could you get some high-grade stuff, preferably 3-star or above? I gave a bitter smile, asking for, or the instant we met, more invested than I, the lord. With such a diligent group of dwarves earning money and forging equipment for me, my heart was filled with reassurance. I clapped a hand on his shoulder and said with a laugh, rest assured, there'll be buns, and there'll be meat. Jerry was baffled. My lord, I want ore, not buns and meat. I'm not hungry right now. I was momentarily speechless, so this was cultural difference. All right, I'll buy some for you right away. I opened the trading hall and searched for iron ore. 1-star iron ore now went for about 30 spirit coins apiece, while the outside market rate was only 10, a full 3 times more expensive, and the ruthless ones even sold it for 50. But forging a single black iron weapon required 5 or more pieces of ore, coming to about 400 in labor and materials to break even, whereas black iron equipment on the Lord Continent was worth about 500. So even at 50 a piece of, or there was profit to be had. Besides, equipment was extremely scarce in the trial ground. Even a black iron piece would be snatched up at 800. Bought one piece of 1-star black iron, or minus 30 spirit coins. Bought one piece of 1-star black iron, or minus 45 spirit coins. I began madly sweeping up stock. Forged into equipment, this or would sell for at least double. It wasn't my fault others had no artificers. From 1-star iron, or I swept up all kinds of 1-star, or then 2-star. 2-star iron, or was about 100 apiece, and I bought up every one hovering around 50, finally 3-star, ranging from 500 to 1,000 depending on the ore type. After a quick calculation showing profit in all of it, I swept it clean too. The ore vanishing into thin air from the trading hall naturally alerted everyone. National channel. Shocking. All the ore in the trading hall got swept clean. Whose doing is this? It's absolutely the same person. Could someone have learned artificing? Don't tell me it's that first class changer. If he switched to artificer, that'd be quite unwise. He should have gone for a combat class. Why on earth switch to artificer? I have to laugh. Someone with the money to sweep up this much or short on cash. You're short-sighted. This at least proves that person is from our Shenlong nation. Quick, look at the international channel. That guy started madly sweeping or in the international hall too. Can he even forge it all? The newcomer lords of the whole world were stunned, watching the ore in the international hall keep dwindling, all guessing which nation the person was from. A single person's or wasn't much, but the newcomers of the whole world combined were a massive amount. Seeing someone buying like crazy, those holding or all listed it in the international hall. Most set a fair price, though some deliberately jacked up prices, and I ignored them all. I was no sucker. Only a fool does business with no profit. When those people saw I wouldn't buy, they hurried to change back to market price. They were short on spirit coins to develop too. Overnight, 90% of the ore in the entire newcomer territories went into my pocket. What could people? In the future, they'd even buy it back at higher prices, never knowing this, or was the very, or they'd sold me. On the international channel, some sought or seller info, some claimed to hold large amounts of ore and wanted to trade, and some had other motives. I ignored them all. Someone did dig up that I was from the Shenlong nation. No matter, with so many lords in the Shenlong nation, who could know which one I was? But the moment those foreign lords heard I was from the Shenlong nation, they immediately spewed vicious insults, saying the nastiest things. I was thoroughly annoyed. You're not convinced? Then I'll disgust you. To repay you all, I've decided to set my equipment prices at 2 or 3 times the market rate. I sneered and began listing. One black iron piece in the international hall, priced at 1,500 spirit coins, nearly matching bronze prices. I meant to discuss them, and later I'd even use the or they'd sold me to sell it back at several times the price. Sold black iron steel blade, gained 1,350 spirit coins. I was taken aback. I'd still underestimated their craving for equipment. Time to raise the price. I changed it to 2,000. Now no one bought. In one go, I listed 10 black iron pieces, all at 2,000. Then 10 bronze pieces, each at 18,888, each 4 or 5 times the market rate. Feeling I needed to add some serious fuel, I directly listed the 3 silver pieces with the worst stats, priced at 1 million each. Selling one silver piece for $1 million was basically highway robbery. The subtext was, I've even got silver, what have you got? Had this bunch of jerks not targeted me, cursed me, and even escalated it to the whole nation, I wouldn't have gotten this angry. I deliberately displayed my nationality in the sale info, Shenlong Nation. That one item alone, and there was nothing else to be traced elsewhere. Sure enough, the moment those people saw it, the pot boiled over. Impossible. Where'd this Shenlong Nation guy get so much equipment to sell? Even silver's come out now, damn it. He definitely has more than this. Should have known not to sell him, or miscalculation. You don't speak for everyone. We're all short on spirit coins. If you don't sell, someone else will. Shenlong Nation guy, got the guts to reveal your identity? After the trial, I'll destroy your territory. A bunch of foreign lords green with envy, jealousy, and resentment, who only felt better once they'd cursed it out. The Shenlong Nation side, though, was full of pride. Nicely done, bro. Look at those foreigners. Their eyes are all green. So satisfying. Big shot, can we add friends? A fellow countryman wants to request a few pieces of equipment. 10 silver pieces will do. Hey there, Mister, I'm a girl, single, and I've got a pretty good impression of you. Want to be friends? I'll do anything, you know. I've got a batch of ore. Interested? Private message me. Bartering works too. I scanned the chat, picked out a few genuinely wanting to buy equipment, and messaged them directly. How many? What quality? However many you've got, I'll take them. Price is negotiable. Black iron 1,000 apiece, bronze 15,000 apiece. Name your quantity. Big bro, that price is no problem. Can we be friends? I'll take all your equipment, and from now on sell me the good stuff first. The other party revealed his territory name, Lone C Single Blade, and sent a friend request in passing. I clicked confirm. The other party immediately said, now that we're friends, why not even make your info public? Can't there be a little trust between people? Trades only, nothing else. All right, all right. Friends always start from trade after trade, don't they? This fellow was rather optimistic, not bothered by my coldness. I listed 99 black iron and 99 bronze pieces. Lone C Single Blade was clearly stunned, rubbing his titanium alloy eyes, and looking again. Damn, this many. He was dumbfounded. Could this really be that class-changing artificer? Are you that first big shot who changed classes? Did you switch to artificer? Did you forge all these? Like a curious little kid, he unleashed a barrage. Do you want the equipment or not? If not, I'll find someone else. I directly halted the trade. He talked too much. Big bro, big shot. Grandpa, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I know big shots are all mysterious. Give me another chance. I won't ask anything more. He sent countless messages in a row, leaving me dumbstruck. Good grief. Neurotic plus chatterbox equals edgy teenager. He immediately filled in 2 million spirit coins. You've given too much. That's for making amends. I hope the big shot is magnanimous and won't hold it against me. Seemed he wasn't short on cash either. It's 1,584,000 total, not a cent more. If you won't trade at that, cancel. I wasn't greedy for this little bit of profit. My net worth was in the tens of millions anyway. No need to take his few hundred thousand. All right, whatever the big shot says. He hurriedly changed the number. Spirit coins plus 1,568,160. The deal was done. The transaction fee actually deducted 15,840. Good thing I now had 100 million or so of small change, or I'd have been heartbroken. I didn't dump all the equipment on one person, but split it among several, adding them as friends too. One of them seemed to be a woman, territory named 3 Feet of Ice. True to her name, she talked only trade with no nonsense, which I quite appreciated. The others also traded sincerely, and deals were soon done. We all added each other as friends, yet I revealed not a shred of my info, and even left this warning. If you dare to resell, don't think about trading again. They all said their own equipment wasn't even enough, so why would they resell? Those who could afford this were, naturally, developing their territories. And that I could amass so much good equipment in such a short time was itself a mark of strength. They were all clever people who knew what to do, and all wanted to establish long-term cooperation with me. Of course, to them, this was merely the newcomer trial stage. Once it ended, they'd rise on their family clans, and by then they'd probably forget me, this trading partner. Afterward, I contacted that owner. How much do you have? What star? What do you want in exchange? I've got 1 star through 3 star. Only want equipment, nothing else. A concise reply. He did indeed want to trade. Easy. 1 star for black iron, 2 star for bronze, 3 star, I'll trade silver. You're the one selling silver in the international hall. The other party was shocked. Right now, I was the only one with the clout to trade silver for ore. Overlord of the world sent a friend request, and I accepted, not revealing anything at all. Brother, no need to hide this deep. It's not like anyone knows who you are anyway. Just name the exchange quantity. I didn't take the bait. Trade only, no chit-chat. The other party didn't press either, and started haggling with me. We both wanted to cooperate sincerely, and he volunteered that his territory was a large iron mine, willing to cooperate long-term. I naturally agreed. A win-win deal, no reason to refuse. Bartering, and I had no right to interfere with how he handled the equipment. He could sell it to whomever he pleased. I happily traded for 3 star ore. Though not much in quantity, it was still a good thing. When I hauled the pile of ore over beside the forging workshop, the entire dwarf race cheered and leaped. Nothing in the world made them happier than forging. Their loyalty had long since maxed at 100. They were a diligent race obsessed with forging, their passion bordering on madness. Provided, of course, they encountered a lord like me, clever, powerful, and willing to trust them to forge freely. With this bunch of forging maniacs, I didn't worry about equipment. I only worried about how many more days the ore would last. The morning sun sank westward, sunset glow filling the sky. It was already evening before I knew it. Shinmi should be back soon. I wondered how many good things she'd bring back. Diao-chan had already taken 2 vine sprites to prepare the meal. These days, all 3 of our daily meals were spirit field crops, and the stamina and energy they replenished far surpassed ordinary food. Taking advantage of this interval, I opened up the floor tiles. This building was rather special, priced according to territory area. 1. Bluestone floor tiles, 10 spirit coins per square meter, no special effect. 2. White marble floor tiles, 100 spirit coins per square meter, movement speed plus 1%. 3. Auspicious cloud floor tiles, 150 spirit coins per square meter, spiritual energy gathering plus 1%. 4. Dragon pattern gold floor tiles, 10,000 spirit coins per square meter, movement speed plus 50%, building defense plus 20, spiritual energy condensation plus 30%, residence full stats plus 1. The pricier the better, but I couldn't afford to build those latter ones yet. Every square meter burned money. My few tens of millions of spirit coins turned out to be nowhere near enough. For now, short on cash, I picked white marble first, to be swapped for something better later. Laid white marble floor tiles covering the entire territory, cost 1 million spirit coins. Residence movement speed plus 1%. White marble floor tiles evolved, movement speed plus 10%. This can evolve too. I marveled privately. This way, even the effort of walking was saved. Before long, I spotted a group of people heading toward the territory's main gate from afar. Junmi and the others are back. I went out to greet them. My lord, honored lord. My lord, you succeeded at your class change. Everyone cheered excitedly. You've all worked hard. There'll be a feast shortly. When they returned, I heard a string of prompts, all extra rewards from this outing. Even in my absence, as long as everyone went out to hunt monsters, the rewards were automatically deposited on their return. This time we gained over 80,000 extra soul coins and over 30,000 spirit coins, already astonishing. Yet it was still far, far short of the soul coins I needed. Everyone entered the territory in high spirits, Junmi and Si Ting chattering excitedly about the sights along the way. They'd even slain a chieftain, though unfortunately no building chest dropped. It seemed that thing didn't come every time. I was content. The girls all went to help prepare the banquet. This time I wanted to properly treat the dwarf race. To liven up the mood, I bought quite a bit of liquor from the trading hall, all sorts of kinds, probably obtained from altar sacrifices. The banquet was soon ready, and everyone took their seats. I sat at the head, with Junmi and Diao-chan on either side, and further down were Si Tung, Hua Yuerong, and the others. Jerry, a toast to you dwarves. From now on, may we all be of one heart for the Celestial Court territory. I raised my cup. For the Celestial Court territory. Everyone drank deeply and ate heartily. My physique was extremely strong, my 100+ stats towering above all, but with everyone taking turns to make me drink, my belly ultimately couldn't hold up. In the end, I sent the dead-drunk Diao-chan and Junmi back to their rooms. Both were of city-toppling beauty, and since they'd come here, I meant to give them a good life. At this thought, I strolled to the window and gazed at the night sky. In my mind, all along, was Nudi's figure. I believed Fushi's words. There would be a day of reunion. But across the vast cosmos, separated by 2 worlds and by several thousand years, where were Fushi, Nudi, and the others now? No matter what, I will definitely find you. I took out the 5-colored divine stone. This was the only clue to finding Nudi and the others. Though we'd been together only 10 short months, I could never forget Fushi's care, could never forget all he gave for the human race, could never forget the brotherly bond between us. And there was Nudi, who always silently followed behind me, cared for me, and yet always loved to tease me. How could I forget, and how would I dare to forget? To set foot in the cosmos, whether in level or realm, I must reach the very apex to be qualified to go find them. The 5-colored divine stone flowed with ancient, 5-hued rosy light. This was a quest item, and the prerequisite to unlock it was level 100 and cultivating to the first heaven of the divine realm. Right now, I was merely at the 15th heaven of the martial Tao. Only by breaking through to the 100th heaven of the martial Tao could I ascend into the divine realm. That was still far off, but I had confidence to spare. The cultivation paths of the Lord world were myriad: magic, spells, immortal cultivation, runes, incantations, battle chi. All paths led to the same end, all in pursuit of that eternal, undying realm of immortality. The path I walked was the martial Tao, the most arduous, yet the most suited to me. 10 months in the primordial chaos had already let me cultivate to the 15th heaven of the martial Tao. With my present power, even a level 20 king tier monster, I had the confidence to slay with a single sword. The inheritor class was no simple thing. At present, I hadn't yet unlocked any class traits, and once I did, my strength would surge again. What is an inheritor? One who carries on civilization, who exalts the ancient wisdom left behind by the powerful of every race, keeping it alive generation after generation. What I had to do was let suitable people undergo the trials of the inheritance temple. The more who succeeded at the trials, the more my strength would grow. I always vaguely felt that there was some kind of resonance between me and this inheritance temple. What it was, I didn't yet know, only a feeling. Zhou, you seem to have something on your mind. Jiao, having awakened at some point, saw me standing at the window gazing up at the stars, a worry hidden between my brows. It's nothing, don't worry. I turned back and gave her a smile. Tomorrow, take a few people to the inheritance temple first and have a look. There are many inheritances inside. No need to rush. Just pick the one most suited to yourself and receive it. I explained a bit about the temple so she'd be prepared. I understand. Get some rest early. You sleep first. I'll cultivate for a while. Though I had a cultivation method, because each person's physique, talent, and class differed, I hadn't passed it to Jiao. I trusted she could find a method matching herself in the temple. My cultivation method was extremely peculiar, seeming able to keep perfecting itself, but as for how to perfect it, I had only one guess. The rest I could only quietly grope out myself. Sitting cross-legged, I entered meditation. In that moment, the wonder of the spirit energy bamboo hut showed itself. Streams of spiritual energy poured into my body, nourishing my strength. It was just that compared to the primordial chaos continent, the spiritual energy here was pitifully weak. Fortunately, my foundation was solid, having once absorbed pure primordial spiritual energy in the primordial chaos, benefiting endlessly. Seeing me enter meditation, Jiao too was full of anticipation. She wanted to enter the inheritance temple to seek an opportunity, grow stronger, and protect this inviolable territory. The next day, I awakened from meditation, the warm sun outside piercing the clouds and spilling onto my face. Click! The door opened, and Jiao, clad in phoenix red robes, was as beautiful as an immortal from a painting. Crimson lips and white teeth, bright eyes glancing tenderly, her grace supreme, enough to leave any man in the world spellbound. Zhou, you're awake. Under my gaze, her heart pounded, and she lowered her head, blushing. Breakfast's ready, come eat. This morning it was spirit rice sweet potato porridge, the sweet potatoes freshly dug by Jiao from the spirit field. Not only fragrant and delicious, but eaten over time, they could add stats and replenish energy. So fragrant. Breakfast had just ended, and before I'd had a chance to browse the mystery shop, a dark mass of monsters surged toward the territory's exterior. My lord, the monsters are here. Si-Tung drew her weapon and looked outward. My lord, today they're not only coming from the front. Monsters have appeared on the left too, and quite a lot of them. Hua Yuerong pointed to the left. A mass surged out there too, only fewer than at the main gate. I immediately gave the order. Choner, take the white-robed ghost soldiers and hold the main gate. Jinmi, take people to hold the left. Not a single monster is to set foot in the territory. Yes. Everyone dashed off in separate directions. I opened the territory permissions and mobilized the defense towers. There were fewer monsters on the left. The main gate was the primary direction of attack. So I moved the two blazing flame towers to the left. The blazing flame towers had a small kill radius, making them best suited there. The two towers plus Junmi's strength were enough to hold firm. I came to the main gate, and from afar felt the earth rumbling and trembling. Peering through the gaps in the wooden vines, There were at least 3 kinds of monsters outside. A pack of black boars, a single tusk on their snouts like ivory, black tusk boar, level 7, quite imposing when they charged. A swarm of level 5 to 7 serpents, their bodies mottled green, clearly steeped in deadly poison, packed densely into a writhing mass that made one's skin crawl. The third kind was lizards, the largest in build, nearly the size of a small car. All ordinary monsters, not high level, their strength lying in numbers. I glanced at my own wooden vines, unsure whether they'd hold. Clang! I turned. It was the swordblade tower sounding off. That tower was shaped like a 10-meter-tall giant sword, striking and dashing. The moment monsters entered range, the tower body abruptly erupted, a sheet of sword-shaped energy gushing forth straight at the enemy. The sound of it splitting the air tore across the sky, and the sight of 10,000 swords loosed at once shook my heart. So cool. The swordblade storm pierced through the monsters, blood mist rising. A huge swath of monsters instantly falling to the ground, mangled beyond recognition, none able to withstand it. Beautiful. I was greatly pleased. This swordblade tower was both cool and fierce. How wonderful it'd be to have a few more. That is, I caught sight of an ink-green mass rising elsewhere. It was the poison gas tower. Its attack range was enormous. The poison gas, once it landed, spread out in all directions, growing fiercer the closer to the center. Monsters within 100 meters died the instant they inhaled it, their whole bodies turning ink green. Those beyond 100 meters, even brushed by a little, grew dizzy and staggered, then were trampled into pulp by the comrades charging up behind. This tower was practically a biochemical weapon, terrifying beyond compare, chief among all the towers. A single cloud of poison mist killed at least 2 or 3 times as many as the swordblade tower. This poison gas tower is way too terrifying. I was both startled and delighted. It really is formidable. The poison gas covers an extremely wide area. Jiaochan too was shaken. This tower had only appeared yesterday, and it was her first time seeing its power. The white-robed ghost soldiers were even more dumbstruck. Though the storm tower was SSS quality, its single-strike kill count still couldn't match the poison gas towers. The 3 towers kept up their output, annihilating wave after wave of monsters, firmly blocking them outside the wall. Curious about the poison spore's ability, I actively triggered it. The poison gas tower shot out a burst of poison spores that rose above the monsters and boomed, open, showering down like dust. In that instant, the horde of monsters slowed, as if athletes sprinting at full speed had suddenly turned into little old ladies, crawling slow as tortoises. The monsters behind slammed into them without slowing, knocking them down. A new batch fell into the poison spore zone and slowed, then were rammed by those behind. And so on repeatedly, until the monsters severely trampled and crushed one another into a heap, and were finally swallowed by a cloud of poison gas, all dying of poisoning. This poison gas tower really is a treasure. I'd now thoroughly seen its value. With a few more, no number of monsters could get near the wall. My towers were all level 20, and all S quality or above, so their power was naturally astonishing. This horde of monsters, not even level 10, how could they withstand it? I'd worried they might swarm the wall on the strength of numbers, but now I knew. I'd underestimated these towers. The territory's buildings, layered with bonuses, were lethal to low-level monsters. I wasn't the least bit worried they could budge me at all. On the contrary, the more monsters, the richer my rewards. I'll go check the flank, I said to Diaochan. She nodded. I came to Zhenmi's side, where after the building bonuses, the 2 blazing flame towers' power was already quite considerable. Though the blazing flame tower excelled only at single-target heavy strikes, and wasn't as dazzling as the group attack towers against a monster tide, against powerful foes it far surpassed the other towers. My lord, all's well over here. The monsters are all blocked ahead. None have broken through the tower's range yet. Zhenmi reported promptly. The monsters on this side weren't as dense as at the main gate. The 2 towers were enough to hold. It was just that the assault had only begun, and it was sure to grow fiercer, but for now there was no real trouble, and with Zhenmi and the others holding the fort, I could rest easy for the time being. Don't let your guard down. Having said this, I left and headed to the mystery shop to see what good goods had refreshed today. 5 items. The first was a scroll painting. Lightning 5 in a row painting, silver the masterpiece that made painter Ma Xiaohua famous 300 years ago. Price, 100,000 spirit coins. An antique, it could activate the treasure vault's hidden attributes. Collect enough, and they'd eventually be triggered. 100,000 spirit coins was nothing to me. The second, a piece of gold equipment. Fengyang Bao Gold Durability 180. Strength plus 25. Range plus 10 meters. Comes with armor piercing. Fengyang, spiritual power attack, can loose one phantom Fengyang arrow, half-hour cooldown. Equipment requirement, strength 30. Description, a bow in hand, and the world is mine. Price, 300,000. A full 4 attributes, selling for just 300,000. Cheap. Taken outside, it'd be worth at least 600,000, and it was ranged, with a dashing design too. Without hesitation, I bought it. Taking it out for a look, it was a fiery red all over, striking and lovely. I liked it very much. The mystery shop really was a good place. The third was a cultivation card, bronze. Double cultivation speed within 1 hour, price 50,000. This thing was of enormous help to my cultivation. Naturally, I wouldn't pass it up. The fourth was a bronze weapon, which I bought too. I triggered a refresh. A flash of light, and 5 items reappeared on the counter. All materials, unexpectedly. The first, 100 pieces of 3-star blackrock lumber, 8,000 spirit coins. I happened to be short on high-grade lumber, and here it came, 20% below market rate. A bargain. The second, 100 pieces of 4-star black gold stone, 1 million spirit coins. 4-star ore. Whether for forging or upgrading buildings, high-grade, or was extremely precious, and 100 pieces at once. No reason to pass it up. The third, 10 2-star wood attribute crystal cores, 50,000 spirit coins, just 5,000 each, far below market rate. High-grade crystal cores were rare, with only chieftain tier and above monsters having a chance to drop them, and their uses were enormous. Below 5-star, money could buy them. Above 5-star, it got hard. Just in time. I can use these to raise the Thornvine fence's quality. Consumed 10 2-star wood attribute crystal cores. Thornvine fence quality raised to SS. Thornvine fence, level 20 quality SS, defense 20,000 special 1. Regenerates and repairs damaged vines. Special 2. Those who touch it take poison damage. Description, unless uprooted entirely, a single stub of root can regrow. With the quality raised, defense gained 10,000, and the vines and poison were surely much stronger too. It was just that the upgrade requirements rose too. 30,000 spirit coins was a minor matter. But it required 3-star wood attribute crystal cores to continue upgrading, which I couldn't buy right now, so it'd have to wait. The fourth, 10 3-star fire element crystal cores, 100,000 spirit coins. Bought and immediately used to upgrade the blazing flame towers. Consumed 3 3-star fire attribute crystal cores each, 2 blazing flame towers quality raised to SSS. Blazing flame tower, level 20 quality SSS, defense 30,000, attack range 300 meters special 1, fireball area attack, special 2. Every half hour releases a sea of fire, covering 100 meters. Both towers raised to SSS, and the one remaining crystal core I stored in the treasure vault. The last item, 100 pieces of 5-star purple gold, or 1 million spirit coins. More high-grade, or material for forging dark gold equipment. Jerry would surely love it. Only I couldn't give it to him so soon. After all, he was still just a silver forging master. The mystery shop's items were good. All right, just too few. I walked toward the main gate to check the battle situation. The whole territory echoed with a string of explosions. The monsters outside the wall roared endlessly, lunging forward desperately, only to be firmly blocked by the terrifying tower array, unable to get a step closer. The monsters outside the wall still lunged madly. The tower array killed a swath with every strike, but there were simply too many, and quite a few had already broken through the range and charged straight at the wall. I didn't want the territory's buildings, especially the wall, to be damaged. That would lower the final settlement rating, costing a building reward. With our strength, we could well go out beyond the wall to meet the enemy. The white-robed ghost soldiers stood in formation, ready. Diaochan and I each held a weapon, poised for battle. I took out the Fengyang bow, its fiery red body shaped like a phoenix. This bow is really beautiful. Diaochan praised. Just got it from the mystery shop. If you like it, take it, I said with a smile. No, no, I'm not used to using a bow. She hurriedly declined. I drew the bow and knocked an arrow, my arm strength sinking, bending the gold bow into a full moon. Ordinary people would struggle even to draw this bow, but with my 100+ strength, it was effortless. Thwack! The sharp arrow split the air with a muffled sound, swift as a shooting star. Splurt! It ran through a sprinting monster, its remaining force undiminished, piercing another behind it. Two birds with one arrow. Decent power. I was quite pleased. A gold weapon truly was extraordinary. Again I drew the bow and knocked an arrow. Archery was no stranger to me. The schools on the Kanglan continent held combat classes, teaching sword, blade, hand-to-hand, and shooting, while also training physique. And after receiving the inheritance, my changes were earth-shaking. Not just stats, but my eyesight, soul, perception, and even my spiritual realm were all beyond what they'd been. It was like a rebirth, an elevation of realm, hard to put into words, much like a baptism of life. The monsters finally lunged in close. Under the squad leader's command, the white-robed ghost soldiers all drew their long spears in unison. White-robed ghost soldiers, death, but no retreat, kill. They were a battle-hardened force, every one of S quality, versed in coordination, skilled against foes, pressing forward bravely. Long spears rose and fell, and monsters fell one after another. These monsters, in level and strength, were no match at all. They could only be slaughtered. Today was the 8th day of the siege, both in number and duration surpassing the previous 7 days. After the newcomers' 7th day, monsters surged sharply, another test. The textbooks had long recorded this, and the teachers had warned repeatedly. But when it actually came, everyone realized the change was this drastic. The higher the territory's quality, the graver the test. The monsters' number, level, and strength all far exceeded those of ordinary newcomers. The chat room was already full of wailing. The first 7 days had been leisurely, but today grew thorny, and some territories were even breached, their crystals destroyed, ending their assessment then and there. Every 8th day, people across the world were eliminated one after another, and quite a few familiar names had gone gray, they'd left. For others, the more monsters the more dangerous. For me, the more monsters the richer the rewards. A wooden chest opened by me yielded at most 1 to 2 soul coins. Opened by Junmi, at minimum 2 to 4, such was the gap in luck values. In just half an hour, the monsters outside my wall already exceeded several thousand, yet showed not the slightest sign of decreasing, and no one knew exactly how many there were. Other people's territories couldn't even have a tenth of mine. Such was the difference between heaven and earth. More and more monsters surged, and more broke through the range to lunge at the wall. Kill! I charged forward, sword in hand, and with a display of lightness skill was upon a black-tusked boar in an instant. Without using a skill, I ran it through the neck with a casual thrust. Every one of my stats exceeded 100, and after bonuses topped 200. With such terrifying stats, how could monsters not even level 10 harm me? I charged into the monster pack, a life with every stroke, corpses strewn behind me. In a moment I'd slain over a dozen. Jiaochan marveled at my strength. I was so fast she couldn't even react. The stronger I was, the more at ease she felt. Monsters kept dropping dead at my feet. Fortunately, there was the refresh ability, and the corpses were cleared every so often, or they'd have piled up like a mountain long ago. An hour passed, and monsters still emerged in the distance. I asked, "How's your stamina?" "My lord, what's this bit of exertion?" The soldiers answered in unison. They were all S quality or above, their physiques formidable. A mere hour of battle was nothing. The 3 towers were incredibly effective, wiping out the vast majority of the monsters. Towers were the greatest guarantee for protecting the territory, but they simply couldn't be bought anywhere in the newcomer trial, and I couldn't get any more either. Another half hour, and finally different monsters appeared in the distance. They're elite monsters. Wait, it's actually chieftain tier. I looked to the distance, and among that group of clearly stronger elites stood, imposingly, a chieftain. I'd never expected a chieftain to appear at this point. The teacher had said that only in the last few days of the newcomer trial, and only if the territory was above purple epic quality, was there any possibility of encountering a chieftain. And my situation had long since exceeded common sense. A chieftain was far more formidable than ordinary monsters. Ordinary newcomers were no match for it at all. For others, it was a catastrophe. But for me, it was pure profit. Though a chieftain was strong, its rewards were extremely rich. Looks like today's monsters are almost done. Even the chieftain had come out. There probably weren't many left after this. The chieftain gave a furious roar, and the monsters ahead voluntarily made way, charging toward the territory at high speed. But a cloud of poison gas suddenly crashed down, enveloping them all. When the mist cleared, few remained. Though the chieftain hadn't died, it had only a breath left, and was then completely swallowed by the storm tower's attack raining down. I was taken aback. Was this falling in battle before the campaign even began? I gained a whole new understanding of the poison gas tower's power. It could stop even a chieftain. On second thought, it made sense. My towers were all level 20 and high quality. If they couldn't even kill a level 8 chieftain, they'd be pretty useless. If every wall were set with 10 or more towers, no monster could get near the territory, I'd wager. I imagined that day. But the larger the territory, the wider the defensive front, and in the future 20 per wall might not be enough. The more perilous threats would come from the sky, too. But it was too early to speak of that now. That would have to wait until descending to the Lord Continent. With the chieftain having appeared, no more endless monsters came from the forest, and the battle was nearing its end. Half an hour later, the last one fell, and the long-absent prompt sounded. Day 8 battle over. Beginning settlement. Slain, 7,231 black tusk boars, 3,559 assorted serpents, 1,252 bloodthirst beasts, 1,589 red-bellied lizards, 329 elite, earth-rending boars, 1 chieftain boar king. Battle rating, SSS. Reward, 35,000 soul coins, 35,000 spirit coins, basic building arrow tower. Bonus, 50,000 soul coins, 50,000 spirit coins, 1 basic building of your choice. 85,000 each of soul coins and spirit coins deposited. Today my territory had, unexpectedly, seen over 16,000 monsters surge forth. That figure, spoken aloud, would probably scare a whole crowd to death, and no one would believe it. Had I not experienced it myself, I too would never have believed that on the 8th day someone could withstand the siege of 16,000 monsters. This far exceeded everyone's imagination. 2+ hours, over 16,000 monsters. That was over 16,000 chests. Though most were bronze or below. After all, the monsters were all within level 10. For me, what mattered most was precisely the soul coins. Everyone, clear the battlefield and pick up all the chests. Just picking up the chests would take considerable effort, but fortunately there were enough hands, so I didn't need to do it myself. Jiao Chan and I came to where the chieftain had fallen. It had dropped another building chest for me. Exactly what I needed most. Not bad luck. The drop rate in the newcomer stage really is good, I said with a smile. If only a few more chieftains could come. They're not that strong anyway. Jiao Chan remarked beside me. That statement, while not wrong, was best not overheard by others. Others had to muster the strength of their entire territory to deal with a single chieftain, yet in her eyes it wasn't even worth a swat. Nothing to be done. When a high-quality hero speaks, it just carries that kind of swagger. I returned to the territory, sent Jiao Chan to summon Junmi to open the chest, and busied myself with construction. Ding. Constructed arrow tower, evolved into earthquake tower. Earthquake tower. The name alone told its function. One look at the info, SS quality. So I began upgrading. Earthquake Tower, level 20 quality SSS, defense 30,000 special 1. Earthquake attack, special 2. Releases a wide-range seismic wave every 2 hours. Description: I shall command the earth and become my enemy's nightmare. A new tower slowly rose within the territory. I placed it at the main gate for now, then looked at the building of choice. Without a doubt, what mattered most at present was still towers. I chose a tower, gaining another that could be built, and constructed it. Ding. Constructed arrow tower, evolved into frost tower. Yet another brand new tower. As usual, I raised it to level 20. Frost tower, level 20 quality SSS, defense 30,000 special 1. Area frost attack, special 2. Releases frost ground spikes every 2 hours. Description: when the frost descends, all enemies shall meet their end. The territory gained another defense tower, its security climbing another notch. The frost tower was like a single block of natural crystal, glittering and translucent, radiating a bone-chilling cold. My lord, Diao-chan led Jinmi over. Both women were peerless beauties, each with her own grace, and standing shoulder to shoulder. Their allure was no small thing. I hurriedly shifted my gaze elsewhere. Open this. I handed the building chest the chieftain had dropped to Junmi. This chest was of no fixed type, so entrusting it to her, with her high luck value, was best. Jinmi took it, silently praying for a defense tower. She knew that was what I wanted most. A flash of light. Obtained building. Tavern. I felt a bit of regret, not a tower. My lord, my luck was bad. She looked a little dejected. What comes out isn't up to us to decide. This is already quite good, I said. Both women were curious about what traits this tavern had. I took it over and constructed it. Constructed tavern evolved into drunken immortal tower. The building turned into light and settled into the territory. After the colored radiance faded, a massive, antique-style tavern rose from the ground. Vermilion doors and 3 characters hung high above. Drunken Immortal Tower. Drunken Immortal Tower, Level 1 Quality SSS, Defense 300 Special. Set out your homebrewed fine liquor to attract outsiders to join the territory. The higher the liquor's grade, the more it can draw powerful figures. Description: the drunken immortal wine in the Drunken Immortal Tower. Even immortals get drunk when they drink it. What a great building. I was greatly surprised. It could actually recruit heroes, and in a peculiar way, not through soul coins, but through fine liquor. I'd seen plenty of such peculiar buildings online, some even requiring gold, silver, and antiques to draw people in. Recruiting heroes with liquor was quite ordinary by comparison. For now, the tavern had no liquor to brew. It needed upgrading to activate. I upgraded it all the way to level 20. Drunken Immortal Tower, Level 20 Quality SSS, Defense 30,000 Special 1. Set out liquor to attract powerful figures. The higher the liquor grade, the stronger those drawn. Special 2. Currently can brew at most. See Drunken Immortal Wine. Description: each brewing consumes 500 spirit coins and 5 caddies of rice, and takes 1 hour. After the upgrade, the tavern looked even more towering and magnificent, rising from 2 stories to 5. Don't think C-quality liquor is low. Brewing is a technical craft, and the most commonly sold outside is only the lowest F quality, many not even graded at all. If one could find a master brewer, it would greatly aid in recruiting heroes. For now, I could only brew it myself. 500 spirit coins plus 5 caddies of rice each time. Nothing to me. The 2 women and I walked into the Drunken Immortal Tower. The interior was spacious, already furnished with 10 sets of tables and chairs. Spirit coins minus 500, spirit rice 5 caddies. Begin brewing Drunken Immortal Wine. Takes 1 hour. The territory had nothing but spirit rice, so naturally I used it. Spirit rice surpassed ordinary rice, and might even have some marvelous effect. Exactly how? I'd know once the first jar came out. Pity it takes an hour to brew just 1 jar. I couldn't possibly stand watch here. In the future, I'd have to assign someone specifically to brew. As for the final liquor grade, it was all down to luck. If someone with a talent for brewing handled it, the quality would surely rise. In the center of the hall was a circular platform, seemingly meant for performances, above which floated a teleportation gate of light. This, presumably, was the channel that would draw powerful figures here. I was rather curious about what sort of people would be drawn in. I took the 2 women upstairs, 10 private rooms on the 2nd floor, 5 elegant chambers on the 3rd, and 10 guest rooms each on the 4th and 5th. Having looked it over, I understood the tavern's use. Now I just had to brew fine liquor and set it out, and see what manner of figures it drew. The 3 of us parted, each busy with their own tasks. Diao-chan went to prepare lunch, and Junmi went to draft the afternoon's monster hunting roster. Just one last small patch remained, and the 10-kilometer radius around the territory would be fully explored. That area I'd explore myself in the afternoon. For now, I still needed to summon more white-robed ghost soldiers. I summoned another 10 soldiers, but unfortunately still didn't summon the general I longed for, not even a minor officer. The highest was just 1 squad leader, which showed how low the probability was. As usual, I raised these 10 to level 10. Soldiers were needed, and so were levels. Only, upgrading all required soul coins, so it couldn't be rushed. I went to check on the dwarves again. They worked their lives out for me, and all I had to provide was 3 meals and lodging, even wages waived. Where could you find such good workers? The key was that they were even overjoyed about it. In their words, to forge free of worry for a lifetime was happier than anything. Adorable fellows. Naturally, I'd grant them their wish. I swept the trading hall clean of or again, which kept the dwarves delighted for a good while. Coming to the spirit spring, I took the chance to have someone bottle all the spring water into bamboo tubes and purchased a large batch of bamboo from Little Sweetie. Unexpectedly, the equipment I'd listed yesterday had all been snapped up. There really were fools with more money than sense abroad. So I listed several hundred more pieces, priced even more ruthlessly than yesterday. Whether they bought or not, it cost me nothing. I found that Homecoming Sea Blade had sent several hundred messages. Good grief, in this little time? Truly a chatterbox. The content was all pointless trivia, so I replied directly. If you send any more of this meaningless stuff, our friendship ends right here. He immediately replied, weeping, never again, and then went off to find another friend to unleash his chattering on. 3 Feet of Ice, on the other hand, sent a single line. Could you sell me a silver weapon? She was a clever one too, recognizing that the silver had been sold by me. I wasn't short on silver these days. I'd just gotten another batch from the dwarves, and even after allocating to the territory, there was plenty left over. Since it could be produced steadily, the surplus was naturally to be sold. How many do you want? 3 Feet of Ice was clearly stunned. When someone's fretting over a single good piece of equipment and you say, how many do you want? Who'd feel good hearing that? Could I have 10? Sure, but I only have silver weapons. Weapons were the easiest to forge, so Jerry and the others focused on them. There were few pieces of armor. Not even the territory was fully equipped, so naturally, I wouldn't sell those. The price has to go up or cost more today. This expense naturally couldn't come out of my pocket. I'd name a price, and buying or not was up to them. No problem. 10 silver pieces for million deposited. The best silver on the Lord continent was only 100,000 apiece, yet during the newcomer trial stage I sold at 400,000. An absolute windfall, with no competition, all of it their own voluntary requests. Being a decent person is really hard. 3 Feet of Ice could take 10 pieces at most, so I turned my sights to Qin Yao, a wealthy one, and spending from the national treasury at that. Want any silver weapons? I still had dozens on hand, and I'd only feel secure once they were converted into some pocket money. Give me 50. 50 right off the bat. Coming to her was the right call. There are only 32 left for 100,000 apiece. No problem. I just love doing business with people who are both rich and generous. A big deal was thus closed. All this equipment had durability, and once it hit 0, it'd be scrapped. They hadn't changed classes and couldn't forge for themselves, which was exactly why equipment was so precious. They couldn't very well fight monsters barehanded, could they? But I was different. With a blacksmith on hand, when durability dropped, I just had Jerry and the others repair it, costing only some effort and ore. Seems I've found another hidden money-making channel. My eyes lit up, though I'd have to reveal my territory name. Compared to making money, that was nothing. I canceled the concealment in the trading hall, set up equipment recycling, buying each quality at a fixed price, and recycling all kinds of ore as well. With my current fame, there'd surely be a huge crowd selling to me. I should have revealed my name long ago, but it wasn't too late now. Before starting, I first turned off friend requests, unless I added someone. Don't even think about adding me. Then I posted in the national channel. I'm the Lord selling spirit spring water. If you don't believe it, check the trading hall. My territory name is now public. I'm now buying damaged equipment. Black iron 50 spirit coins apiece, bronze 500, silver 5,000, and also buying ore of all qualities. 10 messages in a row, and the chat room instantly boiled over. Shocking. The Lord who sells spirit spring water has shown his true form, and his territory is called Celestial Court. What's this Celestial Court doing buying so much broken equipment? Could he have really changed to a blacksmith? Probably a merchant. No more to say. The equipment I was going to toss can actually be turned into money. Damn, damn, damn. I can only express how I feel right now with damn. Everyone wanted to add me as a friend, and I ignored them all. Recycled 1 black iron piece of equipment, minus 50 spirit coins. Recycled 3 bronze pieces of equipment, minus 1,500 spirit coins. Recycled 1 silver piece of equipment, minus 5,000 spirit coins. The recycling prompts rang out one after another, and I was in high spirits. Everyone took me for a merchant who'd changed to a blacksmith, recycling just to make money. That was the most reasonable explanation. But they didn't get it. With so many people nationwide, how much could one man repair? Many mocked me for being a fool, recycling so much junk with no quantity limit at that. But right now, so many people's weapons had long been broken, useless to keep, and since someone was willing to buy, they were naturally glad to turn them into money. Some asserted I'd stop recycling soon. There was an ocean of broken equipment nationwide, more than one man could swallow. But they found that this fellow just never stopped. Though no one knew how much I'd recycled, they could well imagine it was no small amount. Naturally, I didn't explain. I was delighted. One man couldn't repair many pieces, but I had a whole crew of dwarves obsessed with forging. I rushed to the forging workshop and piled the mountain of broken equipment on the ground. The dwarves stared, dumbfounded. Jerry, you all repair these with everything you've got. Set the other stuff aside for now. Tonight I'll have good liquor and meat ready. The dwarves burst into laughter. Rest easy, my lord. Leave it to us. We'll fix them up at top speed. Repairing was far faster than forging, and dwarves were easily satisfied. A single meal of liquor and meat could ignite their enthusiasm. With dozens working together, they repaired several thousand pieces a day at minimum, using little material too. They were professional forging masters to begin with, and with the forging workshop and territory bonuses, their speed was blazing. Repairing could greatly cut costs, and reselling the repaired pieces at a high price. This business was too profitable. I wondered what those lords would feel when they saw the repaired equipment and had to buy it back at a high price again. It must feel terrible, yet there was nothing they could do. They knew full well I recycled to repair and resell, yet they still took to it gladly. Nothing to be done. Right now only I could repair, which amounted to a monopoly. Broken equipment was useless just sitting there, so better to sell it and recoup. Buy new, sell it back to me when it broke, and buy repaired ones again. An endless cycle. Damn, they're all working for me. I bought black iron at 50 apiece. Repairing cost at most another 20 or 30. The current market price of black iron was 800 to 1,000, so even selling at just 800, that was a tenfold windfall. In a single day, I raked in several million for free. Bronze and above earned even more. Only there were too few. 90% of lords used black iron. So this is what a capitalist is. Only then did I realize. I used to despise capitalists, but once I became one myself, I actually started to like it. Equipment poured in for recycling, and the clinking gold coins seemed to be stuffing themselves into my pocket. I listed all the black iron in the warehouse, 800 to 1,000 apiece. The equipment forged by the dwarves had excellent stats, so at the same price, everyone naturally bought mine first, snapped clean in barely half an hour. The friend messages had long been flashing non-stop, nothing but envious flattery, which I ignored across the board. Apart from buying equipment, I refused to chat further. Qin Yao messaged privately. Never thought the Spirit Spring water was sold by you too. You've been toying with my feelings. I put on an innocent face. You never asked whether I was the one selling it. I'm just joking with you. You've got the goods to sell? I'm just envious. Come, it's not too much to ask you for 10 liters for this lady, is it? Of course not. I gave it to her at the original price. From now on, I can drink Spirit Spring water as my everyday water and never fear failing to snatch it. So nice. That's misusing public funds for private ends. I'm going to report you. I joined in the joking too. Really? Wonderful. That way I can find out your identity. I gave away my motive. Once we'd grown familiar, the two of us started teasing each other. Though Qin Yao was a military woman, she wasn't born that way. When she awakened, the nation discovered her lord's space was of quite high grade, and only then was she invited to enlist. There were many lords like this, using national resources to develop their territories and serving the country when needed. Simply a win-win, and the nation never forced anyone. Ordinary people invited wouldn't refuse. The pros and cons were all for each to weigh. Afterward, 3 feet of ice also bought a good deal of Spirit Spring water, and naturally, I didn't refuse. This was the treatment my friends got. Good things, sold to them first. With the recycling settled, I listed another batch of Spirit Spring water, and the chat room once again stirred up a wave of envy, jealousy, and resentment. From this income alone, who knew how many turned green with envy? Unfortunately, unless I outed myself, not a shred of info could be traced. Besides, I had 2 identities. Celestial Court was public, while the Jiaochan territory was hidden deep. Once the Spirit Spring water sold out, I sold a batch of spirit fruit too. Nearly every newcomer lord in the country was watching me. Who told me to have so many good things, snatched up the moment they were listed? Many people didn't even look at what I was selling. The instant it was listed, they grabbed it. So whatever I listed was always sold out in seconds. Such were the perks of fame. My lord, time to eat. Seating came to call me. Lunch was sumptuous, made by Jiaochan together with sea tongue and huayuero. Spirit rice with spirit vegetables, just fragrant to eat. After the meal, I told everyone about the inheritance temple. Today, Jiaochan wouldn't follow me monster hunting, but go receive her inheritance first, after which they'd grow stronger. The upcoming monster trials would grow ever more grueling, so I only had a portion go first. Not many went this time, just Jiaochan and the Si Ting siblings group. The Hua Yuerong sisters and Junmi were arranged for the next batch, so as to guarantee the highest rating in the trials to come. Having sent Jiaochan and the others to outside the temple, I said with a smile, I've said all there is to say. Receive your inheritance with peace of mind. You'll be out in a few days at most. Once inside, don't rush. Just pick the inheritance most suited to yourself. I understand. She nodded, but kept glancing back, like a wife gazing at her husband before a long journey, quite endearing. Goodbye, my lord. Everyone waved and walked into the temple until they vanished. Zhenmi came before me, her big watery eyes gazing at me. My lord, I want something. Seeing that look in her eyes, I hurriedly said, that daytime probably isn't convenient. If there's something, let's talk about it tonight. Zhenmi's pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly explained, My lord, what are you thinking? I just want a skill book. A skill book. I felt a bit awkward, but pretended to be nonchalant. What skill book? I opened all the territory chests, and one of them yielded a skill book. I want it. Is that so? Let me have a look. At the time, I'd been so caught up in the thrill of making money that I hadn't noticed. I opened the treasure vault and searched, and sure enough, there was a skill book. Ice Spike. C releases an ice spike to attack the enemy. Can only be learned with mental power above 30. It's a C quality one. I took it out and handed it to her. This skill actually suits you quite well. Zhenmi's mental power reached a full 80, so she could naturally learn it. Thank you, my lord. She joyfully clicked to learn it. I couldn't help but sigh. Skill books really were terribly hard to drop. Who knew how many monsters had been slain before this one C-quality book came out? For anyone else, they probably wouldn't even glimpse a shadow of one. Skill books were relatively easy. Cultivation methods were even harder. And each skill book and cultivation method could only be used by oneself, unless, like my yin-yang creation art, it was gained through one's own comprehension, in which case it could be passed on. The same went for skills. Unless self-created, those learned from skill books couldn't be taught. So every single one out there was immensely precious. Once Zhenmi had learned it, she beckoned with one hand, cold air abruptly condensing, and an ice spike hovered in her palm. Rather pretty. She curiously waved. Go. The ice spike turned into a streak of light and shot out, sinking into the ground dozens of meters away. Not bad. Such power even at C quality. I was quite satisfied. Of course, this also had to do with the person. Zhenmi was RRR quality, and with powerful spell bonuses and high mental power, even the weakest F-grade skill could erupt with astonishing might. I really hope more skill books drop. I gave a little laugh, knowing full well it was wishful thinking. To the white-robed ghost soldiers' camp, I led everyone up the high platform to summon soldiers. Over 16,000 chests had yielded quite a few soul coins and pieces of equipment, and right now I was short on hands. Spent 1,000 soul coins, summoned one white-robed ghost soldier. Spent 1,000 soul coins, summoned one white-robed ghost soldier sergeant. I was startled. I'd actually summoned a high-ranking sergeant. Checking the stats, it was stronger than a squad leader, with tougher skills too. The remaining 7 were all ordinary soldiers. As usual, I raised them to level 10. The white-robed ghost soldiers had now grown to 62, becoming the backbone of the territory. That sergeant was made captain. I left 10 to guard home and led the rest to explore that still uncovered patch of misty land. Upon first entering, it was still low-level monsters, but going deeper, I encountered a kind of elite. Waterball Beast, a elite, level 10 special, Waterball Wave. Description: a monster condensed from the water element, possessing a pure elemental physique. A small river in the distance was exactly where they came from. Kill. Cutting down the first one, I found that besides dropping a chest, it also dropped something blue. Water element crystal core, One star contains the water element. Extremely useful. These waterball beasts drop crystal cores too. An unexpected delight. Though only 1 star, it was still a fine gain. So everyone launched into a great slaughter. Not everyone dropped a crystal core, but the odds weren't small.